Transwater project. The jobs, strengthening food security. Food security is national security. It is jobs, income, exports, and the comfort of knowing that in a changing world, we can feed ourselves. This year, we continued bold strides to transform agriculture and fisheries into engines of resilience and wealth creation, built on innovation, climate-smart practices, and new opportunities for farmers. Initiative. Fishers and marine stewards received training to raise native Caribbean king crabs, which help revive coral reefs by naturally removing excess algae. This creates a double benefit: healthier reefs for tourism and biodiversity, and a new blue economy product that fishers can sell to restaurants and hotels, generating an entirely new income stream. On land, diversification took center stage. Nature's Sustainable Farm moved into its next phase with over 100 acres now under cultivation and the first ever export of St. Kitts grown Tabasco peppers to the United States firmly on the horizon. Each acre employs up to 5 people, meaning hundreds of jobs and a new export market that links farmers directly to global value chains. All of this falls under a broader shift toward eco-friendly, climate-smart agriculture, greenhouse expansion, modern hatcheries, precision irrigation, soil-saving practices, and the Climate-Smart Agriculture Project, now advancing through national consultation, signals a future where agriculture is not just sustainable, but profitable, competitive, and resilient. Pillar 4. Sustainable Industries. We continue to invest in our own by building out our talent, empowering entrepreneurs, and opening new pathways to wealth creation. This year, the creative economy stepped confidently into the future. As part of Global Entrepreneurship Week 2025, the government hosted the first ever AI in Business Summit and award ceremony. It brought together creatives, entrepreneurs, and technologists to explore how artificial intelligence can amplify marketing, design, storytelling, and content production. For the first time, our artists and cultural entrepreneurs were positioned not just as performers, but as innovators and business leaders ready to export their craft to the world. But the digital revolution goes far beyond the arts. This year, we also launched one of the region's most ambitious cybersecurity training programs. Beginning in February and graduating its first cohort in November, the program trained participants to international standards and prepared them for remote cybersecurity work, jobs that pay global salaries from right here at home. As the second cohort is set to begin in January 2026, more citizens will enter a career field that has unlimited earning potential and global demand. This, coupled with the electric vehicle training and certification program and the solar empowerment training, ensuring that as renewable energy expands, our people, not foreign contractors, are able to benefit. For small businesses, 2025 was a year of unprecedented support. Hundreds of entrepreneurs gained access to training through the Building Bankable Business program, launched in April to teach financial literacy, budgeting, cash flow management, and business planning. Its purpose is simple: to transform ideas into bankable enterprises and entrepreneurs into investment-ready leaders. But training alone is not enough. In October, the Citizenship by Investment Unit launched the local micro and small businesses grant program, offering easy $10,000 grants to qualifying businesses across the Federation. By November, 36 businesses has already been approved, receiving capital to expand operations, purchase equipment, hire staff, or move their services online. These grants injected real money directly into the hands of local entrepreneurs, supporting the creation of jobs, products, and new services across every sector. This momentum is matched by one of the most transformative digital agendas in the Caribbean. In May 2025, St. Kitts and Nevis launched its Electronic Travel Authorization ETA system and e-border platform, enabling faster, more secure processing for visitors and dramatically improving the travel experience, especially during major events like the St. Kitts Music Festival. This strengthens tourism, enhances national security, and positions the Federation as a modern, tech-forward destination. Behind the scenes, the digital transformation is accelerating even further. The government is advancing its national digital ID system, the core of all future e-services, set to enable secure online access to government services, banking, trade, and digital signatures. Parallel to this, the electronic civil registry system also moved forward, digitizing births, deaths, marriages, and adoptions so citizens and the diaspora can access official documents from anywhere in the world. Together with online tax services, the developing online passport system, business registration portal, and single trade window, St. Kitts and Nevis is building a digital economy that lowers barriers, speeds up transactions, attracts investments, and creates new income possibilities for every citizen. Pillar 5. Sustainable settlements. A strong nation is built, literally, on the spaces where people live, learn, heal, travel, play, and grow. This year, the government accelerated ownership through the NHC Renaissance Project, delivering and constructing nearly 200 new homes across Stapleton, Harry Phipps, Otleys, Sandy Point, and other communities. More land was secured to scale the project further, ensuring that hundreds of families will soon step into houses that instantly increase their net worth. Every home built supports contractors, tradesmen, truckers, suppliers, and strengthens the foundation for generational wealth. Side by side with the new housing came one of the most meaningful reforms in decades: land regularization. In 2025 alone, 531 lots were distributed, with full titles handed over to families in St. Peter's, Lagreet, St. Paul's, and other long-neglected communities. In several cases, beneficiaries walked into the banks the very next day because for the first time, they had collateral, dignity, and the power to invest in their future. This is land, not just as a place to live, but as empowerment. And for the first time in our history, the entire land system is going digital. A new land administration and information system is being built, replacing decades of paper files with a transparent, efficient online platform. Beginning early in 2026, citizens will be able to submit applications, track their status, and view available lots on a digital map. This modernization protects national patrimony, strengthens fairness, and speeds up development, making it easier for families, investors, and planners to build a modern St. Kitts and Nevis. 2025 also marked a leap forward in climate-resilient public infrastructure with the unveiling of the designs for the new JNF General Hospital. This state-of-the-art, storm-resistant facility is being developed in partnership with Taiwan and OECC. Construction begins shortly, bringing jobs in the short term and delivering long-term benefits in healthcare. This hospital will save lives, but it will also generate economic activity every single day. Across the island, the government advanced one of the largest road modernization programs in our history. Over $80 million has been invested in less than 3 years. This year alone, the St. Peter's Main Road and F.T. Williams Highway East was fully upgraded and completed. Over 3 miles of safer, smoother roadway with sidewalks, retaining walls, and new access points. These works shorten travel time, raise property values, improve safety, and open new economic corridors for families and businesses. Major community roads from Rawlins and Newton Ground to Shadwell and Palmetto Point, and many more also saw significant road work upgrades. Pillar 6, circular economy. A sustainable nation is a clean nation, and this year we took some of the boldest steps in our history to reshape how our country manages waste. We passed the Plastic Waste Reduction Act 2025, a landmark law that positions St. Kitts and Nevis as a regional leader in the fight against plastic pollution. Rolled out in 3 phases, the ban eliminated the import, sale, and distribution of single-use plastic bags, styrofoam containers, straws, cups, plates, and utensils. By November 2025, the major categories of single-use plastics were officially out of the Federation. This means cleaner coastlines, healthier marine ecosystems, reduced landfill pressure, and a better tourism product. But more importantly, it means shifting national behavior, encouraging reusable bags, refilling bottles, and greener businesses that save money while protecting the environment. Alongside legislation, we strengthen the systems that make sustainability real. The St. Kitts and Nevis Recycling Project, supported by the Taiwan Technical Mission, accelerated significantly in 2025. Paper recycling was introduced on both islands, new pilot recycling programs launched in Nevis communities, and 57 schools participated in a national recycling competition, transforming environmental education into real action. By September 2025, the project had expanded collection points, increased training workshops, and shipped batches of separated plastic overseas, reducing landfill burden while creating new green jobs in sorting, transport, and materials recovery. This momentum ties directly into the wider transformation of our waste sector, a move from simple disposal to a circular economy. This year, the government also intensified landfill reform efforts following February's Connery landfill fire, accelerating planning for safer, more sustainable waste handling systems. At the same time, Regional partners supported circular economy training that empowers local entrepreneurs to turn waste into opportunity, whether through upcycled products, recycling services, or green manufacturing. In this new approach, waste is no longer just a cost. It becomes raw material, it becomes innovation, it becomes wealth creation. And while plastics and recycling dominated headlines, the deeper story is about resilience, health, and long-term economic security. Reducing plastic waste protects our ocean, safeguarding fisheries and coastal livelihoods. Improving landfill management strengthens public health and prevents costly environmental disasters. Recycling projects build new supply chains and new micro-enterprises. And the national shift toward reusables reduces import costs, putting more money back into households and businesses. This year also saw major investments in sports and youth development infrastructure. In May, the new Conway Football Stadium was opened, becoming a vibrant home for community events, tournaments, and local entrepreneurship. Meanwhile, the redeveloped and fully upgraded Kim Collins Stadium achieved World Athletics Level 2 certification, a milestone that allows our athletes to record official qualifying times and positions St. Kitts and Nevis to host regional meets that generate tourism and business opportunities. Education infrastructure also advanced with construction of the new Basseterre High School officially beginning in June. And the reconstruction of the Joshua Obadiah Williams Primary School in Molyneux moved forward as well, restoring a pillar of community life and bringing jobs and hope to families who have waited since the 2022 fire. Pillar 7, Health and Social Protection. It is no argument that at the heart of the Sustainable Island State agenda is our people. This year, we saw one of the most ambitious social protection and human development agendas in its history, lifting incomes, modernizing healthcare, and building wealth from the ground up. This was the year of the Budget Boost Wallet, a groundbreaking digital support system that changed lives overnight. Launched in January, it provided EC $1,500 support over 6 months to citizens and residents earning $5,000 or less. More than 23,000 people benefited, and over EC $35 million was pumped directly into the local economy. The wallet helped families buy groceries, pay utilities, support small businesses, and catch their financial breath during challenging economic times, all through a modern, secure digital platform. It brought relief, it brought stability, and most importantly, it brought dignity. At the same time, the government continued to raise the standard of living by increasing the national minimum wage. Effective July 1st, 2025, workers saw their pay rise to EC $12.50 an hour, or EC $500 per week, the highest in our history. This two-step increase over 2 years lifted thousands of workers, strengthened household budgets, and injected new spending power into the economy. When workers earn more, families do better, and businesses grow stronger. For decades, thousands of government auxiliary employees, those who clean our hospitals, protect our schools, maintain our streets, worked without pension security. In 2025, that injustice ended. The Comprehensive Pension Bill finally gave GAEs a contributory pension plan, ensuring that those who serve the country with dignity can retire with dignity. This reform protects workers today and prevents poverty tomorrow, a major milestone in fairness and equality. The transformation continued with Aspire, the pioneering youth savings and investment program. In 2025, Aspire expanded dramatically. Over 5,000 children applied, more than 4,000 accounts were opened, and over EC $4 million was invested into our young people. Every participating child received a 1,000 starter portfolio, half in savings, half in shares, giving them real assets and a real stake in the future. With the ECCB-led financial literacy curriculum rolled out nationwide, a generation is learning not just to earn money, but to grow it. The health sector also saw major upgrades. We commissioned a new fleet of modern ambulances. These vehicles are smaller, faster, and easier to maintain, cutting response times and saving lives. At JNF, construction of the new MRI facility is in its final stages, with the island's first ever MRI expected to go live by early 2026. Alongside upgraded CT scanning laboratory and diagnostic systems, this marks the end of the era when families had to fly overseas and spend thousands for life-saving imaging. And we continued our commitment to protecting mothers and children. The Children's Medical Fund continued to save lives by ensuring no child is denied overseas medical care because their parents cannot pay. And this year, the High Risk Pregnancy Fund was also launched to support expectant mothers with complications, removing financial barriers to specialist care and protecting our most vulnerable families. Finally, the Elevate program continued its work of transforming lives. From skills training and job placement to entrepreneurship support and the Heartfelt Moments Rehabilitation Initiative inside His Majesty's Prison, Elevate gave at-risk youth and justice-involved individuals a second chance, turning potential into productivity and safety into opportunity. As we move into another budget cycle and a new chapter, one truth is unmistakable. St. Kitts and Nevis is moving with purpose. The groundwork has been laid, the momentum is building, and the benefits are already reaching our people, families, farmers, workers, entrepreneurs, students, and communities across every corner of our islands. But this journey is only just beginning. The development path we are on is not a short-term project. It is a long-term commitment, a national mission to building a resilient, a prosperous, modern island state where every citizen has a fair shot at opportunity, dignity, and success. Right before our eyes, we are seeing the pillars come alive, and in the year ahead, these pillars will only grow stronger, powering new industries, new infrastructure, new skills and new opportunities, from renewable energy to digital transformation, to agriculture, creative enterprises, from social protection to climate resilience. Our country is building a future where progress is not occasional, but continuous. This is transformation. This is nation building. And together, we will continue to power progress for St. Kitts and Nevis.
Resumed. You may be seated. Just a moment, Honourable. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher II.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise with profound honor at this time to make my contribution in support of the 2026 Appropriation Bill presented by our esteemed Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for St. Christopher VIII. Madam Speaker, before I make my presentation, I want to make it clear that the bill presented proposes a bold, forward-looking vision for St. Kitts and Nevis. A St. Kitts and Nevis that is stronger, more innovative, more sustainable. A nation where progress can be measured not only by economic growth, but by the opportunities created, the lives uplifted, and the legacy we secure for generations to come. This appropriation bill is far more than a financial instrument. It is a roadmap for transformation. It reflects, Madam Speaker, a government that dares to think differently, plan boldly, and invest wisely. A government that understands that resilience is not built in balance sheets, but in the capacity of our people, the strength of our respective institutions, and our sustained development. Before I speak on the portfolios entrusted to me and the allocations in the 2026 budget, permit me to speak, and to speak frankly, on the state in which I inherited the ministries and agencies when this Labour administration took office, the actions we have taken, and the path we are charting for the sector. You see, Madam Speaker, I understand yesterday I left for the Christmas party in my constituency, and I understand that the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 7 attempted to rewrite history. The tourism sector 3 years ago was crippled by poor decisions taken by the then Team Unity administration. The consequences, Madam Speaker, were real. Fewer arrivals, reduced receipts, lost jobs, foreclosures on homes. Some taxi and tour operators actually reported loss of their vehicles, their buses. And most profoundly, Madam Speaker, a growing sense of disconnection between policy and decisions and people's everyday lives. In the last 3 years, this government has reset the compass, rebuilt institutions, and re-anchored tourism in sustainable, inclusive, and globally competitive terms. We have turned the page from decline to revival, and we continue through this budget to build on the foundation for St. Kitts and Nevis that is people-centered. And so, Madam Speaker, I wholeheartedly support this budget that sustains the momentum we've built over the last 3 years, that accelerates transformation, and a budget that cements our standing as a premier destination that is safe and vibrant. Madam Speaker, the portfolio entrusted to me includes tourism, civil aviation, maritime, international transport, urban development, and employment and labor. These are not isolated sectors. They form the lifeblood of our national progress. Forgive me. Tourism continues to be the beating heart of our economy. And to me, that's in fact an understatement. We are the lifeblood of the economy, creating pathways for enterprise, creativity, and empowerment. Civil aviation and maritime and international transport together form the arteries that connect us to the world, ensuring that trade, travel, and opportunity flow seamlessly across our borders. Employment and labor form the backbone, ensuring that the prosperity we generate is protected by fairness, guided by strong principles, and translated into what we call decent work, safe places, and real upward mobility for our people and for every citizen to have a fair chance to participate in and benefit from economic growth. Forgive me, Madam Speaker, I was shouting at the Christmas party in excitement yesterday. Together, these portfolios reflect a single deliberate purpose: to build a future where prosperity is inclusive, growth is sustainable, and our people remain at the very center of national development. As we chart this path of transformation, the ministry's work must be viewed through the government's broader mission, the creation of a sustainable island state. As stated by the mover of the bill, the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8, this vision of a sustainable state is not an abstract ideal. It is a living framework that demands integration across every sector: economic, social, and environmental. Within this framework, the ministries of tourism, civil aviation, international transport, and employment play a defining role, connecting people, industries, opportunities in ways that make sustainability real and measurable. Madam Speaker, within the context of the 2026 Appropriation Bill, it is important to highlight how the Ministry of Tourism, et al., has continued and continue to deliver measurable results, transforming policy into performance and vision into value for our people. Throughout 2025, the ministry demonstrated remarkable resilience and strategic foresight. Despite intense competition across the Caribbean, persistent volatility in global travel patterns, and rising operational costs throughout the tourism value chain, our federation achieved unprecedented growth. We recorded historic visitor arrivals. We expanded airlift capacity by 18% and strengthened brand visibility in key markets, reinforcing St. Kitts and Nevis as a premier year-round destination. These results, Madam Speaker, are not products of chance. They are the result of deliberate policy choices, targeted investments, and robust intersector collaboration. Our shift from a reactive to a proactive, data-driven management model has ensured that every initiative is guided by market intelligence and is aligned with the tangible benefits of our people. Madam Speaker, the data tells a compelling story of growth and transformation. Between January and October 2025, visitor arrivals increased by 8% compared to the same period in 2024, with more than 137 stayover visitors recorded. And I think, Madam Speaker, that deserves commendation. This performance was underpinned by our expansion of airlift capacity between January and October 2025, which rose by 16% to 280,289 available seats. That is the result of strengthened partnerships with major international carriers such as JetBlue, United Airlines, American Airlines, and Intercaribbean Airways. Cruise tourism remains a strategic priority and is poised for a strong season. This season, we will feature 13 inaugural vessels. Including Royal Caribbean's Star of the Seas that visited in October 2025. We anticipate an overall projection of over 1 million cruise passengers this season. We will continue to receive Royal Icons class vessels, with Legend of the Seas, their newest ship, scheduled to call at our port in 2026. Yes. St. Kitts continues and Nevis continue to rank in the top 5 destinations for many of our cruise partners, including Carnival and Royal Caribbean, or major suppliers. In addition, our destination continues to achieve a score of an average 9 out of 10 in satisfaction. This, Madam Speaker, is a clear indication of the effort that this Labour-led administration continues to put into our cruise sector, and of course, the hard, dedicated workers at the Ministry of Tourism, the SKTA, the St. Kitts Tourism Authority, our sister agency, SCASPA, the Urban Development Corporation, and of course, the Frigate Bay Development Corporation. And I see they're represented here this morning. Madam Speaker, the synergy between stayover and cruise tourism has become a hallmark of our destination's resilience. Stayover visitors provide sustained economic activity through hotel stays, restaurant dining, and extended community engagement. Cruise visitors, while shorter in duration, inject volume, vibrancy, and visibility into the local economy, supporting our taxi operators, our local vendors, our tour guides, and our local artisans. This complementary relationship stabilizes business operations year-round. And I want you, Madam Speaker, to pay attention to that word, year-round, reducing seasonal vulnerability and ensuring that prosperity is shared across the tourism chain value. Let it not be forgotten, Madam Speaker, that only a few years ago, our destination faced declining airlift, stagnant visitor numbers, and waning confidence amongst our global partners. Through decisive leadership, strategic partnerships, and the unwavering commitment of this Labour-led administration, we have reversed that trajectory. Yes, trying to rewrite history. Today, St. Kitts and Nevis is no longer recovering, Madam Speaker. We are at this time redefining Caribbean tourism excellence. We have rebuilt trust with our airlines, with our cruise lines, with our travel advisors, and our investors. We have repositioned our nation not merely as open for business, but as a thriving, dynamic, and future-ready tourism destination. So, Madam Speaker, as we debate the 2026 appropriation bill, it is important to acknowledge that the continued strength of our tourism sector rests squarely on our ability to forge and sustain strong partnerships with international air carriers. Airlift, which is a hot talk, remains the lifeblood of island tourism. For without reliable year-round connectivity, even the most beautiful destination will struggle to attract visitors in the numbers necessary to sustain growth, jobs, and opportunity. This Labour-led administration understands the reality. We have therefore invested strategically to secure the air access our Federation requires, not through ad hoc arrangements, but through structured, data-driven agreements that balance government support with long-term sustainability. I must highlight, Madam Speaker, an exciting development. An increase in capacity from the Canadian market. And this is a market that we're struggling with for a number of reasons. We have, with Air Canada, upgrading this season from an A319 aircraft, which has the capacity to carry 136 seats, to an A321, which accommodates 200 passengers. Madam Speaker, this is superbly ideal as the destination recently ranked #2 in searches by Canadians, an increase of 170% as reported by Skyscanner. The report indicated that as Canadians look to book their 2026 travel, they are looking for cultural discovery, coastal charm, and vibrant city life. I'm smiling because I hear the senator behind me echoing, and she just came from Canada recently. But it doesn't stop there, Madam Speaker. I remember when Silver Airways had its challenges just a few months ago, and they had to remove their St. Kitts connection. There was a big panic, a lot of talk around town. But Madam Speaker, as usual, this government is proactive, not reactive. Today, I am happy to report that yesterday, December 18th, 2025, we welcomed the inaugural Inter-Caribbean Airways direct flight from San Juan, Puerto Rico, replacing that lost flight from Silver Airways, Madam Speaker, and keeping connectivity open. This government continues to recognize the importance of strengthening partnerships, and it is with this mandate that we continue to see an increase in airlift in our federation. Once these routes become commercially viable through consistent demand and strong brand visibility, and I think I'm making some technical terms, but just to break it down, for our destination to be, for us to stimulate demand for our destination, we must first make the destination visible. People must know that we exist, what we have to offer, and why they should choose St. Kitts and Nevis over any other sun destination. The government can responsibly, and we have responsibly, redirected resources towards new routes and new emerging markets. This, Madam Speaker, is the hallmark of responsible tourism development, one that builds enduring connectivity, expands our reach, and ensures that growth is sustainable for the long term. While connectivity brings visitors to our shores, it is strategic marketing and strong brand visibility that inspire them to choose St. Kitts and Nevis. In an increasingly crowded global marketplace, destinations that fail to invest in marketing simply fade from the view, and that is a fact. This government has ensured that St. Kitts and Nevis remain firmly and competitively positioned on the world stage. Our global destination marketing budget increased to EC 14.8 million in 2025, a deliberate investment focused on strengthening brand recognition, deepening engagement in key markets, and converting interest into bookings. These resources were strategically deployed to ensure measurable impact and value. A key pillar of our approach has been high-impact, authentic partnerships that extend reach while preserving our integrity, our brand integrity. The Cole Palmer UK campaign successfully engaged Gen Z travelers and the UK diaspora through modern, relatable storytelling, leveraging his nearly 9 million social media followers to position St. Kitts as a vibrant and relevant Caribbean destination. Madam Speaker, that is monies, marketing dollars well invested. Similarly, our partnership with Blue Boho Fine Jewelry in Canada targeted high-value millennial audiences aligned with luxury, sustainability, and conscious travel, principles that reflect our regenerative tourism vision. Our out-of-home advertising footprint has expanded across major source markets with premium placements in New York. And I'm sure some of you who would have visited New York would have seen on Times Square, down in Times Square, where we had our destination featured there. So we had premium placements in New York, Toronto, and London, and targeted transit advertising in airports and major transport corridors, spaces where travel intent is shaped and journeys are planned. Marketing dollars, again, well invested. This consistent visibility ensures that St. Kitts and Nevis remains top of mind for travelers considering their next Caribbean experience. I am particularly proud that these global campaigns prominently featured local creatives, and I don't see the member from St. Christopher for. We featured our local photographers, our local models, our local artists, ensuring that the true faces and stories of St. Kitts and Nevis were shared with the world. This authentic representation strengthens our brand while allowing our people to benefit directly from tourism promotion. And I see my little friend just walked in. Madam Speaker, good morning. When potential visitors see real Kittitians and Nevisians, the warmth, the culture, and the energy of our people, they connect with something that's not manufactured, something that no manufacturer can actually replicate. We are not selling an illusion, Madam Speaker. We're sharing the heart and the soul of our nation. Figures and forecasts, Madam Speaker, have their place. But at the heart of this government's work is one simple truth. The success of tourism must be felt by our people. And today I am proud to report that it is. Visitor expenditure rose from EC 266 million in 2024 to EC $278.7 million in 2025. That increase, Madam Speaker, did not happen by chance. Again, it is the result of deliberate policy, strategic investment, and a government that puts people and prosperity first. Improved load factors and longer stays have translated into higher spending per visitor, and our visa transaction analysis confirms a surge in average spend across the board. Madam Speaker, this is not abstract data. This is real money entering our communities, circulating through small businesses, and strengthening our families. Investing in people and progress. Madam Speaker, the tourism value chain is not an academic term. It is the daily reality of our people. It is the taxi operator who now meets more flights and earns more fares. It is the tour guide whose schedule is full because visitors are eager to discover our stories. It is the restaurant and beach bar filled on weekends, serving homegrown flavors and employing more young people. It is the craft vendor at Port Zante proudly selling the artistry of our people. It is the hotel worker whose hours are steady, whose tips increase, and whose household benefits from every single plane or cruise ship that visits our shores. Madam Speaker, while tourism has proven itself as a powerful engine of national growth, growth alone is never enough. Growth must be governed, growth must be protected, and growth must translate into fairness, security, and dignity for the people who power it every single day. That is why employment and labor is indispensable within this ministry's portfolio. An economy that expands without strong labor protections risks leaving ordinary working people behind. But an economy guided by labor values, fairness, productivity, and justice ensures that success is shared, wages are defended, and opportunity is real. This Labour administration understands that connection, Madam Speaker. Tourism creates the jobs, employment and labour ensures those jobs are decent, safe, productive, and sustainable. The Ministry of Employment and Labour remains steadfast in its commitment to fairness, justice, and dignity within our workforce across the Federation. This ministry is determined to lead as the premier labor authority, one that actively protects workers, strengthens productivity, and modernizes workplace standards to reflect the evolving socio-economic realities of St. Kitts and Nevis. This past year for us has been one of purposeful action. Through deliberate reforms, innovative initiatives, and strong interministerial collaborations, we have focused on building a labor framework that works for both workers and employers. Our objective is clear: to promote fair labor practices, raise productivity, and support sustainable economic growth that benefits every citizen. Through proactive policy making and strategic planning, this government is strengthening the foundation of our labor market and securing a more equitable and resilient future for our people. Madam Speaker, the Appropriation Bill of 2026, as presented by our esteemed Prime Minister, is practical. It's forward-looking and firmly rooted in sustainability. It reinforces this government's commitment to improving work conditions through legislative reform, more inspections, and stronger compliance mechanisms. Over the past 2 years, Madam Speaker, our labor market has shown steady improvement, as mentioned by the mover of the bill. According to national statistics, the average number of jobs increased by 3.3%, and that must be commended, Madam Speaker. These figures reflect more than economic recovery. They speak to resilience, determination, and the collective efforts of government, of workers, and employers working together under sound leadership. However, Madam Speaker, we are not blind to the realities before us. Despite this progress, our labor market continues to face challenges: skills mismatches, productivity gaps, and reliance on key sectors such as tourism and retail. These realities remind us that employment is not simply a statistic. It is a system shaped by policy choices, partnerships, choices, and people. That is why this government approaches labor reform with seriousness, balance, and purpose. At the heart of our approach is stakeholder engagement. This government understands that lasting labor reform cannot be imposed. It must be built through dialogue. That is why the 2026 Appropriation Bill reflects a stakeholder-responsive agenda. At the Ministry, we continue to strengthen collaboration with workers' organizations, the Chamber of Industry and Commerce, training institutions, and community groups through constant consultation and open engagement. These consultations have already delivered tangible results, one being the minimum wage reform. Madam Speaker, the increase in minimum wage phased across 2024 to 2025 and was shaped by meaningful dialogue with unions, employers, and the wider public. After 10 long years without a single adjustment, it was this Labour government that acted. We listened. We established the National Minimum Wage Advisory Committee, and following careful review and consultation, we delivered an increase that places our workers among the better protected in the region. From the days of the Buckley's uprising to today, it is beyond a shadow of doubt that it has always been the Labour Party that stood shoulder and continues to stand shoulder to shoulder with our workers. And that legacy continues under this government. Madam Speaker, the establishment of the NPC, which is the National Productivity Council, was a direct response to national discussions on performance, competitiveness, and workplace culture. Productivity is essential to our GDP growth and our long-term sustainability. And this government has moved beyond talk to action. The Council is now operational and represents a clear commitment to improving performance across both the public and private sector. And I see His Excellency Sam Terence Condor in the public gallery this morning, and he leads on the issues related with the National Productivity Council. Madam Speaker, our remarkable progress in 2025 did not happen in isolation. It was fortified through deliberate and strategic engagement with our regional and international partners. This government understands that a small island cannot stand still in a global tourism market. We must grow. We must show up. We must speak up and assert our rightful place. And that is exactly what we have done, Madam Speaker. Through active participation in the Caribbean Tourism Organization, meaningful collaboration with our fellow small island developing states, SIDS, and continuous knowledge exchange across the region, we have made St. Kitts and Nevis a respected contributor in the Caribbean tourism space. At the same time, we have strengthened relationships with global industry bodies such as ASTA, IATA, and CLEAR. And this is important, Madam Speaker, as these are the organizations that shape booking trends, airline connectivity, cruise itineraries, and international travel demand. These partnerships give us the kind of market intelligence, industry visibility, and strategic positioning that no small island can afford to ignore. When we take our seat at the table, Madam Speaker, not as passive participants, but as confident advocates, we influence the decisions that directly affect the livelihoods of the people we serve. That is the power of proactive diplomacy. It ensures that when airlines are evaluating new routes, when cruise lines design new deployments, and when international hotel brands explore expansion, St. Kitts and Nevis is not just on the list. All of this is strategic, Madam Speaker, why we're able to be first ports on new itineraries by the cruise lines, how we were able to get Icon of the Seas, the first stop on the itinerary, how we were able to get Star of the Seas. Our strong, consistent voice is helping to secure the connectivity, the investment, and the global presence necessary to keep our tourism sector vibrant and competitive. Madam Speaker, having outlined the achievements of the past year and the strength of our regional and international positioning, it is now important that we turn our attention to the road ahead. As we move into the 2026 fiscal year, the Ministry of Tourism, Civil Aviation and International Transport will deepen its efforts to position St. Kitts as a global model of inclusive, regenerative, and future-ready tourism. Our approach, as I have said, Madam Speaker, is guided by a simple but powerful conviction. Tourism must work for the people, not as an abstract concept measured in spreadsheets, but as a lived reality that improves household incomes, expands entrepreneurial pathways, and strengthens every community across the Federation. And so, Madam Speaker, our work for 2026 and beyond is anchored in 5 strategic priorities. These priorities will serve as a guiding star, each designed to ensure that tourism success is felt directly by our citizens. Our first priority is to secure and expand the connectivity that keeps our tourism engine running. We will intensify our efforts to maintain and grow year-round airlift and cruise calls, ensuring reliable access for visitors and steady opportunities for our people. This includes the continuation of our revenue guarantee arrangements, paired, of course, with robust, targeted marketing to stimulate demand and safeguard route performance. when our marketing drives visitor interest and we keep those seats filled, we protect our connectivity while practicing fiscal prudence. Madam Speaker, I want to address another limb in our strategic plan, which is to uplift the communities that serve in tourism. Through the strengthened implementation of our training department, which was introduced, I think it was last year, our goal is to build capacity across the tourism value chain. One of the most powerful ways St. Kitts and Nevis can distinguish itself in a competitive global market is through exceptional customer service. And those of you who are online, social media, the different social media platforms, sometimes you would hear complaints as it relates to customer service, whether at our ports, airports, seaport, hotels. The only way we can distinguish ourselves in a competitive global market is through exceptional customer service, warmth, and knowledge. Every visitor who comes to our shores must leave not just satisfied, but transformed, having experienced the authentic spirit of Kittitian and Nevisian hospitality. When we Kittitianize or Nevisianize the visitor experience, every guest becomes an ambassador to our nation. Madam Speaker, this commitment to quality extends to direct support for our tourism businesses. Just last week, the team and I completed wellness checks with several properties and accommodations on island. I am pleased to report measurable improvement. They're not hearing me? I am pleased to report, and I'm seeing it on the screen now, report measurable improvement. In some cases, Madam Speaker, occupancy rates increased from 50% to 76% year over year. Assurances were also provided by the respective property managers and owners for infrastructure upgrades, enhancing the guest experience on their properties and strengthening destination competitiveness. Several properties have further reported sold out or near sold out bookings for June, driven largely, and we're just in December, and some properties we asked about November, January, February, March, and they're saying the bookings are going well, but they reported sold out or near sold out bookings for June, driven largely by the St. Kitts Music Festival, a festival that has become a trend setter in the region, and I dare say the world. So this is significant for us in tourism, Madam Speaker, because traditionally the tourism season ends for us at the end of the winter season. That's usually around April, or let's say even in May. One of our objectives, as I've said, is to make the destination year-round. And so if we can have bookings, hotels filled in June, flights filled in June, that is transitioning us from seasonal, Madam Speaker, to year-round. And what we've seen is those hotels, taking into account that we have Restaurant Week, CPL, Culturama, and all the other activities that drive visitors to our destination up until August, Madam Speaker. We found that we've only been struggling for the months of September and October. Nonetheless, that is a good transition from seasonal to year-round. And so we are making strides, and I want to commend the hard-working teams in the Ministry of Tourism again, and the St. Kitts Tourism Authority, and all of our respective sister agencies who continue to put in the work. Driving visitor growth requires diversification. That is why we will accelerate the development of yachting as an emerging high-value niche within our tourism products. And the Prime Minister, the Honourable Member from St. Christopher 8, has been behind us, ensuring that this happens. And we've made provision in this cabinet to ensure that this is something we can actually implement in the next budget cycle. This sector, we have how many? Million? Oh, I thought she said we had 10 million, but we have right now 10 super yachts. Wow. And a luxury one berthed downtown at Port Zante. This sector, Madam Speaker, unlocks opportunities in marine services, vessel maintenance, provisioning, and luxury hospitality, creating specialized jobs and higher spend across the economy. And the data has shown you get more income generated from yachting than cruise. And I don't know if you recall, Madam Speaker, last budget cycle we reported that we were able to increase the visitor spend from 2023 to 2024. And we're hoping that with the introduction of the yachting service as a niche to our tourism product, that we can also increase spend there. With facilities at Safe Harbor Marina and Port Zante, St. Kitts is well positioned to capture this affluent market, one that stays longer, spends more, and seeks authentic local experiences. Yachting strengthens diversification and extends the season and adds resilience overall to our tourism product. The team recently toured the completed upgrades at Safe Harbor Marina, and I'm pleased to report that the destination is well aligned for a robust yachting season. The marina now features 31 berths accommodating yachts up to 400 feet with in-slip fueling, an important convenience for captains and crew. Upgrades completed to date include expansion of berthing capacity through a new Medmore dock with a marina depth of 18 feet to accommodate larger vessels. Strong focus on crew experience, including a new gym, crew lounge, organized activities, a golf simulator, a paddle court, and swimming pool. Major improvements. An installation of a desalination system producing 80,000 gallons per day, easing, of course, the pressure, and we ain't gonna pressure no more based on what the Honourable Member from St. Christopher 3 said yesterday. But the 80,000 gallons per day eases the pressure on our national water resources. Madam Speaker, these developments signal our intent to grow tourism, not only in volume, but in value. Through strengthened connectivity, skilled and service-driven people, and diversified high-value offerings, this government is ensuring that visitor growth translates into resilience, opportunity, and shared prosperity for our people. Madam Speaker, our second priority, and I'm getting there, is rooted in the essential truth that visibility drives viability. Let me say that again. Visibility drives viability. In a competitive global market space where destinations continue to compete, and we like to say compete when we have our meetings, but we actually compete for attention, we compete for bookings, and we compete for market share. St. Kitts must be seen, must be felt, and must stand out with clarity and conviction. To give meaningful effect to this government has proposed 57.2 million financial resources for the Ministry of Tourism, of which over 30 million, more than half, will be invested directly into strategic destination promotion and digital brand building, allowing us to intensify campaigns boldly, globally ensuring that our story reaches audiences in North America, in the United Kingdom, Europe, the Caribbean, and emerging niche markets. This is not expenditure, Madam Speaker. This is investment investment that brings passengers through our airports, to our seaports, puts heads in beds at our hotels, bodies into our taxis, and revenue into small businesses. When our brand, Madam Speaker, is visible, our economy grows. And I want to thank, and I think we take for granted a lot of times, the hard work of the St. Kitts Tourism Authority when they leave their families and travel to promote Destination St. Kitts. It's tiring. A lot of times people come and they say they're fatigued, but we put in the work to make sure that our visibility can drive viability. Madam Speaker, this year, I'm pleased to confirm that the hosting of ASTA Caribbean 2026 will be here in St. Kitts in August 2026. And let me see if I remember what the ASTA is, Association. Yes, American, and I was actually a featured speaker in August in Jamaica, American Society of Travel Advisors. It is a huge thing, Madam Speaker. This prestigious conference brings hundreds of travel advisors, wholesalers, meeting planners, and industry gatekeepers to our shores. When these decision makers experience St. Kitts firsthand, we capture bookings for future years. We increase hotel occupancy and expand group travel and elevate confidence in our destination. Let us look closely at this timeline, Madam Speaker. We were strategic in developing our trade markets, working tirelessly to get it booming. These efforts translated into tangible results, including the destination earning the Gold Magellan Award for the Sky, that's St. Kitts Your Way program. Building on this momentum in 2026, like I said, we will host the ASTA Showcase, further positioning St. Kitts as a premier travel destination. This timeline demonstrates how deliberate government action drives recognition, strengthens partnerships, and translates into sustainable economic growth for the destination. Madam Speaker, in support of our private sector, we will launch St. Kitts in the Spotlight, a strategic business-to-business showcase for local hotels, tour operators, and destination management companies. And when we announced it, they were excited. This is market access in its truest form, giving our businesses direct links to those who control the bookings, the itineraries, the packages, and travel distribution channels. When our stakeholders negotiate directly, they capture higher value and greater margins, and that strengthens livelihoods right here at home. This second priority is about securing St. Kitts' rightful place in the global marketplace, not by shouting louder than others, but by speaking with clarity as to who we are, what we offer, and why we matter. Madam Speaker, as we build a tourism economy that stands the test of time, our commitment is clear. Tourism must heal and not harm. Restore, not extract. That is the essence of regenerative development. In the coming fiscal year, the ministry will operationalize this vision through a waste management and climate action strategy designed with a focus on the tourism sector. This strategy will encourage hotels, attractions, and service providers to adopt sustainable waste systems, transition away from single-use plastics, and champion recycling initiatives, also keeping in line with the mandate of the Ministry of Environment. The government will also support regenerative outcomes through complementary investments in coastal restoration, renewable energy integration, and of course, our eco expansion. When we restore our beaches, we protect a fundamental economic asset. When we integrate renewable energy into resorts and our ports and tourism sites, we reduce operational costs while demonstrating environmental leadership. If tourism, Madam Speaker, is to lift and to continue lift our nation, then its benefits must touch every household. It must touch every community, not only the hotel corridors and commercial districts. In 2026, the ministry will intensify its commitment to inclusive development through the Heart of the Community project, developed and delivered in partnership with the Organization of the Eastern Caribbean States. This initiative is deliberately designed to ensure earnings and tourism earnings are more widely shared and move revenue from centralized hubs into villages, into families and local entrepreneurs. Madam Speaker, transformational development is now underway in our cruise sector. I am proud at this time to officially announce that St. Kitts has secured home porting operations we have secured home porting operations for P&O cruises under the Carnival Corporation umbrella, one of the most influential cruise brands locally. This represents a decisive shift in our positioning, not just as a port of call, but as a strategic embarkation and disembarkation hub within the Caribbean cruise sector. This initial model, of home porting will enable a fly cruise experience where passengers will begin and end their journeys in St. Kitts and Nevis. They will fly into our beautiful Federation, overnight in our hotels, make advance and post cruise bookings, utilize our taxi and tour services, dine in our fancy restaurants, and purchase retail products. These, Madam Speaker, are tangible benefits that the Honorable Senator Jones seemed not to be aware of. Real income reaching real people. To support this unprecedented advancement, Madam Speaker, the government will proceed with major upgrades at Port Zante, including the construction of a new cruise terminal designed to international home porting standards. This facility will offer enhanced passenger processing, expanded customs and immigration capacity, comfortable holding lounges, and improved logistic spaces, ensuring efficiency, safety, and high service quality for passenger and cruise operators. Madam Speaker, this is not merely infrastructure, it is strategic positioning. We must appreciate that visitors form their impressions of St. Kitts long before they arrive at their respective accommodation. If terminals are modern, processing is smooth, amenities are accessible, and spaces are well maintained, they immediately sense that this is a destination that values excellence. Madam Speaker, I'm sure you've heard a lot about resilience, and we talk a lot about resilience. For us, it's not merely a trending hashtag. Resilience for us is the new foundation of global competitiveness. Hurricanes must not cripple our sector. Heavy rainfall must not disrupt access to our sites. Rising temperatures must not compromise visitor comfort. By upgrading our facilities at Port Zante, advancing our plans for the terminal modernization at the Robert Llewellyn Bradshaw International Airport, improving beach management infrastructure, and supporting digital readiness across tourism sites, we are not simply building infrastructure. We are building confidence, economic continuity, and long-term sustainability. Allow me at this time, Madam Speaker, to talk about, just to mention some of the initiatives that the St. Christopher Air and Seaports Authority will embark on. That's not necessarily accounted for in this budget, but supports the work, in the appropriation bill, but supports the work generally of our government. Like I said, by mid-2027, Madam Speaker, we will have constructed and operationalized the new cruise terminal, fully equipped with passenger security screening and custom processing facilities. We will also be converting the RLB Airport VIP parking lot into a dedicated dual-use passenger processing hall featuring security screening and immigration and customs services. The inaugural season for our first call for home porting is November 8th, 2027, and so we must be ready. That is already published on the itineraries, and we will, from November 7, 2027, manage 2,000 passengers weekly. 2,000 passengers weekly flying from the UK on charters, boarding on their cruise from Port Zante, returning back to Port Zante, and again flying back to the UK via chartered service. Madam Speaker, this is a big thing for us, and it must be commended. We value our relationships and partnerships. Madam Speaker, the St. Christopher Air and Seaports Authority intends as well to lead the nation's CISA transition by decarbonizing operations at our ports and ensuring, as I said earlier, that the infrastructure is resilient to climate change. We intend between 2026 and 2027 to successfully commission the wind turbine project, targeting a 50% reduction in electricity costs and greenhouse emissions. We intend as well, through the budget at the authority, implement solar PV solutions, and all new and existing rooftops, including our cargo sheds and terminals, will be decked with this solution. Madam Speaker, at the Frigate Bay Development Corporation, I wish at this time to give the update on the work done at the corporation that is one of our sister agencies. I am pleased to report that the Cabinet has approved the acquisition of over 8 acres of land located at the Cockleshell Beach to be developed and managed by the Frigate Bay Development Corporation. Following several monthly interagency meetings held at the Ministry of Tourism, a Cockleshell Task Force Committee was established comprising multiple agencies across the government. The Cabinet's approval sanctioned the Cockleshell Beach Operations Policy. The proposed development covers approximately 8.16 acres of land. The site plan introduces a structured layout with clearly defined zones so that activities flow seamlessly. These include areas for food and beverage operations, family and leisure use, water sports activity, public facilities, and access for all locals. Space is also identified for a SCASPA terminal and for what the Honourable Member from Nevis 11 spoke of, an extension of the existing pier. This zoning approach allows the beach to operate in a more, would allow our beach and our vendors to operate in a more organized way. And it improves visitor flow and supports a more consistent experience for both locals and visitors. At present, Madam Speaker, several vendors operate directly on the sand close to the waterline. This, of course, limits the space for swimming, walking, and general recreation and contributes to congestion during peak periods. The proposal that was approved relocates some of our vendors as well from the South Friars Bay into a purpose-built structure space located several feet away from the shoreline. It restores the beachfront for public enjoyment.
Honourable Member, you are at the 1 hour mark.
Beg your pardon?
You are at the 1 hour mark.
Grateful. I don't intend to go beyond that. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The approved proposal by the Cabinet restores beachfront for public enjoyment while creating a cleaner and more comfortable shoreline experience for locals and visitors. Importantly, Madam Speaker, the existing tree line there on Cockleshell, where a lot of people just relax and spend the day, will remain intact and continue to be used as a shaded picnic and recreational space. The Public Works Department, who is also represented on the task force, has prepared preliminary designs for 3 types of bar structures, which the Cabinet looked at and gave its approval. The proposal is for the government to construct these buildings and lease them to vendors. And in total, or at least for starters, we are proposing 10 commercial units. Public amenities will form part of the project. These include restrooms, showers, shaded seating areas, and recreational spaces, waste and recycling stations, and lighting and pedestrian walkways. The project is structured to be delivered in phases to allow for cost control, for coordination, and minimal disruption to beach use. The first phase prioritizes core infrastructure, including road access, drainage improvements, waste water treatment, utilities, and pier upgrades and extensions. Safety and emergency responses were also considered, as the design includes lifeguard towers to improve water safety. It also sets aside space for a police outpost and a fire and rescue outpost. Carrying capacity was also carefully considered. While the physical space could approximately house 1,200 persons, accommodate 1,200 persons based on area calculation, the figure did not account for environmental impact, amongst other things. And so the carrying capacity recommended daily operating capacity to about 800 visitors and residents. As I said, management of the space is proposed under the Frigate Bay Development Corporation with support from the St. Kitts Tourism Authority for licensing and tourism standards. So, Madam Speaker, as we look forward toward the implementation of this program of our work, our responsibility is clear. Every dollar allocated to tourism must translate, as I said before, in value for our people. And so this government, Madam Speaker, has been deliberate in seeking and allocating resources that will not just sit on paper, but will produce real outcomes, real jobs, business activities, stronger connectivity, and greater opportunities for every citizen from every walk of life. I want to begin with I want to mention one of the most powerful economic engines in our annual calendar, the St. Kitts Music Festival. The government has maintained its allocation of $9 million, and of course that is not without reason. For many families, that weekend, this month generally, is one of the highest earning period of the year. I remember when we met with JetBlue, and I wasn't there, but the team reported that they said, what's happening in St. Kitts in June? They wished every week could be like that week for the music festival. And that is because, Madam Speaker, the impact from the festival, we've done the economic impact assessment, and the impact is clear. It trickles down. Another major investment, as I said, is in the area of air service and destination visibility, which I touched on earlier. Today, St. Kitts has more flight capacity than we did 2 years ago. And as nice as that sounds, it proposed and puts another challenge. So we have more flights than we did, but it means we have more seats to fill. It means the team has more work to do. We have to go out and ensure that those seats are filled. When a destination is well connected, everything else becomes easier though. Hotels hire more people. new small businesses open, and nationals at home and abroad can travel efficiently, and investors are confident. The government has therefore, Madam Speaker, protected the resources for flights for air service connectivity and have the need to sustain airlift performance with an investment of $21.5 million, because access cannot be left by chance. So, Madam Speaker, we are investing with our allocations. We intend to invest with our allocations, and we intend to invest strategically in major media placements in our different source markets, in digital campaigns that reach audiences that traditional advertising cannot reach, and in our storytelling efforts that highlights our culture, our warmth, and our identity. I want to again thank all of our stakeholders, all the teams in tourism. I see our junior Minister of Tourism sitting on the front, Miss Mary Shelford, who did a wonderful job in representing us at the Regional Caribbean CTO's Youth Congress. Beg your pardon? And she's also a remarkable teen. Yes. She's also a remarkable teen. And she continues to work with us. She's an excellent junior Minister of Tourism. So the allocations that this government has preserved in the bill proposed for 2026 are not just about spending. They're about safeguarding opportunity, about expanding earning power, and about ensuring that the economic momentum we have built over the last 3 years does not slow, but accelerates. We're using, and we propose to continue using public resources with precision and with clear purpose, to elevate our destination, to strengthen the value of our tourism product, and to ensure that citizens, which is the theme of this budget debate, empowering people and progress, to ensure that citizens feel the benefits of tourism, not just in theory, but in their pockets, in their work week, and in the opportunities available to them. Madam Speaker, these allocations reflect an investment in national prosperity, in household security, and in a tourism future that belongs to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Before I conclude, however, permit me, Madam Speaker, to speak directly to the people I am honored to represent, my people, the good people of Central Bastia. Because, Madam Speaker, at the end of every debate in this honorable House, the true measure of leadership is not what we say here, but what our constituents feel and how they're empowered. National development must never be something that happens somewhere else. It must be visible and tangible in the everyday lives of our people, in the opportunities they can access, in the security they feel, and the dignity with which they live. Madam Speaker, I know all of the presenters who went before me spoke of how the people in Central Bastia will benefit. We've built over 800 homes through the NHC program. The good people of Central Bastia have benefited from some of those homes. Currently under construction, I think 12 homes at Gillard's. And soon we would have new homeowners shaking their keys. Central Bastia continues to be landlocked, and the Ministry of Sustainable Development has found ways to ensure that the good people of Central Bastia benefit from land allocation, not, albeit sometimes not within the Central Bastia communities. I continue to beam with pride when I sit in my one-on-ones, Madam Speaker, and see a number of young people benefit from the jobs created by this government. They come, they indicate, they want to work. they are told of the available opportunities. I see them on a day-to-day basis showing up to jobs. And I want the people in Central Bastia to understand that I will continue to advocate on their behalf. Opportunities, Madam Speaker, are opening for our young people through this government and its initiatives, for families and for small entrepreneurs. The people of Central Bastia continue to benefit. As a part of a campaign that we launched, a cleanup campaign in Central Bastia, not as a one-day activity or a symbolic gesture, but as a coordinated program that included several cleanup and improvement initiatives across the constituency, we launched the campaign Restoring Pride, Improving Safety, because if you follow the pages on social media, some of the places were not safe, overgrown, abandoned properties. And when we walk the streets and engage the constituents, some of the things they reported was that, they didn't feel safe with all these abandoned properties and overgrown properties. Madam Speaker, through this campaign, the cleanup campaign, we restored pride in our community. The campaign so far has been successful in not only improving the cleanliness and sanitation of the physical environment, but it has fostered a sense of ownership and civic responsibility amongst communities of Central Bastia. When we go out and you see the residents showing up and taking part in cleaning the communities, it is heartwarming. They come out, they walk around, they help us with the consultations, and they help with the overall cleanup. I wish at this time to thank all the agencies who have partnered with me as the parliamentary representative, Her Majesty's Prison, the Ministry of Health, the Traffic Department who helped with the derelict vehicles, Parks and Beaches, the STEP program, Public Works Department, and the Solid Waste Management Corporation, all, Madam Speaker, who have been instrumental in delivering these results. It is my job as your elected representative to mobilize government's resources to bring these kinds of tangible solutions to the community level for your benefit. I wish to thank every resident who came out, every volunteer, every young person, every community member, because what you demonstrated is exactly what Labour leadership has always stood for: community-powered, shared responsibility, and the belief that our people deserve better. Transformation does not come or does not happen from speeches, from bullying on Facebook. It happens when communities rise and say, enough is enough. We are taking back our space. We're going to make our spaces safer. So as we enter, Madam Speaker, the Christmas season, I wish to say directly to the families and the people of Central Bastia, a happy and prosperous New Year. Yesterday, we came together. I left this honorable house to attend the constituency party and celebrate with the children. And I have no voice now, but we shared joy, we laughed together, and we had a good season of togetherness. I don't say unity. Because So, to the beautiful people of Central Bastia, I say this: my commitment to you is steady, and I'm not campaigning. Yes. Because I see some people saying that. But my role in this house is to ensure, correct, but my role in this house is to ensure that the people who elected me overwhelmingly to serve them have their interests met. I say this: my commitment to you is steady. It is not seasonal and it is not selective. I will continue to listen. I will continue to work. I will continue to advocate, ask the honorable members, my colleagues who sit on this side with me, How much of the state? Well, what happened to the things them for us in Central Bastille? But together, we will continue. We're getting with houses, we're getting with roads, we're getting with land, with water. And I'm not just getting, we have gotten improved roads. We have gotten, sorry? The waterman from number 3 has recently restored 24/7 water, soon to be restored to the communities. But I'm getting it already, and I'm thankful. So Central Bastille, I will continue to listen. I will continue to work. I will continue to advocate on the ground and in this honorable house for opportunities and a better quality life for the people of Central Bastille. Together, we will continue to build a Central Bastille, build communities that we can be proud of, communities where progress is real, where a girl from McKnight like me could come out and stand in this honorable house today. Where people feel supported and where every family can look to a future with confidence. So I say to the good people of Central Bastille, I see you, I hear you, and I know the daily realities you face. Feel encouraged and rest assured that this 2026 budget has allocations within it that benefit all of you. So as I conclude my presentation, Madam Speaker, I wish to reiterate that this government is not building a tourism industry for headlines. We don't bother with them things. We are building it for the people, for the young mother who relies on her shifts at the hotel to support her family, for the fisherman whose catch now supplies restaurants filled with visitors, for the graduate returning home with skills and ambition, for the small entrepreneur whose dream is finally within reach. Tourism is no longer something that happens around our people. Tourism is working for our people. So in 2026, Madam Speaker, we are not simply continuing what we have started. We are stepping into a new era of tourism leadership. We're claiming our rightful space among Caribbean leading nations. We have brought stronger airlift with new airline access. We've introduced home porting for the first time in our federation's history. We've increased global visibility, strengthening our environmental protections at our ports, and ensuring that corporations and also, very importantly, our communities stand at the center of economic opportunity. We are putting resilience in every single aspect of our product so that what succeeds today flourishes tomorrow. St. Kitts and Nevis will no longer play small in a competitive world. We will not shrink beside others who are investing boldly. We will match ambition with execution. We will convert investment into transformation. Visible, measurable transformation that reaches homes in McKnight, Market Street, M Street, Newtown, Sandy Point, Old Road, Keys, in Charlestown and Gingerland, and in every single community across both islands. And so, today, I say to the people of this federation, this is your industry. This is your opportunity and your future. Tourism is not owned by a sector. It is powered, like this budget, by people. Powered by our warmth, our talent, and our authenticity. So, Madam Speaker, the vision is clear. A tourism product that does not extract, but regenerates. An economy, as said by our mover of the bill, that does not exclude, but empowers, and empowers all. A country that does not hope for prosperity, but builds it. When tourism thrives, our nation rises, and that is clear. When our destination is respected, our people advance. And when prosperity touches every household, then and only then, Madam Speaker, we have done what we came here to do. Tourism for all. Tourism changing lives. Tourism securing our future. Allow me to close by saying to the good people of St. Kitts and Nevis, warm wishes for the season. Make sure you participate, whether Juve morning, last lap, or in any of the festivities. And I look forward to a new year where we continue to build stronger communities and brighter futures together. With that said, Madam Speaker, I wish this bill safe passage through this honorable House. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher II. Based on the speaking order, we have one additional presenter left. That is a member from the government's benches. I therefore recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher VI.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honourable.
Permit me, of course, to rise. I thought it was going to be this morning, but I said this afternoon with a deep sense of responsibility, gratitude, and resolve to lend my full support to the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025 that is now before this Honourable House, presented by the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, our member for St. Christopher number 8, Dr. Terence Joe, in his annual budget address delivered earlier this week. Madam Speaker, I do so not merely as a member of the Cabinet, but as a servant of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, very conscious of those who are the residents of constituency St. Christopher number 6, those who hail from Newton Ground in the west to Harris's in the east, but of course quite inclusive of St. Paul's, Deer Bay, Parsons, Lynches, Lavington, and of course Sadlers. I believe, Madam Speaker, that the expectations of the present and the obligations that we owe to future generations are almost palpable today. At the outset, Madam Speaker, I wish to recognize and commend all honourable members on this side of the House. those who have contributed meaningfully to this debate over the past several days. Each intervention, Madam Speaker, has reflected the seriousness with which this government approaches governance, the seriousness of fiscal stewardship, and of course, national development. I want to acknowledge the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, the honorable ministers who hold sustainable development portfolio, those who hold infrastructure, tourism, agriculture, social development, labor, youth, gender affairs, and all of my colleagues who have articulated their own visions and defended their portfolios and placed before the nation a coherent and integrated policy direction for the fiscal year ahead, 2026. Madam Speaker, I also acknowledge, of course, the contributions from members on the opposition benches. While we may differ in philosophy and approach, robust debate is the lifeblood of any parliamentary democracy. And this House is strengthened when ideas are tested in open forum of public discourse. Madam Speaker, what really is this budget about? It is a budget that is anchored in purpose and in progress. And so this debate occurs at a significant juncture in the life of this Parliament. We are now in the 4th year of a 5-year term, a moment that demands reflection, accountability, and renewed focus, especially when we had seen the collapse of the last administration after a few months of being put together in this very Parliament. This budget, therefore, is not a speculative exercise. It is a mature budget. It is informed by experience. It is grounded in realities of governance and shaped by the lessons learned since this administration assumed office and labor administrations of yesteryear. It reflects a government that has stabilized the economy. It has restored confidence after the collapse of a government of just about 18 or 15 months, and placed people at the center of our national development, even while navigating global uncertainty, inflationary pressures, climate vulnerability, and of course, geopolitical instability, even within the very Caribbean region in which we are living. Madam Speaker, the appropriation bill before us is a statement of intent. And it speaks to the following. 1, fiscal responsibility without social abandonment. 2, economic growth without exclusion. 3, development without disregard for sustainability. And progress without forgetting our most vulnerable of this country. This budget, it builds on a foundation of sound macroeconomic management, strengthened international partnerships, and on unwavering commitment to good governance, which speaks to us and those on the other side. There is a collective responsibility and cabinet unity within this budget. The budget is not the work of one individual. It is the product of collective cabinet deliberation, technical expertise, public consultation, and strategic planning across ministries and departments. It reflects a philosophy of this administration. That is, governance is a shared responsibility, and that national progress requires coordination, cooperation, and of course, coherence. as Minister responsible for economic development and investment, for foreign affairs and international trade, industry and commerce, and consumer affairs, I am particularly heartened by the clear alignment between fiscal policy and the government's broader development agenda. This budget, therefore, reinforces our commitment to achieve the following. 1, economic diversification. Sorry, the member for number 5 is not here this morning. Investment facilitation. Thirdly, regional and international engagement. 4, industrial development. 5, consumer protection. And 6, the creation of sustainable, decent workforce for all of our people. Madam Speaker, permit me for a moment to recognize the leadership of the Prime Minister. I wish to place on record my own commendation of the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Dr. Joe, for the clarity, for the discipline, and the vision demonstrated in the presentation of this particular budget. I commend, of course, those in the Ministry of Finance who have helped as architects in putting this together and thus presented before the country. His leadership reflects a modern understanding of governance, one that balances fiscal prudence with social justice and ambition with realism. Under his stewardship, this government has remained focused on its own mandate to build a sustainable island state, not as a slogan at all, but as a practical framework for resilience, equity, and long-term prosperity. Recall the historical path that we have taken from sugar monoculture to services, tourism, hospitality, international financial services, information communication technology services, offshore education services, and yet another pillar, agriculture and light manufacturing, small business and entrepreneurship. All of these, Madam Speaker, are what we are transitioning towards from where we were when, unfortunately, we had setbacks of several dimensions. I want to emphasize here this afternoon my support for the appropriation bill. Madam Speaker, it is against this backdrop that I rise today to unequivocally support the appropriation bill that is now before this Honorable House, because it is intended to consolidate the path that we have taken to realize that bold vision of transition, transformation, and economic diversification. This bill provides the legal and financial authority that is necessary to advance the policies, the programs, and projects that our people have entrusted us to deliver. It is a budget that gives us the opportunity to realize our bold vision of investing in people and investing in our progress towards a brighter future. It is to protect the vulnerable. It is to further diversification. It is to assist in further diversification of the national economy. It is to empower the productive sectors. It is to strengthen institutions. It is to position St. Kitts and Nevis to compete and thrive in an increasingly complex global economy. For a moment, I forgot the translator, the interpreter. Going fine. Good. Madam Speaker, and so in the course of this presentation, I will address in greater detail the specific initiatives, the allocations, the strategic priorities within my own ministerial portfolios that give life and substance to this budget, intended to create a sustainable island state, following the very broad guidelines of the National Development Planning Framework, the NDPF, distilled, and so well marketed by the Sustainable Island State Agenda, CISA. And so, Madam Speaker, foreign policy is how a small nation like ours make a big life for its people. Foreign policy, foreign affairs. The ministry's diplomacy is a development instrument. It mobilizes finance and technical cooperation. It secures education and skills opportunities. It attracts technology and knowledge transfer. And it protects our citizens abroad, whether naturally born citizens or those who acquired citizenship by descent, by marriage, or by investment. All of them, none is left out. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs delivered tangible, people-centered diplomatic gains in 2025, especially in scholarships, in education, in technology transfer, and human capital. We strengthened international partnerships. We've expanded our technical cooperation and leveraged diplomacy to attract finance and capacity building, whether through bilateral or our multilateral relationships. These functions feed directly into the National Development Planning Framework, the NDPF, priorities for human capital, resilience, and economic diversification. The Sustainable Island State Agenda, CISA, pillars for resilience and sustainable resource use, and the 2030 SDG targets for education, for decent work, for health, for climate action, and for partnerships. The budget 2026, Madam Speaker, the ministry requested targeted resources to convert diplomatic commitments into concrete projects. And so we've expanded our scholarships in Cuba, in Morocco, in the Republic of China, in Tanzania. We have, of course, insisted on consular modernization and climate diplomacy. Madam Speaker, if you look at the 2025 performance highlights and development impact, we will illustrate it by the following. In multilateral leadership and agenda setting, our ambassador at the UN was appointed co-chair of a working group to revitalize the United Nations General Assembly, strengthening our own voice on reform and small state priorities, and deepening influence on multilateral processes that affect financing, peace, and development. Can you imagine how proud we felt when at the just concluded 80th session of UNGA, United Nations General Assembly, one of the co-chairs was our own permanent representative and ambassador at the UN, hailing in particular with pride from constituency number 6. Again, diplomatic engagement and market access. Appointed new missions in India and Singapore, with bilateral visits, new envoy appointments, opened trade and tourism channels that support economic diversification and decent work, directly contributing to the NDPF's economic growth and employment objectives. In the area of city diplomacy and subnational cooperation, I emphasize that formal ties with 2 major cities in Taiwan open doors for tourism flows, for cultural exchange, and municipal-level cooperation in smart services, in agro-tech, and education, thus complementing national bilateral agendas and CISA's innovation focus. again pursued and led by another of our youthful ambassadors from constituency number 6. That is not by coincidence. It's the Lord's blessings, I'm sure. Embassy led economic and cultural promotion as well. Our Taipei mission won recognition for promoting national festivals, music and mango, at the 2025 Taipei International Travel Fair, converting visibility into demand and networks for tourism, agri-products, and of course, creative exports. Our embassy in Washington, D.C., it facilitated a cultural group to perform for independence celebrations and continues to be one of the trusted architects strengthening our own bilateral relationship with the United States of America at a time when the USA's foreign policy is being reshaped and refocused under the present administration of President Trump. Again, ministerial leadership and policy coherence has been demonstrated. Senior ministers' 2024 achievements and strategic vision for 2025 were underscored through integrated portfolios, foreign affairs, trade, industry, investment, creating a unified external engagement strategy that translates diplomacy into development gains. What are some of the concrete 2025 results that benefited Kittitians and Nevisians? Firstly, scholarships and higher education access. St. Kitts and Nevis has long leveraged bilateral ties with Taiwan, Cuba, and Morocco, Romania, Azerbaijan, to secure scholarships in inter alia, medicine, engineering, technology. These programs continue to expand access for our youth and strengthen national human capital. This year, the scholarship intake increased from a historical maximum of 15 to 25 scholarships following direct advocacy by our ambassador and our minister during official visits to Taiwan. Technical assistance and volunteer professionals. During the minister's visit to Nigeria, that is yours truly, because we have another minister who visits occasionally, contact with Nigeria Technical Aid Corps, NTAC, secured deployment of education and medical professionals. 17 volunteers will arrive in this federation next week on Air Peace flight, flying directly from Nigeria to St. John's, Antigua, and then taking Sunrise Airways to our own Robert Llewellyn Bradford International Airport on the 21st day of December, immediately strengthening frontline services. We shall achieve even if we have to cross boundaries, even if we have to cross borders, whether they are across nations or across mountains, whether they are across continents, we shall continue to use diplomacy, our foreign affairs, support connections in order to bring benefits to our people to achieve our goals as set out in this budget for 2026. In the area of technology donations for education, again, I mentioned diplomatic channels with Azerbaijan via our own ambassador in Cuba. We've got 100 laptop computers. They have been pledged to the Ministry of Education to support the National Laptop Program and digital learning. And already the order has been placed for a brand new library for the Dr. Denzil Llewellyn Douglas Secondary School in Settlers, with e-books.
Only 6 benefited from this fire.
Not really at all. The country benefits, inclusive of Nevis. With e-books, some 235 laptop computers, one for each student in that school. We're small, but we talent. I wish to also emphasize interns and knowledge transfer that is part of this diplomatic stride for our development. Deployment of interns from Taiwan to several ministries accelerated priority work. Within the ministry, we advanced the Multilateral Treaty Index, and we completed a protocol handbook improving institutional capacity for treaty management and diplomatic procedure. Through UNESCO and our partnerships with them, for teacher professionalization and curriculum reform, we have made contacts with UNESCO, and with the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and our ambassador to UNESCO, the Federation has secured access to undergraduate pathways for teachers via the Open University of Tanzania, supported by UNESCO, to professionalize the teaching force here in St. Kitts and Nevis. 26. Additional UNESCO assistance includes the following: strengthening the national qualifications and accreditation framework, scaling up TVET competencies for TVET teachers, introducing education for sustainable development into national curriculum, developing an intangible cultural heritage national policy framework, and enhancing biodiversity credentials for the Man and the Biosphere Reserve in St. Mary's in Keon under the UNESCO Earth Network. And of course, supporting the elimination of plastics and the development of national gender equality policy of our country. For 2026, what are some of the priorities and outlook? Climate resilience financing. We cannot achieve our climate resilience goals without financing. And so we shall continue to negotiate and secure concessional resources, grants, and technical assistance, all aligned to achieve the CISA pillars, or all aligned to the CISA pillars, thus leveraging the United Nations, EOSIS, and regional mechanisms to accelerate energy transition, water security, and coastal protection, which are so critical for our own sustainability as a nation. We will also pursue bilateral cooperation in agri-tech, in health and education. We will continue our digital diplomacy for the MSMEs and branding. We shall ensure that there is diaspora engagement at all levels. We will make sure that there is multilateral leadership so that sustained roles that shape agendas at UNGA revitalization, ECOSOC membership, and SIDS coalitions to keep all of these small state needs central to our global policy of financing and implementation. What are now some of the direct contributions from the Ministry of National Development or practical impacts? Firstly, we must ensure that we emphasize the human capital uplift. I mentioned scholarships, teacher upskilling, and volunteer professionals fill all of the critical skill gaps in medicine, in engineering, in education, and technology, reducing skill shortages, bottlenecks that can constrain growth. In other words, if we are seeking to really position this country to the next level, if we want to really invest in progress and in our people, we have to make sure that our people access training. That is what this ministry is seeking to do, to provide the means by which our people can work, prepare themselves in order to take forward the mantle of leadership to transform and transition this country of ours. We will ensure that improved service is delivered. Short-term deployments and internships will accelerate project delivery across ministries, especially education, health, and digital transformation, thus increasing government effectiveness. There shall be digital inclusion and learning continuity to be achieved. The laptop donation and TVET scaling support, remote learning, digital literacy, and workforce readiness, all these are key to post-pandemic recovery and our NDP targets achievements. We shall ensure that one of the direct contributions of the ministry to our national development will be institutional strengthening. A multilateral treaty index and protocol handbook will improve treaty compliance, negotiation outcomes, and the ministry's ability to secure favorable technical and financial packages. Another important area of achievement will be policy coherence and international credibility. UNESCO, for example, and other multilateral partnerships, they will help to align national policy in terms of qualifications, gender, cultural heritage, biodiversity, with international standards, thus improving our own access to funding and technical cooperation. The idea here, Madam Speaker, is that we cannot do it alone. We do not have the financial and the human resources to do it alone. That is why we are forging partnerships with our international friends and friendly countries so that we can, in short order, within the short space and time allowed, qualify to move forward to achieve what has been outlined to be achieved in this budget for 2026. A small state's power, it lies in the position of its own partnerships. I want to repeat that. A small state's power lies in the precision of its partnerships. And so in 2025, we proved that strategic diplomacy delivers concrete gains for jobs, for skills, for culture, and resilience. Those which we would have achieved in tourism in fiscal year 2025 were not achievable without our partnerships that we would have established. In 2026, we pledge to sharpen that precision, aiming every agreement, aiming every fellowship established, aiming every mission initiative at the heart of CSIR's transformation and the NDPF's vision for 2020 to 2040, so that our own global work will show up in people's everyday lives at home here in St. Kitts and also in Nevis. Madam Speaker, let me move on very quickly to international trade, industry, commerce, and consumer affairs. And let me, of course, wet the tongue and lips with some water. Convis, where are you?
Gets you? The good
Waterman, the good waterman.
Good water.
And so I say, as Minister of International Trade, Industry, Commerce, and Consumer Affairs, I am most honored to present the initiatives and the accomplishments of my ministry. These initiatives are carried out against the backdrop of a difficult global economy, with larger countries frequently overlooking the needs of smaller ones, smaller and more vulnerable nations. But, Madam Speaker, as the world economy grows more complex and interconnected, St. Kitts and Nevis depends on its capacity to interact purposefully with international markets for continued prosperity. Our vision of 2025, though modified to overcome these hurdles that we will face in 2026, my ministry's activities in 2026 must reflect a deliberate focus on advancing a resilient and diversified economy, and a diversified economic policy, I should say, that fundamentally alters the trajectory of our small island state. We must be on a path that echoes opportunity and sustainable growth through and for all our citizens' future. And so our vision is to expand our export markets, strengthening ties with our strategic partners in the global south, and leveraging critical agreements we as parties have signed on to. Madam Speaker, we will review the achievements of the Ministry of International Trade, Industry and Commerce, Consumer Affairs, which include the St. Kitts and Nevis Bureau of Standards. Madam Speaker, let us turn for a moment our attention firstly to the Department of International Trade. I notice Acting PS is here in-house with us. Well, actors are not forever. Madam Speaker, in today's increasingly interdependent and multifaceted global economy, the prosperity and sustainable development of our nation are fundamentally intertwined with our capacity to effectively engage and compete in international markets. Recognizing this reality, a cornerstone of our own strategic vision for 2026 is the deliberate, focused advancement and modernization of our own international trade policy framework. Madam Speaker, 2026, the Department of International Trade is committed to aggressively expanding into new export markets, focusing especially on high-value niche products that reflect our own unique competitive advantages. A key element of this strategy involves strengthening and deepening our trade relationships with strategic partners in the global south that offer vast and untapped opportunities for trade and investment. Yesterday we heard, or the day before, we heard from the Minister of Agriculture and Small Business and so forth, who has been making strides in the African continent, in Nigeria. And so in this regard, Madam Speaker, the St. Kitts and Nevis Brazil-Guyana Partial Scope Agreement, the PSA, it stands at the forefront of our international trade objectives. This accord remains a vital component of our overarching strategy, reflecting our own commitment to deepen economic ties and secure new opportunities for growth and investment. Currently, the PSA is undergoing a thorough review to ensure its provisions are in harmony with the rapidly changing global economic landscape. Madam Speaker, the Department of International Trade has proactively alerted the private sector that the PSA negotiations will be resumed in 2026. But in addition to this, Madam Speaker, the department continues to intensify collaboration with regional partners to bring the CARICOM-Colombia Trade Agreement on trade and technical cooperation into full fruition. Madam Speaker, this agreement is designed to deliver concrete improvements in market access for our own goods and services within the Global South, especially targeting Colombia, while also mitigating technical restrictions that have hampered trade growth in the past. Central to these objectives, Madam Speaker, is the promotion of capacity building, harmonization of product standards, and support for suitable development practices across the entire region. Madam Speaker, the Department of International Trade achieved notable progress in 2025 through the formalization of an economic cooperation agreement with the Republic of China, Taiwan. As we look ahead to 2026, a central focus will be on actively pursuing the successful conclusion of this critical, pivotal agreement. The Department of International Trade has dedicated significant time and effort to this agreement, recognizing that the ECA is designed to serve the best interest of St. Kitts and Nevis while honoring Taiwan's own requirements in this particular economic cooperation agreement. Madam Speaker, as I reflect on my own commitment made in this very chamber back in 2024, where I assured the people of St. Kitts and Nevis of an active 2025 agenda, it is with a sense of accountability and pride that I affirm our continued efforts to fulfill that particular promise. Despite the significant geopolitical challenges which we have no direct control over, we have remained steadfast and unwavering in our own dedication to progress. Our resolve has not faltered. Instead, we have stayed the course, ensuring that our actions are aligned with the best interest of our nation and our nation's people. Madam Speaker, it is imperative that we as government continue its work on this agreement, as the heart of this agreement, Madam Speaker, emphasizes technical cooperation, capacity building initiatives, which are fundamental elements of the agreement that will empower our industries and workforce, thus enabling us to strengthen our own industrial capabilities. Madam Speaker, these are vital steps toward diversification and the creation of new jobs for our citizens. Furthermore, the agreement serves to reinforce the diplomatic relationship and deepen the economic partnership between St. Kitts and Nevis and Taiwan. For these reasons, it has been designated as a top priority within the department's 2026 work plan. This agreement stands as a cornerstone in our broader strategy to diversify our economic partnerships and to advance sustainable growth of our nation, especially in Southeast Asia. Madam Speaker, our nation's journey toward a resilient and sustainable future is inextricably linked to our active and strategic engagement within our own Caribbean community. And so to that end, a central pillar of this department's work is to empower every single citizen of St. Kitts and Nevis with the necessary tools and the confidence to fully participate in the CARICOM single market and economy. We view the CSME not merely as a policy framework, but as a dynamic and transformative arena for growth, for collaboration, and of course, for shared prosperity. For a small island state, our greatest asset has always been our people. The CSME's provisions for the free movement of skills present a profound opportunity to leverage this asset on a regional scale. This is a strategic imperative that allows us to transcend the limitations of our own domestic labor market. It is a conduit for our citizens to access expanded career opportunities abroad, which in turn alleviates local unemployment, catalyzes professional development, and fosters a valuable cycle of knowledge and expertise that can be repatriated to strengthen our own economy. Yesterday, we, of course, were challenged that a lot of our small businesses in this country, which operated and flourished in the past, especially on the 4th Street track, a lot of those businesses are now in the hands of so-called foreign people. That struck me in the sense that it is not a statement that must go unnoticed. But I want to emphasize that St. Kitts and Nevis has signed on to the free movement of people, especially in the Eastern Caribbean and also in the wider Caribbean community. I was further challenged in discussions this morning on this matter that maybe, although the skill certificate from CARICOM is really the tool, the instrument that determines whether one is able to establish themselves here into businesses and into jobs that are created here in St. Kitts and Nevis. The skill certificate still remains the main instrument of determination. I have been challenged that maybe some of these are fraudulent. I would not go that far. But all I ask this chamber to appreciate is that we in the ministry pledge to pay closer attention to ensure that what is being accused is not correct. In other words, it has not gone unnoticed. And if a lot of the businesses on 4th Street are now owned by so-called foreign people, I am sure that these so-called foreign people are Caribbean people and people of St. Kitts and Nevis. But it behoves us, of course, to pay close attention to this, to be more vigilant in ensuring that although we subscribe to free movement and the rights of people in the Eastern Caribbean to establish themselves here within the legal framework of the law, then, of course, we must also pay attention to underscore that legality is critical for this to be attained and achieved. We will therefore, in the coming year, focus and sharpen our own observations to achieve proactive enablement, so that our own locally born people cannot be said to be excluded from the small business sector, especially established in our towns and cities. We will launch, therefore, a comprehensive suite of targeted initiatives designed to demystify the pathways to our own regional mobility. This means equipping our workers, our entrepreneurs, and our regulatory bodies with clear, practical guidance on certification, on accreditation, and compliance. Therefore, ensuring that our people can navigate the CARICOM economic space, not with trepidation, but with ambition and ease, just as those from around the region are moving into St. Kitts and Nevis without trepidation and with relatively ease, if we were to listen seriously to the member from number 5 yesterday. Crucially, Madam Speaker, we approach this not from a posture of dependency, but one of mutual benefit and strategic reciprocity. Our vision is for St. Kitts and Nevis to become a vibrant hub within the regional ecosystem. That's the point. A respected exporter of talent, yes, but also an attractive and welcoming destination for skilled professionals, service providers, and consumers from across CARICOM. I remember a few years back when we had the very difficult decision to make in closing the sugar industry and having our lands for development. And we had the opportunity, with the support of the World Bank, who sent a consultant here from Grenada, was here with us for 3 to 4 years, looking at how we can help to develop our country using human resource that was not from the scum of society in other countries. And we specifically targeted at that time people from the Eastern Caribbean, most of whom had already obtained their bachelor's degrees. They were here in St. Kitts and Nevis, in the Central Bank, and in other regional institutions. And we made it possible for them to invest in our country, build homes, generating construction activities and economic activity in general, so that within a short order, we had become one of the leading countries in the Eastern Caribbean. We want to ensure that these people from the Eastern Caribbean and other Caribbean countries are part of the human resource that we can tap into in building this country of ours, especially navigating through the turbulent times of 2026 and beyond. Madam Speaker, our vision again is for St. Kitts and Nevis to become a vibrant hub within the regional ecosystem. A very respected exporter of talent, yes, but also an attractive and welcoming destination for skilled professionals, service providers, and consumers from across the entire CARICOM landscape. By cultivating a business environment that is both regionally competitive and inviting, we position ourselves to capture the full spectrum of economic opportunities that integration offers. These concerted efforts are fundamental to our own overarching mission of building a sustainable island state. They are the practical manifestations of our own government's commitment to regional solidarity within both the OECS and CARICOM, and they are directly aligned with global aspirations for decent work, inclusive economic development and growth, and the reduction of inequalities. In a world of complex geopolitical challenges and economic headwinds, Madam Speaker, the notion of solitary success is an illusion. Our strength, our security, and our prosperity, they are all amplified through collective action. As a committed member of the OECS and CARICOM, we firmly believe that our shared future depends on this solidarity. It is through this unity of purpose that we will not only confront the challenges of today, but also seize the opportunities of tomorrow, the opportunities of leadership of the region, which we have done in the past, and which our Prime Minister will do in a matter of days when he takes over the chairmanship of CARICOM. These are not small achievements. We have to make sure that we are able to lead within the space that we have designated for ourselves in order to advance success and opportunities for our people. Madam Speaker, in an increasingly digital global economy, the efficiency of a nation's trade infrastructure is a direct determinant of its economic competitiveness. It is within this understanding that our own government is spearheading a fundamental modernization of our international trade systems, with a primary focus on transitioning to a paperless trading environment. This strategic initiative, Madam Speaker, is about more than just replacing paper with pixels. It is about building a smarter, faster, and more resilient trade ecosystem for our nation. We boast of having 98% literacy rate here in St. Kitts and Nevis. We would want to boast that every single household in this country would have had at least one university or college-trained graduate, just as we continue to advocate that in every household there should be at least one person who holds shares, holding shares for themselves and for their future. Every single household. That is our pledge. And so, Madam Speaker, we emphasize that through valued partnerships with international bodies, such as the World Bank and the Commonwealth Secretariat, and in very close collaboration with our own Digital Management Transformation Unit, we are systematically re-engineering key trade processes. This includes the digitalization of documentation, customs clearance, and regulatory, moving us away from the cumbersome, time-consuming, paper-based system towards integrated, streamlined electronic platforms to be used here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, this digital leap forward directly fulfills our own international commitments under the World Trade Organization Trade Facilitation Agreement. More importantly, it delivers on tangible benefits, it slashes bureaucratic delays, it reduces opportunities for discretion, and injects a new level of transparency and predictability into our own commercial exchanges with the world. Our commitment to this agenda was evidenced by a dedicated series of technical engagements with the World Bank Group held throughout the latter half of this year, which have been critical in charting our own implementation pathway. Additionally, Madam Speaker, we also, of course, had virtual meetings and in-country visits by the Commonwealth Secretariat to undertake the legislative gaps assessment in the first instance and to move towards a paperless transition as we move forward. Only a few weeks ago, I had the pride and privilege to participate in the opening ceremony of consultation between our business leaders and the legal advisors of the Commonwealth Secretariat. Ultimately, Madam Speaker, the work of the Department of International Trade is not an end in itself. It is a strategic engine for national prosperity. Our core mandate is to ensure that every trade agreement, every export, and every foreign investment is meticulously leveraged to generate tangible economic wealth and create meaningful opportunities for all of our citizens here in St. Kitts and in Nevis. This digital transformation is a vital investment in that mission, positioning our nation to compete and win in the 21st century marketplace. Madam Speaker, to further advance our commitment to modernizing our operations, the Ministry has initiated substantive discussions with IT experts to digitalize the entire process surrounding the CARICOM Single Market and Economy Skills Certificate, as I spoke to earlier. This ambitious initiative aims to streamline and expedite the certification procedure through digital platforms, enhancing accessibility, transparency I emphasize, and efficiency for all applicants. Moreover, the Ministry has begun working closely with an IT company to migrate all of its documents and records onto a secure central server. This digital transformation will not only safeguard vital data, but also enable seamless document management and retrieval, ensuring that our own administrative processes meet the highest standards of security and operational excellence. Again, I emphasize highest standards of security. Together, these measures will position St. Kitts and Nevis at the forefront of regional innovation, facilitating smoother integration into the CSME and supporting our citizens' ability to take full advantage of the free movement of skills and services. I make reference to number 5 and what I'm sure was a kind-hearted gesture to assist the family that demonstrated need. I support the comments that were made by our Prime Minister at intervention, that a number of things have been done by this government to ease that burden. I'm sure the move of the bill will revert to those discussions from yesterday and show how the administration has moved to soften the impact of these challenges. Our ongoing oversight, I must say, Madam Speaker, is a crucial safeguard ensuring that the gains of our citizens are not eroded by unjust price gouging or predatory market behavior. Madam Speaker, in our pursuit of evidence-based governance, the department under my watch has embarked on a significant technological partnership with the Digital Management Transformation Unit, the DMTU, and the IT department. We have contracted Misha Infotech Limited to deliver a suite of innovative digital tools. This includes a real-time price monitoring mechanism, a dedicated mobile application for tracking our essential food basket, and a streamlined web-based portal for consumer complaints. We are a highly educated people. We are making available to you the digital technology that is available. We are asking you, before you go out, have your smartphone, look at the app, who has the goods that you're looking and for what price. That's how we have to do it. The days hard-earned dollar, safeguarding the economic well-being in these challenging times. This commitment reflects sides of global market. And so to arm our consumers with knowledge, we in the department, in concert with the Cost of Living Task Force, launched a public education campaign in 2025. We will work closely with the Ministry of Labor on these things. This initiative produced accessible infographics, I should say, and videos that highlight healthier, more affordable alternative brands to our people. Building on this success, we will launch the groundbreaking SKN Smart Shopper app in 2026, providing our citizens with live, at-a-glance price comparisons across retail outlets. This is a country that we have been told several years ago, 10 years ago, that we have the highest average of cell phones per person here in St. Kitts, highest in the whole Eastern Caribbean. Use your cell phone, my people. Get the information. Which business place is selling what you need and for what price? We shall give you one.
Oh. And remember, you've been doing it since BlackBerry, eh?
Because, Madam Speaker, this is a tool. This is part of protecting yourself. Don't shop where you know the price is competitively much higher than what you are able to afford. Find it. This instrument with the appropriate app is what you need. Up to the time. So, Madam Speaker, this shopper app, launched in 2026, will provide our citizens with live, at-a-glance price comparisons across retail outlets, enabling them to stretch their household budgets to the maximum. And so, Madam Speaker, I am proud to inform the people of St. Kitts and Nevis that this is a new and critical frontier for us in 2026. The department moving to reinforce its own stance against anti-competitive practices through deepened collaboration with the CARICOM Competition Commission and our own OECS partners. We have established a dedicated competition desk and are fortifying our policy frameworks in this particular regard. And so, Madam Speaker, this proactive stance, it is designed to ensure a level playing field, protecting consumers and ethical businesses alike, and guaranteeing that economic participation in St. Kitts and Nevis is equitable for all of our consumers. Madam Speaker, let me turn quickly our attention to the engines of production, the Department of Industry and Commerce. I recognize, Madam Speaker, that while the manufacturing sector currently constitutes a modest segment of our GDP, modest, its potential for growth, job creation, and economic diversification is immense and vast. Our national manufacturing strategy is a proactive blueprint to unlock this potential, with a sharp focus on attracting investment and generating high-quality employment. Madam Speaker, a cornerstone of this strategy is our commitment to leveraging advancements in renewable energy Madam Speaker, this government is advancing ambitiously towards a renewable energy future that significantly lowers energy costs, which remains one of the largest inputs for our manufacturers. Energy cost, prohibitive, stifling. No manufacturer wants to come here and seriously do anything when the cost of electricity wipes out the anticipated profits. Nobody gonna come.
That is why we invest in energy.
And that is why the mandate given by this administration to the young engineer from number 3, provide energy. Get on with it, my brother, we said to him every day in cabinet.
New generators.
He brought in the new generators while he worked on what was on the ground.
Solar plants.
Oh my God, solar plant. Just listen to what he's saying there. Not me anymore, listen to him, number 4. He's into it. Madam Speaker, this is where we are. The member for number 5 and number 7 spoke. Maybe from their hearts, we don't know. But we don't take these criticisms lightly. They criticize, we work. That's what we are here for. And so, energy, the problems of energy must be resolved. And you can bet your life that Douglas will make contact with every single entity, foreign, Saudi Arabia, UAE, I don't care where the hell they are, we'll find them. We have an energy problem in St. Kitts. We need it resolved. Madam Speaker, industry and commerce ain't going to get anywhere without energy. Cheaper, reliable, abundant energy. And so, the government is advancing ambitiously towards a renewable energy future that significantly lowers energy cost, which remains one of the largest inputs for manufacturers. When I listen to some of the past challenges that we faced, St. Kitts and Nevis, and we know that the energy solution lies equally in Nevis as in St. Kitts. We are prepared to recognize the need for investment collectively to achieve this energy solution goal. Madam Speaker, the government has secured key investments and partnerships to develop large-scale renewable projects, including solar farms and contributing significantly to the geothermal plant. These projects are not only set to reduce electricity prices dramatically, but also ensure reliable and sustainable power supply, positioning our manufacturers among the most cost-competitive players in the entire CARICOM region. In fact, Madam Speaker, this is one of the outcomes from the Trade and Investment Mission to Taiwan earlier this year. We started discussions with them about semiconductors 2 years ago. Douglas, this is not easy to achieve. But we can assist in another form. Solar panels, maybe. Solar energy. And so we are a government that is looking at all forms of renewable energy. Madam Speaker, this government does not go on trips. We go on strategic missions, fulfilling the promises we made to the people of this country. Under the banner of our Sustainable Island State Agenda, CISA, in 2026, it is my mission to usher in a transformative era for manufacturing, an era that aligns economic growth with environmental stewardship and social well-being. Madam Speaker, this paradigm shift focuses on promoting resource efficiency by encouraging manufacturers to optimize the use of raw materials, energy, and water, thereby reducing waste and operational cost. And so in a similar vein, Madam Speaker, it is the commitment to the welfare of our workforce. We are advancing policies that promote safe, healthy, and supportive work environments, recognizing that a motivated and skilled workforce is the backbone of a competitive manufacturing sector. Complementing this is our own emphasis on environmentally sound manufacturing operations, which incorporate clean technologies, pollution controls, and waste management systems designed to meet international green standards. Madam Speaker, overcoming the challenges inherent in shifting toward a green economy also requires nurturing sustainable agribusinesses. Madam Speaker, we are supporting farmers and food processors through training, infrastructure investments, and market access initiatives that foster sustainable agriculture practices, reduce import dependence, and enhance our own food security here in St. Kitts and Nevis. These efforts, Madam Speaker, contribute directly to the achievement of multiple sustainable development goals, including responsible consumption and production, SDG 12, decent work and economic growth, SDG 8, and climate action, SDG 13. Madam Speaker, my vision for St. Kitts and Nevis' industrial commercial sectors firmly anchors sustainability as a catalyst for progress. Through this lens, Madam Speaker, my aim is to ignite innovation, broaden trade horizons, generate employment, and fortify our own national infrastructure. Madam Speaker, a key element of this vision is advancing quality education under SDG 4 by improving access to lifelong learning and skills development initiatives that are essential for thriving modern economy. Additionally, Madam Speaker, I am committed to advancing and fostering a vibrant export sector, nurturing an entrepreneurial spirit, and supporting the formal growth of micro and small enterprises, thereby enhancing productivity and inclusiveness across the sector. SDG target 8.3 is on board. Madam Speaker, this robust strategy ensures that industry and commerce not only contribute to economic growth, but do so in a way that uplifts communities and builds a resilient foundation for future generations. The cultivation of born global enterprises and dynamic startups is vital. These initiatives are the new engines of innovation, employment, and economic dynamism. They enhance resource efficiency. They diversify consumer choice. They attract crucial investment and talent, and more deeply integrate our federation into the global economic mainstream. And so, Madam Speaker, my government is committed to fostering that enabling environment. This drive for sustainable industrial growth is built on resilient infrastructure, inclusive industrialization, and responsible consumption and production, thereby laying a solid foundation for success for our own people. Finally, Madam Speaker, I must underscore that partnership is the key to our success. And so through close collaboration with our own manufacturers and our international allies, we can fully leverage trade agreements and capacity building initiatives. Our work program, Madam Speaker, is supported by robust monitoring frameworks and data-driven analysis aligned with our SDG indicators accordingly. Our recent partnership with Curacao stands as a prime example of this vision in action, opening new markets, facilitating knowledge exchange, and enhancing our collective competitiveness to secure lasting prosperity for our nation. Just a few weeks ago, the Department of Industry and Commerce undertook a very successful initiative, doing business in St. Kitts and Nevis. It was labeled, which realized stakeholders' participation from our private and public sectors in every sector you can think about in St. Kitts and Nevis. This initiative provided a platform for local businesses to showcase themselves to potential investors from Curacao. And so, Madam Speaker, it does not end there, or it did not end there. We are preparing for the Curacao Business Crude Trade Mission in 2026. Under this undertaking, a cruise ship in Curacao will be used as a floating conference space, connecting local entrepreneurs with Caribbean regional markets. Small business, please be ready for this initiative. The companies will visit 8 destinations, which include in St. Kitts and Nevis. The event includes daily onboard activities, targeted workshops by industry sectors, doing business-to-business matchmaking at every port, and ongoing networking, ensuring comprehensive growth experience for our entrepreneurs. Madam Speaker, the impact and the benefit for our local businesses cannot be overstated. In addition to this, Madam Speaker, we just a few hours ago launched another major event, Manufacturers Inspiration Fair, it is called, under the theme, Empowering Manufacturers, Inspiring Entrepreneurs, and Engaging Communities. Madam Speaker, this event is taking place as I am presenting this to you today. It is a promotional exercise for local industries, from the largest to the smallest, all in one space. That space being our own historic Independence Square in Bastille. And so I ask this body today, look how far they have come. From the descendants of Africans captured, mostly in West Africa, forced across the Atlantic, landing here in St. Kitts and Nevis, the mother colony of the West Indies, they called us. Paraded, Madam Speaker, paraded in their nakedness, except the private parts being covered, in our market square. Now today, they are in that same spot as we speak, as captains of industry and commerce.
Honourable Member, you have exceeded your allotted time.
May I, of course, ask graciously for additional 30 minutes. Well, but protocol is protocol.
Very well, that is true.
And highest regard for the Speaker.
And I am grateful. The question is that the Honourable Member be permitted to speak for a further period not exceeding 30 minutes. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Honourable Member, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so I make mention of what is taking place at this moment sorry, in our own Independence Square here in Bastille. It is aimed to showcase the creativity, the innovation, and the craftsmanship of local manufacturers, while promoting collaboration and visibility within the business community. In essence, Madam Speaker, this event is proudly showcasing the quality goods and services produced by our own local people. In 2026, one can expect to see more events such as this taking place. I must make it very clear that these events are very strategic in nature. They are designated to create a culture of manufacturing and innovation in St. Kitts and Nevis, and to a larger extent, create a culture of supporting local industries as well. So, Madam Speaker, we cannot delay pursuing these initiatives. We must act now. The comprehensive efforts I have outlined today, spanning from vigilant consumer protection to strategic industrial development, are the very tangible expressions of our own unwavering commitment. They are the building blocks of the future that we are forging together, a sustainable, inclusive, and profoundly prosperous future for all of our citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis. But, Madam Speaker, it does not stop here. Let us look very quickly at the work that we are doing through the Bureau of Standards. I'm running out of time. I must now hustle fast. Madam Speaker, I want to underscore the paramount importance of the St. Kitts and Nevis Bureau of Standards, the SKNBS, and its pivotal role in fortifying our nation's economic resilience and securing the well-being of every single citizen of this country. The Bureau is not merely a regulatory body. It is a cornerstone of our national quality infrastructure, the NQI, a silent guardian committed to safeguarding public health, preserving our environment, and championing consumer rights through rigorous internationally recognized testing and metrology services. The Bureau of Standards, Madam Speaker, it operates highly sophisticated laboratories, which are a source of national pride. These facilities are equipped to serve every facet of our society, the public, the private sector, with analyses that span critical areas such as soil composition, ambient air quality, microbiological contamination, and even water chemistry, Madam Speaker. The reliability of their data is the foundation on which sound policy decisions are made, and their continuous operation is ever more vital to the integrity of our economy and our trade relationships, Madam Speaker. I am especially proud to announce the significant achievement of the Bureau of Standards in attaining the ISO/IEC 17025 international accreditation in both chemistry and microbiology earlier this year, 2025. This means that the Bureau of Standards operates the only internationally accredited laboratories in our entire federation. And let me emphasize, this accreditation is not just a certificate, you know. It is a globally recognized stamp of competence, ensuring that the results from our labs are accepted and trusted across international borders. That is why we have confidence that our goods and our services, our goods in particular, when they leave our shores, they are acceptable globally, approved by our standards, Bureau of Standards. That is what is so important about it. Before I go further, I must make clear that standards are the universal language of quality globally. They form the bedrock of our national quality infrastructure. They cultivate an environment of trust and reliability that are essential, quite essential, Madam Speaker, for domestic commerce and critical for success in the global marketplace, which is where we intend to be moving 2026 and beyond. Madam Speaker, these standards, they encompass a comprehensive framework of international agreements, established codes of practice, technical regulations, and stringent criteria that set non-negotiable benchmarks for production and service delivery. They are a win-win mechanism. They provide manufacturers with clear pathways to excellence and other consumers' confidence and assurance that the products that they purchase, they are safe, they are reliable, Madam Speaker, and they are fit for purpose. Don't play with us. Madam Speaker, within the national quality infrastructure, this system supports our entire ecosystem of testing, accurate measurement, metrology, certification, and accreditation. This ensures that our purchases have the required standards applied and that they meet strict criteria for sterility and freedom from contaminants. Our water that has been desalinated, although it's good to hear what WHO, health, and people say, our own lab say, safe to drink. Drink. This process, it directly translates into heightened consumer confidence and public safety. Our national mission, therefore, Madam Speaker, is to accelerate the adoption of standards across all sectors to systematically promote quality, enhance safety, and cement trust in our goods and services. Madam Speaker, I will make this available to the world by way of the media. There are other parts I want to mention, but I must go on very quickly, Madam Speaker, to the other parts of the ministry quickly. But I must say that the comprehensive initiatives outlined today, from vigilant consumer protection to strategic industrial advancement, reflect our own steadfast commitment to building a sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous future for every citizen of St. Kitts and Nevis. Through diversifying our trade relationships, embracing digital innovation, strengthening regional integration, championing renewable energy, and fostering a culture of quality and innovation, we are working diligently to position our nation on a trajectory towards economic resilience and wealth creation for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. As Minister, I must emphasize for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis that these efforts are not merely policy ambition. They are concrete actions, driving transformation across sectors, empowering businesses and consumers alike, and ensuring that this government, meet the aspirations of current and future generations. Indeed, by working collaboratively with regional partners, international allies, and our local communities, this government bent on unlocking new opportunities and securing our place in a competitive global economy. I so move, Madam Speaker. I respectfully urge this Honorable House to continue to support these very vital programs that advance the prosperity and well-being for our Federation. Together, let us continue to build a resilient St. Kitts and Nevis that drives sustainably, innovates boldly, and embraces the promise of inclusive growth for all. Turning very quickly to the portfolio of economic development and investment. Economic development, Madam Speaker, it's about jobs. Jobs created. Businesses expanded. Communities strengthened. And opportunity delivered for our people. This is not abstract at all. When we partner with tourism to bring airlift, more people, when we partner with my own colleagues and advocate and work towards a new hotel, when we develop the partnerships with other ministries, it is to ensure that the economic development and the investments which we bring as a department will generate what we say must be achieved in 2026. Economic development, this is about jobs. It's about opportunities being delivered to our people. It is not abstract at all. It must be felt in households. It must be felt with regard to employment. And it must build the national confidence of our people. No one ministry can achieve this. It's a collective. This ministry exists to ensure that development is planned, is coordinated, it is resilient, and it is sustainable. Guided by the National Development Planning Framework of 2023 to 2037 and our own Sustainable Island State Agenda. We are now in the 4th year of this government's mandate. And this budget reflects a mature phase of governance, one that is focused on delivery, accountability, and long-term impact. In 2025, Madam Speaker, the Ministry advanced the operationalization of the National Development Planning Framework by strengthening the interministerial coordination, building capacity across the public service, and advocating and advancing the medium-term strategy and investment plan. We secured critical international support, including some 500,000 US from the government of India for the disaster-resilient utility infrastructure project, strengthening water, strengthening energy, and telecommunications resilience, and technical assistance from the United Nations UNECLAC, under the DA16 project, to improve project planning, strategic management, and implementation across the entire government. And this is how small states succeed, Madam Speaker, by building systems, not improvising, building systems. A central pillar of our work is investment, promotion, and facilitation through the St. Kitts Investment Promotion Agency, SKIPPR. And so in 2025, SKIPPR sharpened its focus on bankable, sustainable, and job-creating projects aligned with our national priorities. SKIPPR approved a pipeline of projects across renewable energy, agri-processing, housing, sustainable tourism, light manufacturing, and climate-resilient infrastructure. These projects all are structured to create employment, support local suppliers, transfer skills, and comply with our own national, international, and national obligations. That's what we do. In 2026, this government will finalize the medium-term strategy and investment plan. It will launch a digital NDPF scorecard, strengthen economic monitoring, and expand Skipper's export promotion role. Madam Speaker, the work of this ministry is about building a resilient, competitive, inclusive economy that works for every citizen and division. World Trade Expos for Serbia in 2027 and Saudi Arabia in 2030, we shall be there. Let it be known, we shall be there. I was shocked a few weeks ago in Japan. Our cultural artists were there on St. Kitts National Day. My God, turned the entire place upside down.
Our culture has gone well.
You need to know what's going on, Madam Speaker. The work of this ministry is about building resilient, competitive, inclusive economy that works for every citizen and division. There was a lady from Neves, my God, with the mic. I don't know if she's a Calypso star or what. Can't believe it, man. And so, CBI restructuring on the road of Skipper, working in collaboration with the new CIU, is a statutory entity. Under this new legislative regulatory guidelines, etc., Skipper continues to perform its role. We will be part of world trade in Saudi Arabia and Serbia soon to come. Madam Speaker, let me close by speaking on St. Christopher No. 6. The best part of the country, of course. It's very, very sad. No, equal to Nevis. As I speak here today, the people in that area are very sad, especially in St. Paul's. We've had 4 deaths in this week alone. Are our people giving up? I hope not. 4 deaths. Young, not so young, elderly. For different reasons. But we will continue to strive. I want to use this opportunity to invite the children of our parents to come to our children's party. Saturday, tomorrow. We have tried to bring some hope and some light to the lives of the people through our Christmas lighting ceremonies. Deer Bay and Sadler's continue to be outstanding, and at the Bachelor Park in St. Paul's. I want to thank member for number 3, and of course Prime Minister, for delivering on the roads that we were promised in 2025. Roads in St. Paul's and in Newton Garden. Projects built before 2015. Roads were never paved, but they have now been paved, some of them. And more, of course, are promised for 2026. The start of some 10 NHC homes in Newton Ground, most welcoming as well to the people there. We've always been part of the national thrust, never selfish. So we thank for these 10 homes, starting in Newton Ground, hoping to spread to other parts of the constituency. But to lift your spirit, Madam Speaker, we are champions, of course. Always champions. The back-to-back primary school football champions, they're from St. Paul's, constituency number 6. In a spirited match, primary school level, 2 weeks ago, St. Paul's Saddlers. Saddlers, it's okay. We understand. But St. Paul's emerged. Saddlers second. You're not easy. We had 2 contestants, just on Saturday it was, in the talented teen. The representative of the Charles E. Mills was from St. Paul's, number 6. And also from the DLD SS, Saddlers, also from Saddlers, number 6. We are tough, small but tallow is what they say about us. We need to find investors for Kitishan Hill. The Kitishan Hill project was not designed in a vacuum. It was designed to ensure that the people of that part of the country would be able to attract investment, commerce, improve livelihoods for not only people of that area, but from the whole country. And so, with limited time, I say quickly that I urge my colleagues to find solutions, not only to the Kitishan Hill situation, but also to the Ramada Hotel situation there. Ramada Hotel is built as it is now, close to 300 rooms. Phase 2, which is under construction, will give you another 200 rooms, 500 rooms. At the moment, it's closed. 1,200 jobs have gone awry. That has to change. I give the people in this parliament that commitment that we shall improve that situation. And so, even if it means working directly with the Minister of Tourism for an all-inclusive or something has to be done to change the situation there. I urge, finally, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Public Utilities to bring water solutions to our area very quickly, now that the desalination project is on its way and our water, remember, we are from that part of the country that has the most water. But water is being shared to other communities. So I'm now hoping that the well drilling in Saddlers will start, because we've discovered possibilities from the drone, Saddlers, and then we can return to a constituency of a whole lot of water. May it please you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable members, I note that we have had all of our presentations and we are now up for the wrap-up. I propose that we rise for 5 minutes. I need an hour. We have the wrap-up. You want to do the wrap-up after lunch? Very well. Lunch. Very well. I was trying to push, you know. That was the intention this morning, to push. Good. In that case, the House will rise for lunch and we will resume at 3 p.m. House adjourned until 3 p.m.
Last year, St. Kitts and Nevis embraced a bold new vision, one built on resilience, innovation, fairness, and prosperity for all. A vision grounded in 7 pillars that touch every part of our lives: energy, water, food security, the creative and digital economy, infrastructure and housing, the environment, and people, our greatest asset. These pillars are the blueprint for a modern, sustainable island state, a roadmap to a nation that works better, lives cleaner, grows smarter, and creates more opportunities for every citizen and every resident. And in 2025, we saw that vision move from promise to progress, step by step. Investment by investment, project by project, the government led by Prime Minister Honorable Dr. Terence Drew pushed forward, building, upgrading, training, digitizing, and reforming. Across the country, the transformation became visible. Homes going up, land titles in hand, water finally flowing reliably, new roads opening, farmers and fishers earning more, digital services unlocking convenience, trainees stepping into the jobs of the future, hospitals and emergency care modernizing, young people receiving savings and investments, and families finding real relief when they needed it most. More importantly, this year proved something fundamental. People are not just included in the agenda, people are the purpose of it. Let's take a look at some of the work done this year, pillar by pillar. Pillar 1, energy transition. Moving boldly toward a future that is cleaner and cheaper, St. Kitts and Nevis continues to prove that energy is the master key. Because when you solve energy, you solve water, food security, and ultimately salaries and national wealth. In 2025, this truth became reality in real, measurable ways as the country advanced its most ambitious energy transformation in history. This year, our geothermal dream finally became a geothermal plan, with financing now secured, contracts reset, and drilling set to begin in early 2026. The Nevis Geothermal Project is officially on track to deliver clean, reliable baseload power, enough to run an entire country. This country. This shift means stability, a future where electricity is no longer tied to oil prices, where households and businesses benefit from low cost and predictable bills, where industries can grow more competitively, and where new high-value jobs emerge in a sector poised to define a global development for decades to come. As geothermal moved toward execution, 2025 also became the reset year for the solar PV and battery energy storage project. The government relaunched the initiative, designed to supply over 30% of St. Kitts' electricity once operational in late 2026. The project promises lower fuel expenses, greater bill stability, and a cleaner environment. But most importantly, it promises opportunity. Solar training programs are now in full swing, ensuring that Kittitians and Nivisians will be the ones installing, maintaining, and operating these major systems, keeping the economic benefits right here at home. To support this clean energy future, 2025 also delivered the most significant grid upgrade in our nation's history. A modern energy system demands a modern grid, and Skelec's new energy transition unit has begun upgrading 11 kilowatt legacy lines to more efficient, higher voltage infrastructure. The team is strengthening the grid against hurricanes, integrating smart digital systems, and improving response times to outages. Though much of this work happens silently in the background, it is the foundation that will allow renewable energy, desalination plants, new housing developments, and future industries to operate smoothly and reliably. It is infrastructure that quite literally powers progress. And this progress is reaching directly into people's homes. In March of this year, 2025, the rollout of smart electric meters began, ushering in a new era of transparency and control for consumers. For the first time, households will be able to track electricity usage in 15-minute intervals, helping detect waste, reduce costs, and plan consumption more effectively. Prepaid options will give customers greater flexibility, while upcoming interconnection policies will allow homeowners with solar panels to sell excess energy back to the grid. It's greater choice, it's real savings, it's empowerment in the palm of your hand. But technology alone cannot transform a nation. People do. And 2025 was a year of building human capacity at scale. In January, the Federation hosted its first ever electric vehicle training and certification course, giving local mechanics internationally recognized credentials. Solar PV empowerment training soon followed, along with advanced renewable energy training in Taiwan, turning young people, technicians, and tradesmen into certified green energy professionals. These programs are not just preparing workers for new jobs, they are creating new income streams and new pathways to generational wealth. As EVs, solar systems, smart grids, and battery storage become the national standard, our people won't just use the technology, they will build it, maintain it, innovate it, and profit from it. Pillar 2, water security. This government fully understands that water is the foundation of life, public health, agriculture, tourism, investment, and national confidence. And we continue to make bold steps in securing a future when our taps run 24/7, moving from temporary fixes to permanent solutions. And nowhere is that clearer than in our desalination program. At the C.A. Paul Southwell Industrial Park, the Federation's largest desalination plant powered up for the first time in October 2025. Now, in final testing, this 2 million gallon a day facility is on track to restore 24-hour water access to Bastia and surrounding communities. For households, this means the end of chronic rationing. For businesses and investors, it means predictability, one of the most valuable assets in any economy. On the East Coast, the Federation's first solar-powered desalination plant continues to operate at the Canada Industrial Site, producing roughly 70,000 gallons of clean water each day. Powered entirely by renewable energy, it reduces costs, strengthens climate resilience, and supports communities like Conneries, Keys, and nearby industrial corridor. Together, these desalination plants mark a historic turning point. St. Kitts and Nevis is no longer waiting on rainfall to guarantee water. We are producing it ourselves. But desalination is only one piece of the puzzle. This year, the government completed the most sophisticated water survey ever done in St. Kitts, a semi-airborne hydrogeological scan that mapped the island from Keon to Old Road. Delivered in October, the survey identified 17 promising groundwater sites, with 10 prioritized for immediate development. For decades, communities like Sadlers, St. Paul's, Newton Ground, Sandy Point, and Challengers have struggled during dry spells. Now, they stand to benefit from new climate-resilient wells that will boost supply where it is needed most. To move swiftly, the government pre-advanced procurement for drilling. A contract was signed in September with Water and Oil Well Services from Trinidad and Tobago. These wells mean reliability for families, expansion for farmers, better services for hoteliers, and employment for our local construction and engineering sectors. All of this fits into a wider investment framework that is transforming the entire water system: storage, interconnection, leak reduction, pressure management, and modern monitoring. It's not just more water, it's smarter water. Interlinked reservoirs now allow water to be rerouted across districts. New climate tracking tools guide decision making, and upgrades to pipelines and pumping systems are reducing losses and lowering operating costs. Anchoring all of this is the SKN Transwater Project, the Federation's flagship climate finance water initiative. In 2025, the project advanced through major public consultations, technical designs, and international frameworks with the Green Climate Fund. Transwater is a vehicle that will overhaul outdated infrastructure, reduce non-revenue water, introduce low-carbon technologies, and build the climate-ready water system our islands need. It brings global financing into local hands, creating jobs, strengthening resilience, and ensuring that every gallon counts. Pillar 3, food security. Food security is national security. It is jobs, income, exports, and the comfort of knowing that in a changing world, we can feed ourselves. This year, we continued bold strides to transform agriculture and fisheries into engines of resilience and wealth creation, built on innovation, climate-smart practices, and new opportunities for farmers, fishers, and young people. The year began with the Federation emerging from one of the most challenging droughts in recent memory. Instead of setbacks, we used the moment to accelerate investment. Through a multi-million-dollar intervention, farmers received free drip irrigation systems, drought-resilient seeds, protective crop coverings, and on-farm support to safeguard production. These upgrades meant higher yields with less water, lower operating costs, and more predictable income, especially for small farmers whose livelihoods depend on every harvest. 2025 also saw unprecedented support for the livestock sector. A dedicated $1 million account was created to secure a stable and uninterrupted supply of animal feed, ensuring farmers never face shortages due to global supply delays. Veterinary medicine and livestock programs expanded, giving students hands-on training in pregnancy diagnosis, ultrasound use, and animal husbandry. The result is a stronger, more professional livestock industry, one that protects food supply while opening new career pathways for young people. Our investment in technology pushed agriculture into a modern era. A national drought forecasting system powered by satellite data, digital mapping, and real-time WhatsApp alerts now guides farmers on when to plant, irrigate, and conserve water. This climate-smart tool transforms decision-making, giving farmers the same kind of digital intelligence used in advanced economies and helping protect their income in an unpredictable climate. At sea, 2025 was a breakthrough year. the government deployed 12 of 15 new fish aggregating devices. These subsurface FADs are sturdier, safer, and designed to boost catch rates, reduce fuel costs, and increase earnings for fishers. And it is working. Fisheries revenue has risen from EC 8 million a few years ago to EC 90 million. But our oceans are not our only sources of food. They are ecosystems that must be protected. In June of this year, the Federation launched a groundbreaking king crab coral restoration initiative. Fishers and marine stewards received training to raise native Caribbean king crabs, which help revive coral reefs by naturally removing excess algae. This creates a double benefit: healthier reefs for tourism and biodiversity, and a new blue economy product that fishers can sell to restaurants and hotels, generating an entirely new income stream. On land, diversification took center stage. Nature's Sustainable Farm moved into its next phase with over 100 acres now under cultivation and the first ever export of St. Kitts grown Tabasco peppers to the United States firmly on the horizon. Each acre employs up to 5 people, meaning hundreds of jobs and a new export market that links farmers directly to global value chains. All of this falls under a broader shift toward eco-friendly, climate-smart agriculture, greenhouse expansion, modern hatcheries, precision irrigation, soil-saving practices, and the Climate-Smart Agriculture Project, now advancing through national consultation, signals a future where agriculture is not just sustainable, but profitable, competitive, and resilient. Pillar 4, Sustainable Industries. We continue to invest in our own by building out our talent, empowering entrepreneurs, and opening new pathways to wealth creation. This year, the creative economy stepped confidently into the future. As part of Global Entrepreneurship Week 2025, the government hosted the first ever AI in Business Summit and award ceremony. It brought together creatives, entrepreneurs, and technologists to explore how artificial intelligence can amplify marketing, design, storytelling, and content production. For the first time, our artists and cultural entrepreneurs were positioned not just as performers, but as innovators and business leaders ready to export their craft to the world. But the digital revolution goes far beyond the arts. This year, we also launched one of the region's most ambitious cybersecurity training programs. Beginning in February and graduating its first cohort in November, the program trained participants to international standards and prepared them for remote cybersecurity work, jobs that pay global salaries from right here at home. As the second cohort is set to begin in January 2026, more citizens will enter a career field that has unlimited earning potential and global demand. This, coupled with the electric vehicle training and certification program and the solar empowerment training, ensuring that as renewable energy expands, our people, not foreign contractors, are able to benefit. For small businesses, 2025 was a year of unprecedented support. Hundreds of entrepreneurs gained access to training through the Building Bankable Business program, launched in April to teach financial literacy, budgeting, cash flow management, and business planning. Its purpose is simple: to transform ideas into bankable enterprises and entrepreneurs into investment-ready leaders. But training alone is not enough. In October, the Citizenship by Investment Unit launched the Local Micro and Small Businesses Grant Program, offering EC $10,000 grants to qualifying businesses across the Federation. By November, 36 businesses has already been approved, receiving capital to expand operations, purchase equipment, hire staff, or move their services online. These grants injected real money directly into the hands of local entrepreneurs, supporting the creation of jobs, products, and new services across every sector. This momentum is matched by one of the most transformative digital agendas in the Caribbean. In May 2025, St. Kitts and Nevis launched its Electronic Travel Authorization ETA system and e-border platform, enabling faster, more secure processing for visitors and dramatically improving the travel experience, especially during major events like the St. Kitts Music Festival. This strengthens tourism, enhances national security, and positions the Federation as a modern, tech-forward destination. Behind the scenes, the digital transformation is accelerating even further. The government is advancing its national digital ID system, the core of all future e-services, set to enable secure online access to government services, banking, trade, and digital signatures. Parallel to this, the electronic civil registry system also moved forward, digitizing births, deaths, marriages, and adoptions so citizens and the diaspora can access official documents from anywhere in the world. Together with online tax services, the developing online passport system, business registration portal, and single trade window, St. Kitts and Nevis is building a digital economy that lowers barriers, speeds up transactions, attracts investments, and creates new income possibilities for every citizen. Pillar 5. Sustainable settlements. A strong nation is built, literally, on the spaces where people live, learn, heal, travel, play, and grow. This year, the government accelerated ownership through the NHC Renaissance Project, delivering and constructing nearly 200 new homes across Stapleton, Harry Phipps, Otleys, Sandy Point, and other communities. More land was secured to scale the project further, ensuring that hundreds of families will soon step into houses that instantly increase their net worth. Every home built supports contractors, tradesmen, truckers, suppliers, and strengthens the foundation for generational wealth. Side by side with the new housing came one of the most meaningful reforms in decades, land regularization. In 2025 alone, 531 lots were distributed, with full titles handed over to families in St. Peter's, Lagreet, St. Paul's, and other long-neglected communities. In several cases, beneficiaries walked into the banks the very next day because for the first time, they had collateral, dignity, and the power to invest in their future. This is land, not just as a place to live, but as empowerment. And for the first time in our history, the entire land system is going digital. A new land administration and information system is being built, replacing decades of paper files with a transparent, efficient online platform. Beginning early in 2026, citizens will be able to submit applications, track their status, and view available lots on a digital map. This modernization protects national patrimony, strengthens fairness, and speeds up development, making it easier for families, investors, and planners to build a modern St. Kitts and Nevis. 2025 also marked a leap forward in climate-resilient public infrastructure with the unveiling of the designs for the new JNF General Hospital. This state-of-the-art storm-resistant facility is being developed in partnership with Taiwan and OECC. Construction begins shortly, bringing jobs in the short term and delivering long-term benefits in healthcare. This hospital will save lives, but it will also generate economic activity every single day. Across the island, the government advanced one of the largest road modernization programs in our history. Over $80 million has been invested in less than 3 years. This year alone, the St. Peter's Main Road and F.T. Williams Highway East was fully upgraded and completed. Over 3 miles of safer, smoother roadway with sidewalks, retaining walls, and new access points. These works shorten travel time, raise property values, improve safety, and open new economic corridors for families and businesses. Major community roads from Rawlins and Newton Ground to Shadwell and Palmetto Point, and many more also saw significant road work upgrades. Pillar 6. Circular economy. A sustainable nation is a clean nation. And this year we took some of the boldest steps in our history to reshape how our country manages waste. We passed the Plastic Waste Reduction Act 2025, a landmark law that positions St. Kitts and Nevis as a regional leader in the fight against plastic pollution. Rolled out in 3 phases, the ban eliminated the import, sale, and distribution of single-use plastic bags, styrofoam containers, straws, cups, plates, and utensils. By November 2025, the major categories of single-use plastics were officially out of the Federation. This means cleaner coastlines, healthier marine ecosystems, reduced landfill pressure, and a better tourism product. But more importantly, it means shifting national behavior, encouraging reusable bags, refilling bottles, and greener businesses that save money while protecting the environment. Alongside legislation, we strengthen the systems that make sustainability real. The St. Kitts and Nevis Recycling Project, supported by the Taiwan Technical Mission, accelerated significantly in 2025. Paper recycling was introduced on both islands. New pilot recycling programs launched in Nevis communities, and 57 schools participated in a national recycling competition, transforming environmental education into real action. By September 2025, the project had expanded collection points, increased training workshops, and shipped batches of separated plastic overseas, reducing landfill burden while creating new green jobs in sorting, transport, and materials recovery. This momentum ties directly into the wider transformation of our waste sector, a move from simple disposal to a circular economy. This year, the government also intensified landfill reform efforts following February's Connery landfill fire, accelerating planning for safer, more sustainable waste handling systems. At the same time, regional partners supported circular economy training that empowers local entrepreneurs to turn waste into opportunity, whether through upcycled products, recycling services, or green manufacturing. In this new approach, waste is no longer just a cost. It becomes raw material, it becomes innovation, it becomes wealth creation. And while plastics and recycling dominated headlines, the deeper story is about resilience, health, and long-term economic security. Reducing plastic waste protects our ocean, safeguarding fisheries and coastal livelihoods, improving landfill management, strengthens public health, and prevents costly environmental disasters. Recycling projects build new supply chains and new micro-enterprises. And the national shift toward reusables reduces import costs, putting more money back into households and businesses. This year also saw major investments in sports and youth development infrastructure. In May, the new Connery Football Stadium was opened, becoming a vibrant home for community events, tournaments, and local entrepreneurship. Meanwhile, the redeveloped and fully upgraded Kim Collins Stadium achieved World Athletics Level 2 certification, a milestone that allows our athletes to record official qualifying times and positions St. Kitts and Nevis to host regional meets that generate tourism and business opportunities. Education infrastructure also advanced with construction of the new Bastia High School officially beginning in June. And the reconstruction of the Joshua Obadiah Williams Primary School in Molyneux moved forward as well, restoring a pillar of community life and bringing jobs and hope to families who have waited since the 2022 fire. Pillar 7, Health and Social Protection. It is no argument that at the heart of the Sustainable Island State agenda is our people. This year, we saw one of the most ambitious social protection and human development agendas in its history, lifting incomes, modernizing healthcare, and building wealth from the ground up. This was the year of the Budget Boost Wallet, a groundbreaking digital support system that changed lives overnight. Launched in January, it provided EC $1,500 support over 6 months to citizens and residents earning $5,000 or less. more than 23,000 people benefited, and over EC $35 million was pumped directly into the local economy. The wallet helped families buy groceries, pay utilities, support small businesses, and catch their financial breath during challenging economic times, all through a modern, secure digital platform. It brought relief, it brought stability, and most importantly, it brought dignity. At the same time, the government continued to raise the standard of living by increasing the national minimum wage. Effective July 1st, 2025, workers saw their pay rise to EC $12.50 an hour, or EC $500 per week, the highest in our history. This two-step increase over 2 years lifted thousands of workers, strengthened household budgets, and injected new spending power into the economy. When workers earn more, families do better, and businesses grow stronger. For decades, thousands of government auxiliary employees, those who clean our hospitals, protect our schools, maintain our streets, worked without pension security. In 2025, that injustice ended. The Comprehensive Pension Bill finally gave GAEs a contributory pension plan, ensuring that those who serve the country with dignity can retire with dignity. This reform protects workers today and prevents poverty tomorrow, a major milestone in fairness and equality. The transformation continued with Aspire, the pioneering youth savings and investment program. In 2025, Aspire expanded dramatically. Over 5,000 children applied, more than 4,000 accounts were opened, and over EC $4 million was invested into our young people. Every participating child received a 1,000 starter portfolio, half in savings, half in shares, giving them real assets and a real stake in the future. With the ECCB-led financial literacy curriculum rolled out nationwide, a generation is learning not just to earn money, but to grow it. The health sector also saw major upgrades. We commissioned a new fleet of modern ambulances. These vehicles are smaller, faster, and easier to maintain, cutting response times and saving lives. At JNF, construction of the new MRI facility is in its final stages, with the island's first ever MRI expected to go live by early 2026. Alongside upgraded CT scanning laboratory and diagnostic systems, this marks the end of the era when families had to fly overseas and spend thousands for life-saving imaging. And we continued our commitment to protecting mothers and children. The Children's Medical Fund continued to save lives by ensuring no child is denied overseas medical care because their parents cannot pay. And this year, the High Risk Pregnancy Fund was also launched to support expectant mothers with complications, removing financial barriers to specialist care and protecting our most vulnerable families. Finally, the Elevate program continued its work of transforming lives. From skills training and job placement to entrepreneurship support and the Heartfelt Moments Rehabilitation Initiative inside His Majesty's Prison, Elevate gave at-risk youth and justice-involved individuals a second chance, turning potential into productivity and safety into opportunity. As we move into another budget cycle and a new chapter, one truth is unmistakable. St. Kitts and Nevis is moving with purpose. The groundwork has been laid, the momentum is building, and the benefits are already reaching our people, families, farmers, workers, entrepreneurs, students, and communities across every corner of our islands. But this journey is only just beginning. The development path we are on is not a short-term project. It is a long-term commitment, a national mission to building a resilient, a prosperous, modern island state where every citizen has a fair shot at opportunity, dignity, and success. Right before our eyes, we are seeing the pillars come alive, and in the year ahead, these pillars will only grow stronger, powering new industries, new infrastructure, new skills and new opportunities, from renewable energy to digital transformation, to agriculture, creative enterprises, from social protection to climate resilience. Our country is building a future where progress is not occasional, but continuous. This is transformation. This is nation building. And together, we will continue to power progress for St. Kitts and Nevis.
Yes, I'm here with contractor, Mr. Huggins, who is the owner of Huggins Construction, Deputy Prime Minister, and Acting Matron, Sister Lestrade. And this is the MRI building, which is nearing completion. This building, as Mr. Huggins will explain in a few, had to be built to specifications, not just an ordinary building. And so we are winding up the construction of it, and we will welcome them, the MRI machine.
The work is very close to completion. At this moment, what are we waiting on? Some lights and the MRI structure to come in, and then we will have the completion of this building at probably at the end of next month. At this moment, we are preparing the split for Scully that will house the generator and whatever is needed to put there. So at this moment, everything is on plan.
This will be very timely intervention, and as you say, state-of-the-art machine. Machine have improved over the years, bringing on more concise imaging for accurate diagnosis of our patient, and so that we can get timely intervention. And looking at the building and the capacities that you house, it's quite appropriate, it's ergonomically laid out and strategically to meet the demands of the various needs of our patients. So we just want to commend on, the expertise that would have been put into it, so we make sure we deliver of high quality international standards.
Excellent. So thank you very much. There you have it, the MRI building nearing completion, and we should have this service soon in the future. Thank you.
That you are the owner of your land. So listen to what this letter says. Congratulations to you and family on behalf of your recent land ownership. And then when we flip it, you see this real thing. Those of you who have land already, you see it. If you look at it, right here is the survey. Look at it. This is the real thing. This ain't no fake thing. And this, with the official signature and stamp and seal and everything else, says that you are the owner of this piece of land.
I love him very much, and this man lived with me, and he was one of the first to get a piece of this land already. can proudly say that this Labour administration, led by our Prime Minister, has kept that commitment to you.
Thank you so much. Continue supporting our initiative as we push towards this goal.
That's why we are able to achieve it today, because we believe that you should be landowners here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And so that is why I'm proud of all those who are involved. You see how many persons were involved? Imagine we had to go through all of that. I know why you all went for the land, because it's so hard. You got to go here, there, that, this, the lawyer, this, that, this, all kind of things they're telling you.
Mr. Calvi sleeping corridor, Jeffrey Hadley, the father from Stanley Point, you know, he told you all this couldn't be possible, so Steve Calvi can appreciate it, you know.
Nice to meet you, Chris Thomas.
Never met you.
Okay, cool.
I've met the others.
Yeah.
So I just came to see what's happening. Maybe we take a little walk, man.
Sure, man.
Let's see what's happening. Yeah. So I just want to start.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen of St. Kitts. Jerry here from Royal Utilities. We're at the Bird Rock desalination plant, and things are progressing very, very well. As you can see behind me, there's machines and men and barges. Everybody's working to put in the intake and the outfall pipes. Things are progressing very, very well. Over the past weekend, we worked a couple of 12-hour shifts back to back, just to avoid any interruption to any of the local businesses in the area. So we're about 90% complete right now, and hopefully in a few weeks we'll be hitting the start button. But things have gone very, very well, and we're really proud to be a part of this project for St. Kitts.
My name is Wycard Hughes. I am a laborer and I work at the Public Works Department. Every day, working with my hands, pouring concrete, building roads, setting something others could rely on. Every day is not an easy task, but it's an honest job. And it means a lot to me. Every time I walk past these roads we fix, I think about my family, think about my kids, and the way I want them to be when they grow. I also want them to know that strength isn't just in the muscle, but it's in responsibility, caring, and showing up even when you're tired. Being a man, to me, means protecting, providing, and setting an example. It means being proud of what you built, not with just your hands, but with your heart. So, today, on Men's International Day, I celebrate men and boys. Work hard, love deeply. Do your best even when no one is watching. Happy International Men's Day.
I'm Raymond Brown, Supervisor at Public Works Roads Division. We are here at George Street doing the final paving for the completion of George Street, Newtown. I know it was a tedious process. I know some people felt it was long, but we are finally here, completing the road now to the end where we have already laid one half of the section of asphalt, and we are about to lay the other half to complete the road. We want to thank the neighbors and the residents of George Street for their patience, for their understanding, for their love, for the everything that they did for us, because some of the time they gave us water when we needed. So we just want to say thanks to everyone that contributed in the efforts of us getting this road done.
I'm very honored to be here at Southwell Drive, Ponds Pasture, where the Public Works crew from roads, they're here. As you would see that they are removing the road and they're going to do resurfacing of the entire Southwell Drive, a road that would not have been dealt with in just about 9 years. We are now at the point where we are able to deliver that road as I promised. I know it might have caused some inconvenience for the residents and users, and as usual, whenever I had an opportunity, I would always apologize, but I always gave the assurance that we will deliver the road. And now that Public Works were able to get the machineries fixed and ready, this happened to be one of the very first priority projects that they took on, and I'm very grateful for the support from the Minister of Infrastructure, the Honorable Conris Maynard, and his entire team in ensuring that we live up to what we say we are going to do in delivering on our promises. This was one that I personally spoke about. I gave them that assurance that the road would be done. So I am very pleased this morning that Public Works are here in their full force, ensuring that we deliver on this road. But after 9 years, I am happy that I am able to deliver this road to the people of Ponds Pasture. Thank you, Public Works.
this is Nicole Fleming. Just want to take the opportunity to thank Honorable Jeffrey Henley and NAC for making a way for me and my son. I love the layout in the front room and the kitchen. It makes a difference in everything.
I'm here at the West Street apartment buildings. As you can see that they are under construction. A promise made and a promise kept. This is part of our continued efforts in our housing solution, especially in our urban renewal initiative. Here at West Street, we'll have multiple buildings. The one under construction would house persons in 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms, 4 floors. I'm extremely happy as a Minister of Housing to be able to deliver this project to the people of East Bastia and extended communities. Additionally, on East Street, we are happy to report that we have already issued keys to 4 families in the first apartment building that was completed. Further down on the road on East Street and Pond Road, another being constructed and would be ready by summer of this year. This again is something historic, as many politicians in the past promised that they will do something for those residents on East Street, and God has allowed it, given me the opportunity. I am being able to deliver on those promises. I want to thank all of the contractors and the management and staff at NHC for their leadership in ensuring that the vision that we have set out in providing housing solutions for our people is kept and delivered on time. Thank you.
My name is Mr. Mark Moses of Moses Construction. I'm one of the contractors working in the St. Peter's development here, housing project, as you can see around. And we are following the building code that was being given to us. And if you look around carefully, you would see that the foundations them for these buildings, they are all 8-inch blocks. They are columns at every position. And as you go along to the superstructure, there's where we're using 6-inch blocks to go up. As you can see, we are going very, very well in terms of what we're trying to do and achieve in keeping with what has been asked of us.
Very excited. I'm very excited to own my new home.
These walls will soon hold our stories, and the keys I receive won't just be mine. They'll be a legacy I can pass down.
Last year, St. Kitts and Nevis embraced a bold new vision, one built on resilience, innovation, fairness, and prosperity for all. A vision grounded in 7 pillars that touch every part of our lives: energy, water, food security, the creative and digital economy, infrastructure and housing, the environment, and people, our greatest asset. These pillars are the blueprint for a modern, sustainable island state, a roadmap to a nation that works better, lives cleaner, grows smarter, and creates more opportunities for every citizen and every resident. And in 2025, we saw that vision move from promise to progress, step by step. Investment by investment, project by project, the government led by Prime Minister Honorable Dr. Terence Ruo pushed forward, building, upgrading, training, digitizing, and reforming. Across the country, the transformation became visible. Homes going up, land titles in hand, water finally flowing reliably, new roads opening, farmers and fishers earning more, digital services unlocking convenience, trainees stepping into the jobs of the future, hospitals and emergency care modernizing, young people receiving savings and investments, and families finding real relief when they needed it most. More importantly, this year proved something fundamental. People are not just included in the agenda, people are the purpose of it. Let's take a look at some of the work done this year, pillar by pillar. Pillar 1, energy transition. Moving boldly toward a future that is cleaner and cheaper, St. Kitts and Nevis continues to prove that energy is the master key, because when you solve energy, you solve water, food security, and ultimately salaries and national wealth. In 2025, this truth became reality in real, measurable ways as the country advanced its most ambitious energy transformation in history. This year, our geothermal dream finally became a geothermal plan, with financing now secured, contracts reset, and drilling set to begin in early 2026. The Nevis Geothermal Project is officially on track to deliver clean, reliable baseload power, enough to run an entire country, this country. This shift means stability, a future where electricity is no longer tied to oil prices, where households and businesses benefit from lower costs and predictable bills, where industries can grow more competitively, and where new high-value jobs emerge in a sector poised to define a global development for decades to come. As geothermal moved toward execution, 2025 also became the reset year for the solar PV and battery energy storage project. The government relaunched the initiative, designed to supply over 30% of St. Kitts' electricity once operational in late 2026. The project promises lower fuel expenses.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8, mover of the bill, to do his wrap-up.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise on this, I would say, wonderful day, Friday,
where thousands of people have received their extra salary. I have not received one, but I'm okay. The workers have, we have not. The workers have, and I'm here, town is buzzing, and it's not even that day as yet. So I'm happy for all of the workers who have benefited, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am here this afternoon really to partly respond to a number of things that were raised during the budget debate, especially from members on the opposite side. And therefore, I think that our people deserve to hear what are the facts around the various accusations that were made. I, of course, in the proceedings of this House, sought to stand on point of orders. But then I recognized if I keep doing that, or if I kept doing that, the member would not have been able to finish. But a lot of things were being said that really needed clarification and for the record to be set straight. And so today, I will take this opportunity to do it. And if you look at the table here, I have a number of documents here because I think these have to be backed by information. Madam Speaker, one of the things that the member from number 5 referred to was the IMF report. And to be honest with you, I am totally shocked that the member even mentioned an IMF report. When we know in 2018 that they refused to really do what I call give permission to the IMF to publish this report from 2018. So the 2018 IMF's report was denied by the cabinet of the Team Unity administration in 2018. This is one of the things I campaigned on, and I said that the IMF report should never be hidden from the people of St. Kitts and Nevis and should never be hidden from the world, especially by an administration in 2015 campaigned on transparency, Madam Speaker. And today, I want the whole of St. Kitts and Nevis to see this report, which should have been published in 2018, but on the change of administration, it was published in 2022. This was one of the first actions I took in the interest of the people and in the spirit of transparency and good governance. And so the member from number 5 was a deputy prime minister. I think he studied in the accounting field and would be one who has studied specifically about numbers and accounts and so forth, and a big part of this report deals with that. But recognizing that they did not publish it, I asked the IMF and gave permission that it be published, and that would have been done 4 years later. They didn't even go back in 2019 and ask it be published. They didn't ask in 2020 that it be published. They did not ask in 2021 that it be published. They did not ask in 2022 that it be published. They were hell-bent that this would not see the light of day, and specifically the Minister of Finance, who is the member from number 7. Of course, neither of them is here or here right now to answer to this, but nonetheless, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis must see it. So this was published November 2022, 4 years plus after it should have been published. And they kept it a secret, refusing to give the IMF permission to publish it. Madam Speaker, let's see what they were hiding inside of the 2018 IMF report. And I will read. Under the Executive Board assessment, and it says, Executive Directors welcome St. Kitts and Nevis's report. Here's what it says. It says, growth has slowed over the past year, Madam Speaker, and the medium-term outlook remains moderate. Directors acknowledge significant
challenges, including those associated with declining citizen by investment inflows. Madam Speaker, 2018 report, this is why they hid it. They did not want the people to see that. It says financial sector vulnerabilities, tighter global financial conditions, and weather-related shocks. Madam Speaker, against this background, directors encourage policies to safeguard macroeconomic and financial stability, together with reforms to strengthen competitiveness and foster inclusive growth. Madam Speaker, already they are telling them you can't depend on the CBI inflows since 2018, hid it from the people. Madam Speaker, it went on. Directors noted that, absent any corrective policies, public debt is expected to increase over the medium term as revenue from CBI receipts further declines. They consider that a significant fiscal adjustment is needed. The adjustment could focus on both revenue and expenditure measures, including streamlining tax incentives, restructuring activities funded by the SIDF. The SIDF fund, that we spoke about, the SIDF fund, which they spoke about for the 2015 election, and containing the wage bill through multi-year framework. Madam Speaker, let's turn in the same one. And current policies, public debt is expected to increase over the medium term as revenue from the CBI program declines sharply and expenditure increases. Madam Speaker, this is what the IMF were telling this government and this country since 2015, and they hid all of that. It went on, the decline in CBI receipt was more than the offset by growing tourism, again giving us a warning about CBI since 2018, Madam Speaker. And it says medium-term debt sustainability is projected to worsen as CBI inflows continue to decrease. Madam Speaker, since 2018, the IMF had been warning that the inflows in CBI, if affected, can deeply affect our economy. And it had started. And instead of letting the people of St. Kitts and Nevis know, the administration or the cabinet of which member from number 7 was a part, and the member from number 5 was also a part, they kept it hidden from the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Had this been known, I think the people would have called for early action in terms of making sure that we start to diversify away from the CBI program. Instead of doing that, Madam Speaker, they double down. They double down. Instead of doing that, they double down. And I want to read something here from IMIdaily.com. And this is what it says. St. Kitts and Nevis' Citizenship by Investment Unit has steadfastly declined to publish any type of statistics. Madam Speaker, this article was in 2018, Madam Speaker, by IMI Daily. Madam Speaker, 2018. It says again, I want to read it to show you the lack of transparency and how they ran the CBI program. The IMF report was not allowed to be published. And this is what the IMI said. St. Kitts and Nevis' Citizenship by Investment Unit has steadfastly declined to publish any type of statistics on its program. Head of CIU, Lescan, considers it a trade secret. Madam Speaker, see it right here. International publication verifying exactly what I said. They hid it. And they did not want to tell neither the people in the country or anyone else what was happening in the CIU, because their policy was give no information because it is a trade secret. Well, how can a trade secret be? How can people's citizenship be a trade secret? How can our passport be a trade secret? This, of course, is a clear demonstration of what I call opaqueness, lack of transparency, and frankly, if you go to certain parts of Monkey Hill, they'll tell you worthlessness in policy. That's what it was. Hiding from the people, hiding the IMF report. Listen, Madam Speaker, you'd always, I hope that didn't come across the wrong way. Madam Speaker, I said, because it's not uncommon for CIP jurisdiction to keep such data private, those who follow the industry tend to rely on third-party sources like the IMF's Article 4 consultations to obtain CBI revenue figures. Unfortunately, the government of St. Kitts and Nevis has blocked the publication of this year's, meaning 2018, Article 4 report from the IMF. Madam Speaker, he went on to say conservative estimates put CBI revenue figures for 2018 at around US 120 million, about 48% of overall government revenues. The actual figure may well be below as well. Madam Speaker, refusing to print the IMF report, allow the IMF report to be published, reported in an international publication that they could not have gotten any information, neither from the unit, because they said it was an industry secret, and secondly, they did not publish it, so nobody knew. We did not know. And they spoke about transparency, and that is why I was shocked when I heard the member from number 5 even speaking about the IMF report. And the only reason why he can speak about the IMF report with respect to this government, it is because we allow for its publication. Transparency, Madam Speaker. But I will attack exactly what he said. He said the IMF said that the debt to GDP ratio would go up, just like what they reported in 2018. We did not hide that from the people. I told the IMF, publish it, let the people see. Because most of the economy had come to depend on the CBI. That is what the IMF was warning about. Get away from such dependency on the CBI. And instead of curtailing policies that would allow for less dependence on CBI, they double down on the CBI, Madam Speaker. So what the IMF is saying to us, if we don't take measure and we don't do anything, this is where they expect the debt to GDP ratio to be. However, we are not this irresponsible. We have already set in train, even in this budget, where we have cut CBI dependency down to 20-something%, the lowest, Madam Speaker, at least for the last 10 years, showing that we are willing to move away from CBI-dependent economy to a diversified economy. So the IMF says, if you do nothing. But Madam Speaker, what we spoke about, I've been speaking about it since day one. I said to this country that the CBI would be my biggest challenge. It would be our biggest challenge on this side. But we did not shy away from it, Madam Speaker. We have stepped up to the plate and shifting our economy to a diversified economy, Madam Speaker. That is transparency. The member from number 5, of course, is not here to answer why he participates in denying the publication of the IMF report, if he so believes in the IMF and the IMF's work, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and so that is where it was. I want to play a video soon, because the member from number 5, they're talking about the economy, the economy, the economy. And what they're talking about really is nothing less than the CBI. They want us to go back to depend heavily on the CBI. But Madam Speaker, we have seen what is happening and we cannot go back to that. Because I said from day one, if we were to go to that, we would lose visa-free access. I said that. We would lose our economy possibly, because then they would blacklist you if you don't manage your CBI program in a particular way. Madam Speaker, I have said what has really damaged our CBI program is the ill-advised prison project, Madam Speaker. A project that has hurt us tremendously. Can you please play the video from the member from number 5? Madam Speaker, let's take a look at what the member from number 5 said about the prison project.
Of this prison through the sale of 5,000 passports at a cost of one elected representative of this country here on the site, bringing to the attention of the people the construction of this prison through the sale of 5,000 passports at a cost of $175,000 per passport, when the country has more pressing and genuine concerns.
Can you play it one more time, please?
I am an elected representative of this country here on the site, bringing to the attention of the people the construction of this prison through the sale of 5,000 passports at a cost of $175,000 per passport, when the country has more pressing and genuine concerns.
Madam Speaker, political hypocrisy at its best. When he broke with the member from number 7, he then recognized what we were saying about the ill-advised prison project, that he went to the site and made a video about it. And you think we don't have that record? We have the record where he's saying 5,000 citizenships being sold, which is the potential of 25,000 passports. 25,000, which is half of our population, and an ill-advised prison project. And hear what he said: we had more pressing things to do. And they're going to do that, Madam Speaker. It was ill-advised. That is why we are in the trouble we are in the region. Not just St. Kitts and Nevis, but in the region. But we have worked hard, Madam Speaker, to ensure that we do what we had to do to protect our passport, our country, our integrity. I cannot predict what any other country would do. But this is what I was steering us from. Many didn't understand, even though I explained and I explained. And I said, if we continue down this path, we are going to end up on a list that will hurt us. And today, Madam Speaker, it hurts me to see 2 fellow OECS countries on that list. We were on a preliminary list, Madam Speaker. And I said, what is it we need to do? And I got to doing that work, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the AG, the cabinet that supported me. And even though we know revenues will come down, I explained to the cabinet, the AG explained to the cabinet, if we don't take action, it would be more than just a decrease in revenue. It will be ravaging our whole country, Madam Speaker. Do you know what it means to be sanctioned? When your people can't travel? You have students in the United States in Southern University. If we were on that list, all of them, Madam Speaker, would be in trouble. We have people who have green cards in this country. All of them would be in trouble, Madam Speaker, had we not taken the tough decisions we made with respect to addressing the issues of the CBI. Madam Speaker, I want to really say that because from day one, I saw what was coming, and we started to take actions early, even though we know we will be hit, and I told the people we'll be hit. We started to put things in place, Madam Speaker, to transform the economy, to transition from CBI dependent to a diversified economy. Let's invest in so many other things: geothermal, solar energy. Let's go to large-scale agriculture, expand tourism. That is why we brought in Safe Harbor. More opportunities for our people. Home porting, more flights, more construction, Madam Speaker. We are building at Fort Thomas, Madam Speaker, the school, the hospital, all these things to generate activities in our country and let us be less dependent on CBI. And what I said, is that when investors approach, I don't want to hear too much about you want a CBI program, I told them that. So the Fort Thomas Hotel is not a CBI program, Madam Speaker. If there are any CBI program, let it be the country to benefit directly. The hospital is not a CBI program, Madam Speaker. Our water is not a CBI project, Madam Speaker, project. Our generators that we have collaborated with the Saudis is not a CBI project, Madam Speaker. Because I said we cannot continue down the road where almost every major development or project is a CBI project. So what happens if the CBI goes bad? No hospital, no construction, no homes, no agriculture. So that is why we went out and looked for real investors. Safe Harbor, Agriculture, Tabasco, Fort Thomas Hotel, ABL, and all of the other major investments that we are having right here in St. Kitts. And in Nevis, that was part of the strategy as well, to support Nevis in the build-out of the Vance Amory Airport. Diversification. To support Nevis to develop the geothermal. To support Nevis to build out their park that they were building. So that one side of the country is developing and the other not developing. We want holistic development. There are people from St. Kitts, I'm sure when the airport is started in Nevis, might look a job over there. There are people in Nevis. I know heavy equipment from Nevis works over here all the time. And my road in St. Peter's, heavy equipment from Nevis were brought down to work on that road. Holistic development, Madam Speaker, non-CBI dependent. It is dangerous, Madam Speaker, to tell the country it's an industry secret. It is dangerous to undersell your citizenship, which put an end to, Madam Speaker. And just recently, the member from number 7 was criticizing me about the same CBI program before the US released its list of the banned countries. And so, Madam Speaker, the member from number 7 made these statements very recently in a town hall. Had he been the Prime Minister and he said that, I can guarantee you 100% that we would have been on that list. But I'm not going to say what he said. I'm going to let him say it in his own words. Play the video.
This is it.
The video from number 7 from the town hall. You have it there. Good.
At reform. Because their so-called efforts at reform, they carry up the price. Dr. Harris said the price too low. How is a price determined? Price is determined between a willing buyer and a willing seller. I can say I am selling my house for $500,000. That's not the price he may sell at. Because somebody may come and say, you live all the way in Tabernacle. We can't pay for that house there. So you have to have a coming together, willing and able people that determine the price. So what that means, if St. Kitts is selling the same product as Antigua, Dominica, and St. Lucia, and there are price differences for the same product, people will take the best buy, unless there are other advantages you could attach to it. So the price then was reflecting what was happening in the regional marketplace. And they never understood that.
Madam Speaker, that is exactly the problem. I want the US to know, because I think people are listening, that he has nothing to do with our CBI program, and he's not in my cabinet. He's a member of parliament, and these damning words that he just uttered, they have no bearing at all on our CBI program. Because what he said there is exactly why we see the move to sanction countries. Madam Speaker, the price of a citizenship is not determined between a seller and a buyer. The man is not selling a product, you're selling a citizenship. The citizenship for us is not a product, Madam Speaker. That is the problem in this space, where people think that the CBI, that your citizenship is a product. And here how he said the price is established. That is why we had the underselling in the market. He said a seller meets a buyer and they determine a price. With your citizenship, Madam Speaker. So if a seller meets a buyer and say your citizenship is $2,000, he gone for $2,000. Madam Speaker, that is against the law. The law sets the amount that it must be sold for, Madam Speaker. And that is why, with the ill-advised prison project, I ended up in court, Madam Speaker, because there was evidence of underselling, Madam Speaker. What he just said, and I thought 100 times about playing it. But now it's regulated. We have done away with that since 2022. The price is set by the law. So you know what he just said there? That he himself broke the law. That everybody who was involved with that would have broken the law. Because the law does not say a seller meets a buyer and they determine the price. The price is determined by the law. And that is why we had the underselling, and that is why we are in the trouble we are in today, Madam Speaker. A recklessness. Hear what he said that I did not understand. And that is why there was a decrease in CBI inflows. I understand the situation. I understand the CBI. And that's exactly what you're not supposed to do. Meet with a buyer and a seller like you're selling perfume or shoes or product. Calling my citizenship a product. My citizenship is not a product. It is sacred. It is sacred. It is not a product. And that is why they treated it and bastardized it. Madam Speaker, the member from number 7 up to 4 days ago saying that. I can tell you, if he were the Prime Minister, we would have been on that list. And worse. Because none of the other Prime Ministers utter those words, not one of them. Because they know how damning those words are. Calling your citizenship a product? Nobody going to take you seriously across the world. That is what is causing the upset. You are selling your citizenship like a product. That is the problem. It is not a product. And then a buyer going to meet a seller like they're selling drugs. This drug they're selling, buyer meets seller and you determine the price. And you don't care what the law says. And the law is saying to you what it should be. Madam Speaker, I really thought 100 times about playing the video because I know how damning it is. But I want to say to our international partners that we have been working closely with you. We have changed our laws. We have tightened up things. You hear what he said? We have tightened up things and we have set a price. And we ain't going down from it. Because with me and us, no buyer meeting, no seller. This ain't no product. This is sacred. And he has to follow strict laws, guidelines, that we want the best people to come into our program. Madam Speaker, that is what has kept us off of this banned list. And so when they talk about revenue and revenue from CBI, they're not talking about revenue from any other source except revenue from CBI. Because this is how they intended to do it, but they don't realize that they have messed it up so much that that has been done with. Any thought of doing it like that, how they bastardize it, they will ban you. Your people will not be able to travel. People will not want to invest with you. And this is what I was telling our people all along. Had I followed that strategy today. So I'm glad he condemned me. And I'm glad he criticized me. And I'm glad he told the world I didn't know what I'm talking about. But now, it has come full circle. And I'm sure the citizens recognize exactly what I'm saying. And so, Madam Speaker, the political hypocrisy is glaring. And so, our CBI is protected. Our CBI is governed by law. And our citizenship will not be bastardized, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the IMF asked us to create a sovereign wealth fund, or fund that they point out in their report. No fund was created, Madam Speaker, none. But when I came in, I asked the IMF to start to put all the technical work together so that we can have a fund, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to read where we are because the AG has been working out the legal aspects of this one. I have it in multiple places, so if it's not here, I have it on my phone. It's not a problem. Madam Speaker, hear what it says. And I read it. The AG prepared this for me. After holding discussions with senior government officials in 2024, the government received a technical assistance report prepared by the International Monetary Fund, IMF, on establishing a sovereign wealth and resilience fund, which they advised, Madam Speaker, at least since 2018. And the then administration, instead of following the advice, they hid the report. After careful review of that report, St. Kitts and Nevis Sovereign Wealth Fund and Resilience Fund Bill 2026 was drafted and recently received approval from the Cabinet. Thank you, colleagues. Last week, we sent that approved draft to the legal drafting teams of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, the Caribbean Development Bank, and the Government of Norway for their input. Because Norway has one of the best established funds. As is well known, Norway operates the strongest sovereign wealth fund in the entire world. We therefore hope, after receiving their respective inputs, we will move swiftly to the first reading of the St. Kitts and Nevis Sovereign Wealth and Resilience Fund Bill in the first quarter of 2026. A sovereign wealth fund is a state-owned investment fund that converts national revenues into long-term financial assets, typically invested offshore, to provide fiscal stability, protect intergenerational wealth, and ensure resilience to external shocks. This is what the IMF has been calling since. In the context of St. Kitts and Nevis, the Sovereign Wealth and Resilience Fund will save rather than spend volatile CBI revenues and impending geothermal revenues, provide a legally ring-fenced reserve for disaster recovery, reducing reliance on emergency borrowing, invest internationally to generate sustained returns, prevent depletion of national savings through rules-based withdrawals and professional oversight, and protect future generations by transforming finite or one-off revenues into enduring assets. This works hand in hand with our aggressive diversification plan. Madam Speaker, the two of them, number 5 and number 7, members from number 5 and number 7, they study in the field of money and finance. They know this better than me from their studies. And yet, when they're advised to create a fund so that they could have put some of those CBI monies in there to last us till thy kingdom come, nobody knows where all the money gone, Madam Speaker. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'm going to go into what happened to the money. But before I go into that, I want to read something with respect to the Charlestown Accord, Madam Speaker. Right. Good. It's all here, Madam Speaker. I have it all here. So the one that I'm looking for now is the one about that I got yesterday, that I'm going to look at now with respect to Nevis revenue. So, Madam Speaker, excerpt from the article in the Nevis pages on December 17th regarding this, right? December 17th, 2014, regarding the signing of the Charlestown Accord. I'm sure member from number 9 remember this very well. 2014, December 17th. Madam Speaker, and so we can refer to the Nevis pages and the reporter there. They have a nice picture here with people in orange, yellow, and blue. Madam Speaker, all of them around the table signing. Madam Speaker, they're signing. And it says here, you know, history was made, Madam Speaker. Boy, this laughable boy. History was made this morning, Wednesday, December 17, 2014, at the Red Cross Building, Chapel Street, Charlestown, when the members of the People's Action Movement, People's Labour Party, and the Concerned Citizens Movement came together and signed an agreement termed the Charlestown Accord. Madam Speaker, right here in the Nevis pages. The Charlestown Accord, as presented by the members of the Tri-Party Opposition Alliance, Team Unity, is formalizing of a number of agreements and commitments that Team Unity promised to the people of Nevis by the Team, they promised Nevis, you know, by the Team Unity government if the candidates of the Tri-Party are successful in this upcoming general elections to form the next federal government. Madam Speaker, you had the deputy leader of Team Unity, member from number 9, stated that he was quite elated to be a part of such a historic occasion. He also stated that the three parties that have come together did not do so merely because of self-aggrandizement or lust of power, but to put aside their differences to bring into being a new government for the betterment of the country. Those were hopes, Madam Speaker. Those were hopes. They were dashed. They were dashed. They were dashed. Madam Speaker, that's coming from the other side. They were dashed. I agree. He went on in conclusion, after something, the deputy leader noted that Team Unity proposed the terms to the agreement to guide the process of healing between the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, it had a spiritual component, healing. He indicated that the Charlestown Accord will ensure that all the people of the Federation are permitted to equitably enjoy the full fruits and benefits of their citizenship and to access any and all resources of the nation of St. Kitts and Nevis. The agreement states that under Team Unity, and I will go to just a number of them. Madam Speaker, there's a whole lot of things in it, but I will concentrate on the sharing matter, the fair share matter. Number 1, Nevis shall receive its fair and equitable share of natural resources based on the pro rata population basis to ensure that Nevisians too will benefit fairly from the returns of national investments. And I totally agree with that, Madam Speaker. That is fair. However, this was just a charade. Number 2, revenue from passport processing, fees under the Citizenship by Investment Program shall be shared equitably with the Nevis Island Administration based on a pro rata population basis. Madam Speaker, number 3, revenue from the Sugar Investment Diversification Fund or its successor agency shall be shared equitably with the Nevis Island Administration on a pro rata population basis, Madam Speaker. All of this in the agreement of December of 2014, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I can touch on what happened with respect to the SIDF, which I'll come to. But I want to just pick up my phone a minute, if you allow me. And I'm going to a publication that is owned by the member from number 7. It is called St. Kitts Nevis Times. I don't speak of the gloating, you know, but they, you know, got them back up here, boy. Yeah. They're gloating, they're out there gloating. Let me get the page properly. I think that's how you get the page now? Okay. All right. Harrison, Richard, Stanton, shake them. Oh my God. That's what the Harris newspaper is saying. Can you imagine? Wow. Good. Okay, Madam Speaker. They have an article that says that the CBI program brought in $600 million per year. And I only bringing in $120 million. So we're going to do some calculation in here, Madam Speaker. And this is coming from, of course, the newspaper owned, the Harris newspaper. So let me grab my phone and look for my calculator. This we're going to calculate today, Madam Speaker. So let's calculate. Because it said based on a population with Nevis. Parato, based on a population. So 600 million times 7 years is $4.2 billion. That's how much his own newspaper is reporting that they brought in. Madam Speaker, not 42 million, you know. Now 420 million. $4.2 billion in 7 years. That is the claim. Madam Speaker, let's say Nevis has 25% of the population. So we're going to calculate. Times 0.25, which is a quarter. Wow. Nevis should have received over $1 billion. Has nothing to do with the SIDF. That's a whole different story. Which is another around 100 million at least that Nevis should have received. So in all, Nevis should have received about $1.15 billion. And of that amount, he's claiming he sent $200 million over to Nevis. Madam Speaker, about 1/6 of the amount that Nevis should have received. An agreement signed just to show you how politically dishonest the member from number 7 is. And the member from number 5 disappointed me yesterday. I usually don't say anything about him because I understand what he went through psychologically. When he was called the M word. The M word, Madam Speaker. I would not repeat the M word in this house because I don't call anybody that. When he was called the M word. M as in man. The M word, Madam Speaker. Nevis should have received over $1 billion. But instead, Nevis only received a couple $100 million. About 1/6 of what Nevis should have received. Madam Speaker, that's the type of money that went into our treasury through the CBI program over those 7 years. $4.2 billion before they killed it with the prison project. If they didn't do that prison project, all today we'd have still making that $600 million or more. Imagine that. It's a whole different story that I'm going to come to. $4.2 billion. Nevis should have gotten $1.15 billion. They got just about $200 million or 200 and something million dollars. And let's say about 1/5 of what they should have gotten. So they robbed Nevis after signing an agreement, and it was signed in Charlestown. How are Nevis people supposed to trust the member from number 7? How are they supposed to trust the member from number 5? When they sat together, I got to lump them together now, and decided that Nevis should not get so much money, Madam Speaker. And all Nevis was saying, give us the 25% and you keep your 75%. And I say that is fair. Because the citizenship belongs to all of us, Madam Speaker. Even though the Constitution didn't speak to it that way, it belongs to all of us, and if there's some benefit to be derived, sit together and work out how you're going to share the benefits from such a program. So, Madam Speaker, so when I hear him say, he grandfather from Nevis and all kind of thing, from Nevis and this from Nevis, all that is just pure talk, Madam Speaker. Because he signed in December of 2014, and he fulfilled hardly any of what he committed to. The Nevis people need to ask him, where we money? What you do with it? We want we waste $800 million. You know what Nevis could do with $800 million? With interest. He don't spend it off. It's an agreement he made with you and don't spend it off. Madam Speaker, very sad indeed. And this agreement had so much hope in it. But at the time, I was out there saying, as a candidate, and senior minister was the leader of the party, that don't believe anything that the member from number 7 was saying. It was not true. We in Labour know him well. He deceived all of us. Say he was a Labour, and he wasn't a Labour. He deceived all of us. Oh, huh? Deceived all of us. God, he should have tell us before. He said to him loose. He will do it. Huh? Madam Speaker, misleading all of the people of Nevis. Because he signed this in Nevis and he said to the people of Nevis, it is a new day. And Nevis will get what it deserves. And he went on to talk about his family linkages to Nevis and so forth. But today, the facts have come full circle, and we see that Nevis was robbed roughly $800 million. Nothing promises the money actually came in, Madam Speaker, and he refused to give Nevis their share. But let us look at the Kittitian side, or the St. Kitts side. That means you got 75% of $1.1 billion. That means you got at least $750 million, Madam Speaker. At least that. At least $750 million. It should be more than that. Much more than that. I said no, it's $3 billion. No, it's 4.2. 4.2 billion. So we should have gotten at least $3 billion. No, talking about the St. Kitts part. He should have gotten about 1 billion. Let's say it's round off to 4 billion. He should have gotten 1 billion. And we should have gotten $3 billion. That is what passed through. But we got much more than that, because if you take the 3 billion plus what he robbed Nevis of the 800 million plus the extra 200 million, you're talking about $4 billion. Madam Speaker, that in pocket change. $4 billion is supposed to be able to transform St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, we're supposed to have flying cars with $4 billion. Skyscrapers. Where has the money gone? Madam Speaker, $4 billion in 7 years. No water. That is why people ain't taking us seriously. They're asking, they know how much we made. The international partners are saying all these billions, and show me it in St. Kitts and Nevis. No water. And the desalination plant only cost $50 million. And 50 million is 1/28 of 1 billion. And if you multiply that by 4, 20 times 4, 80. 8. So you got 180. 188. 188, Madam Speaker. A desalination plant would have solved all of our problems in St. Kitts. And because he had so much, he could have built 2 of them. And we got 24/7 water all over St. Kitts, Madam Speaker. I'm telling you. And the member from number 5 sat in that cabinet, Madam Speaker. And only after he was told he cannot be Prime Minister because he is M, that he got vexed and went out and started to talk. The M word. It's a serious matter. He knew M. M as in man. M as in mango. M. The M word. Okay. Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, he promised again, the member from number 7 promised the member from number 5 to pass the prime ministership to him as if the prime ministership is a commodity. Like he owned it. You don't own the prime ministership, but nonetheless, they agreed to pass it. When the time was coming for him to pass it over, you start to see on Facebook, 3rd term Tim. 3rd term Tim. And everybody like, what 3rd term Tim? You all agree to 2 terms? Eh? Totally deceived the member from number 5. First, he deceived the member from number 9, because he never gave him the next $800 and something million. Then he deceived the member from number 5, because now he's not going to pass on the citizenship. After he deceived Dr. Douglas, the senior minister, member from number 6, and Labour. So he deceived Labour. Well, he tried to. Madam Speaker, so everybody got deceived in this whole melody. So I'm simply saying, Madam Speaker, that if we were to continue along the path of where he went with the CBI program today, we will be on a list. I cannot predict what will happen, but as I told our citizens, I will do everything in my power because I inherited a mess. And that is why our inflows are affected. Madam Speaker, I wanted to pay dividend after dividend. Because you hear the money I'm talking about. The people of St. Kitts and Nevis never used to enjoy that money. $4+ billion, Madam Speaker. No water. No electricity. Ambulance without oxygen. Children dying because parents can't afford medical bills overseas. Hospital leaking. What they buy 6 buckets for emergency room, 5 for medical ward, another 3 over at private ward. No AC in the hospital.
Do they have different colors?
I tell you. No CT scan. You want an MRI? You had to go over to the biomedical center, aka Monkey Farm. And you had over $4 billion. That is why I took the decision that if this is the amount of money coming in, I will share it with the people directly by a dividend. But because they bastardized it with the ill-advised prison project that even the member from number 5 condemned, today, look where we are. Those who are trying to push ahead, look what has happened, Madam Speaker, and it hurts me badly. Because these are fellow OECS and CARICOM countries. Because of an ill-advised project in St. Kitts and Nevis affecting all of us. Madam Speaker, when there's a drop in the inflows in foreign exchange, it's going to affect the central bank as well, because the reserve of foreign exchange that comes to that program helps to keep the EC dollar strong. It is a serious matter, Madam Speaker. Extremely serious matter. And that is why the words that I played there, well, I played his video where he's saying he's selling a product. How you could tell the world we're selling a product? How citizenship become a product? There ain't no black pudding. There ain't no watch. There ain't no shoes. There ain't no after party. That is your citizenship. Your most valued possession as a country. And talking about buy a meat seller. I mean, come on, buy a meat seller to what my citizenship is? Drugs? So buy a meat seller and they determine the price. Of the law says you have to buy it at $200,000. Buy a meat seller. Buyer said, I can only pay $20,000. Seller said, I want the money and they sell it for $20,000. That is what happened. Buy a meat seller in his own words. Madam Speaker. We want to hear it one more time as a pivot into the next area. Are the people guys have it queued up there? Play it one more time.
Their so-called efforts at reform. They carry up the price. Dr. Harris had the price too low. How is the price determined?
By the law.
Price is determined between a willing buyer and a willing seller. I can say I am selling my house for $500,000. That's not the price he may sell at. Because somebody may come and say, you live all the way in Tabernacle. We can't pay for that house there. So you have to have a coming together. Willing and able people that determine the price. So what that means, if St. Kitts is selling the same product as Antigua, Dominica, and St. Lucia, and there are price differences for the same product, people will take the best buy, unless there are other advantages you could attach to it. So the price then was reflecting what was happening in the regional marketplace. And they never understood that.
And that is why they almost kill our program with that type of approach, Madam Speaker. But today, I would say lastly, that I'm happy that we're able to increase the price. I'm happy that we don't undersell our citizenship, but it's not our citizenship by investment, that people have to go through very vigorous due diligence, and then they have to invest the appropriate amount, and no buyer meet no seller nowhere to agree to no price. He is actually in that video advocating for breaking the law. The law is the cost is determined by the law, not by buyer meets seller. Madam Speaker, can you imagine a former Prime Minister saying that, finally coming full circle and saying how he bastardized our program? And Madam Speaker, as I said, all of this money for nothing, because the basics we don't have in St. Kitts and Nevis, and nothing get more basic than water. So, Madam Speaker, let me pivot now to this deficit that they're talking about. In 2022, I want it to be clear that even though they were parading that they were making, that they had surplus after surplus, that was not the truth. When I took over the government, and we took over the government in August of 2022, and I asked for an assessment, we had a deficit budget, Madam Speaker. We had a deficit. So I want the people to know that I inherited a deficit from the Prime Minister then and the member from number 5, because he was fired by that particular time. Madam Speaker, where have we spent our money? We have spent our money on water. $50 million, Madam Speaker, for a desalination plant to bring 70% of our population to 24/7 water. We spent over $1 million, Madam Speaker, in Kayon, where you live, to give the people of Kayon 24/7 water. And a then minister, his name was mentioned in here by the member from number 7, Minister Ian Patches-Liebert, said that if we find water in Kayon, he would put his head on a block. I want to tell you we got a lot of blocks over at the block factory. Because we have found water in Kayon. That is what he said. He was praying that we did not find water in Kayon for political reasons. He didn't care about the people of Kayon. But God had it that we found water in Kayon. And not only that, the water was pure as pure can be. And we tested it multiple times. We could not believe how pure the water is. Perfect pH. That means acidic or not. Or acid and base range, just for those who are a little bit into science. Perfect mineral content. Perfect. Not one bit of bacteria or virus found in the water. No contamination, completely pure water. They had to do nothing to it, except if they're going to chlorinate it. It's as if God had put that water there and said, just extract it, I've given it to you. Pure water. And then they started a campaign against the water. And we went over there and we drank the water. I want to thank the minister. Because today we're getting the desalination plant. We have water in Kayon till we are building a next storage so that 100% can get 24/7 instead of 90-something%. We are going to drill all around the island, especially number 6. Number 7. You know we have a lot of water, Madam Speaker, number 7. Number 7. Where the member from number 7 comes from. Number 5 has water as well. That part of the country has billions of gallons of water on the ground. People bawling out year after year. And they did nothing to extract the water, Madam Speaker. And so we are spending that money to bring water to our people. Water is life. Without water, a country cannot develop. If you don't have sufficient water, you're going to have more diseases. People are going to die sooner. You know, one of the things that kill people silently and people don't know, dehydration. Chronic dehydration. If you don't drink enough water, you're going to die sooner than you really should. Chronic dehydration. And sometimes if people don't have access to water, they ration in the water. Because then parents have to go buy water to make sure they can have water access, Madam Speaker. Water prevents diseases. If you can't bathe and wash yourself often enough, you pass diseases such as gastroenteritis, vomiting, diarrhea, and all these kind of things, Madam Speaker. You can pass viruses, Madam Speaker, that can cause pneumonia and the flu and all these kind of things. If you go in an establishment and they don't have 24/7 water and they're not washing as they should, they're passing bacteria in that establishment, Madam Speaker. Because you really should have running water so you can flush off the bacteria and so forth. Madam Speaker, this is how serious water is. There's no civilization in this world that was established without water. As a matter of fact, the earliest civilizations developed where there was water. For example, if you go to Egypt, one of the greatest civilizations along the Nile. The Nile that flows from south to north. Part of it comes from the highlands of Ethiopia and flow northwards into Egypt. Madam Speaker, and there's a dispute over water now between Ethiopia and Egypt. That's how serious water is, Madam Speaker. That is where we are investing millions of dollars. And anybody who says that is not money well spent is somebody who does not really understand development, but more importantly, how important water is. Madam Speaker, we have spent money on the Children's Medical Fund to save children who previously used to die. Madam Speaker, I can give you an example. I remember, and I didn't talk to the parents, I wouldn't call name or hint, but I'll just say my constituency. There was a mother with a child that needed to fly overseas to get medical care to save that child's life. And they got the mother going from social services here, there. In the end, the mother put out sponsor sheet and all kind of things. I gave my due as well, but I was not in government, and it was my personal contribution. In the end, the child died right here. And I said to the mother, I am praying to God that after August 5th, that child is still alive. But it so happened that the child died just a few days before the elections. And that is one of the first things I've established in my office. I didn't want this to be established in social services or anywhere else, but in collaboration with them. Because children are very tender. They are very vulnerable. And if you don't act in time, they will die very quickly. And so all I want with the Children's Medical Fund is for the doctor to say this patient necessarily has to go overseas for life-saving intervention. And Madam Speaker, you see, there was a young man, and he put it publicly, so I'll speak about it. Young Chevron, God bless his soul, from Nevis. His father is DJ Woody. In Nevis, you know, got in a freak accident, unfortunately in the water. Broke his neck. From the time they called me and they tell me his neck is broken and he can't move his limbs. As a medical doctor, I would know what's going on. It means you got to get him out quickly. Because every minute, literally every minute, counts. And we were able to get him all the way from Nevis to St. Kitts on an air ambulance to Trinidad. I called the surgeon myself in Trinidad. I called him myself from my own phone. I said, this is Prime Minister Drew, but I'm Dr. Terence Drew as well. And this is the clinical history. And I want you to take this child and I want you to make it a priority. He promised me. He said, PM, I'm going to do it. And so the young man was able to go down to Trinidad, go to that hospital, had surgery. But unfortunately, as God would have it, because God is in control, he died sometime after. But you know what the father said to me? He said, at least I had some more time with my son. And I'm very appreciative of that. Because of the Children's Medical Fund. That is where you should spend your money. People must see where your money goes. If you say you're in a deficit, where the money gone? $4.2 billion. Over about 3.8 billion belongs to St. Kitts and Nevis. 7 years. And mothers were walking around with sponsor sheet for the children. Madam Speaker, where else have we put the money in pension? You heard the millions of dollars we are spending on pension for the GAE workers. For years, the GAE workers working. In a previous Labour administration, an attempt was made. 7 years with $4.2 billion. And the GAE workers did not get a pension. Did not get a pension. So what did you do with the money? We had to come in and put in a pension. In addition to that, we gave the GAE workers a gratuitous payment. Madam Speaker, deficit spending they're talking about. Remember, I inherited a deficit that they did not want to talk about. When I stood up and I said to the member from number 7, you handed a deficit budget to me. He said he's only talking about the last 3 years. That's what he said. Because he did not want to admit in this honorable house that he gave me a deficit budget. And now he has the gall to stand up in here and talk about deficit budget. And where the money gone? Nobody knows. Madam Speaker, college free. With $4.2 billion, college should be free for students. That is where our money is going. Subvention of nearly $9 million to the college so students can go to free. That is where our money is going. Can't just be talking about deficit. Where is the money going? Into the people. Investing in people and progress, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, MRI. That whole process costs over $5 million. CT scan. Near $2 million, Madam Speaker. A fleet of ambulances, $1.8 million, Madam Speaker. Today, you have 3 brand new ambulances at JNF. 1 brand new at Mary Charles and the other at Poxon in Sandy Point. Mary Charles is in the constituency of the member from number 7, and Poxon is in the constituency of the member from number 5. And they were the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, and did not see it fit to buy a fleet of ambulances, Madam Speaker. That is what I'm talking about. I'm coming in here talking about deficit, deficit, deficit. Well, you give me a deficit budget, but at least if I have a deficit, people can see where the money going. People can see where the money going. But no $4.2 billion and not even a glass of water you could drink 2 a.m. in the morning because all the water shut off at that time. That is where we're spending the money, Madam Speaker. St. Peter's Main Road, that was neglected, Madam Speaker. We spent $31 million on that road, Madam Speaker, so that it can develop. King Collins Stadium, that we had to develop. Connery Stadium, that they refused to do. And they had $4.2 billion, Madam Speaker. That's a lot of money for such a small country. And nothing to show for it. We invested in that, Madam Speaker. What else are we invested in? We invested in a brand new hospital. So we see where the money going. We are investing in the Bastia High School, which I'll touch on later. Because the member from number 5 gave some false information about it that I'll correct, Madam Speaker. So all these things we have done and keep investing and investing. Even in agriculture, when we went through the drought, $2 million, Madam Speaker, for tanks, drip line, ground cover to over 600 farmers. 700 farmers. In education, we make toilet at schools can't flush. Toilet shut down. Shut down. So I asked myself, so where, especially the girl students, which bathroom is they using? Which bathroom? Inside the point.
Just open up a bathroom down there.
No bathroom.
And he was Minister of Education.
Minister of Education and Deputy Prime Minister. I'm going to come to that. And Keon High School, which suffered from mold for years, Madam Speaker, your alma mater, I think, and hid it from the people that Keon High School had mold. And we cleaned up the mold in Keon High School. We fixed up the toilets in Keon High School. We tore down all the wooden partitions in Keon High School. And we invested. How many in Keon High School? How much millions? Quite a few $1 million. Yes. They got furniture in Keon. The investment.
Electricity and all
because of the mold. Madam Speaker, they just send me a number here and I'll just piggyback a bit. From the SIDF, Nevis got 12.8% of the money, 1/2 of what they should have gotten. That has nothing to do with the rest of the CBI. This is just SIDF. See, I got the number here. Rob Nevis, Haide robbery. Madam Speaker, this is where our money has gone in all of these things. Water, energy, school, healthcare, infrastructural development, Madam Speaker, pension, gratuity, children's medical fund, Madam Speaker, free college. The member also spoke about subvention to preschools. He was the Minister of Education, the member from number 4. He used to give them $25. I met with the Minister of Education. I said, what $25 going to do for a mother? I said, let's double it. So we took it from $25 to how much? $50. We double it. So that those mothers and the single mothers could really be helped, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, this is a story. Let's go to Connery. Connery asked for a stadium. We started the construction of the Connery Stadium in 2015, 2014, around there. We fenced it. 7 years, and all they were doing is promising. When we got to Connery, nothing done, Madam Speaker. And you know what we had to do? We had to build the stadium in Connery. That was a $5 million project. That's where the money went. We had to go to Kim Collins, more millions. That's where the money went. And houses and housing solution. We have provided housing solution for over 800 houses here in St. Kitts and Nevis in the time that we are there. And they're saying no houses being built. Madam Speaker, this is real investment in people. They ain't gone on Hertfordshire. They ain't gone Race Course. They ain't gone Gillads. They ain't gone Atlas. They ain't gone Stapleton. It's all around the country building houses, Madam Speaker. That is because we're investing in people. That is where our money is going. Madam Speaker, I want to touch a little bit now on the Basti High School, because the member from number 5 was the Minister of Education. And I used to shield him, Madam Speaker. I never used to say much with respect to him, because I understand what he went through psychologically with and the Minister of Infrastructure, because I understood what he went through. Agent, look for it for me there, but I think I have it here. The Basti High School schedule of payments. You have it. So let me find the Basti High School right here. I see the Honorable Jeffrey Hanley number. Let's go to the Basti High School. They campaigned on Basti High School, and they said that the Basti High School was contaminated with mold, and they need to build a Basti High School immediately and get the students out of there and build something that is modern. That's the whole campaign. They had students on the road protesting, Madam Speaker. I call that an abuse. In hindsight, I can say it's an abuse, because they had evidence that nothing was found at the Basti High School, and they took advantage of children for political reasons. Those who were involved in the Basti High School matter, all of them got promoted. One became a PS in a ministry. Another went on a board. 2 of them went on boards. All who were the leaders were rewarded politically in less than 6 months after the government change in 2015. One of them who was on the committee became a minister, Madam Speaker. Minister who was on the committee. And talking about she went Basti High School and smelled something up there. A minister she became. The teacher who led it became a PS. And the other teachers ended up on boards. Madam Speaker, it's obvious that they were rewarded. But listen what happened. And we took this out, a minute paper, 7th of August 2022, and this was written to the Honorable Dr. Jeffrey Hanley, Minister of Education. Please see schedule, and this is just the payment monthly to a company called Innotech that is right here. Please see schedule for funds paid to Innotech Services via the Ministry of Education relating to project management fees for the new Basti High School. To date, a total of $14,427,000, Madam Speaker. That was processed, with the last payment being the 17th of June 2022. That's after the house was dissolved, isn't it? Because the house was dissolved on the 5th of June? Yeah? May 10th. Okay, May 10th. Right, but the election was 5th August. Right, so this was after. There were no payments processed via the Ministry of Education for the insurance coverage from the national insurance. Where that come from, I don't know. But listen to this. February 21st, $3 million. March 21st, $1 million. April, $1 million. All these are in the year of 2017. Right. Good. May 22nd, June, July, August, September. So you have $1 million up to August, and then thereafter about $500,000. To a total of $14,427,999.40. Just for project management. $14+ million just for project management. You see a project? Anybody see any project to manage? That's after they spend $7 million. Construction. No construction. Not even one block laid.
Just billboard.
Wow. Look at that. And how can you have the moral fortitude to come in here to speak about Basti High School and procurement, which I'll address. This company was not procured, and the money came out of the consolidated fund. He was the Minister of Education at that point, because he only gave it up in 2020. Madam Speaker, is the same minister who at UDC, a hut that cost $40,000, the hut was $250,000 that he was exposed for. $270,000. And said he didn't know. Madam Speaker, I haven't gone after him at all. You know, I said I'm going to leave him because I know what you. Huh? Who was it that exposed? And that is what I would like to know. Who exposed this? A hut that's supposed to cost $40,000 cost $250,000 in the ministry that was led by the number from number 5. Madam Speaker, there are other things. The trailers that we find up there, no count on how much was spent on those trailers. And we also saw that down in Sandy Point, where they had the demolition taking place, no procurement. Madam Speaker, look at this. But I want to touch on where we are with our Bastia High School. Our Bastia High School is a CBI project. That is why I said the CBI projects will be used to give us what is essential. And under the CBI relationship, that is how it is set up. That is why I said during the campaign, why use the CBI to build a jail? Why not use it to build a school, a hospital? And so when we took over, we said we're going to use our CBI to build the school. The CBI has its own arrangement built in. And he knows that. And that is what is building out the Bastia High School at this particular time. And within the CBI, they have their own mechanism of choosing who will build and so forth. Especially as it's a statutory body now, which even give it more independence. And so this thing about it trying to cloud it in procurement as if something untoward was done is not so. What was untoward is hiring this company, paying them $3 million, $1 million, $1 million, $500,000, $14 million in total, and not one brick laid. $21 million in total because you have to add the $7 million for the plan. And not one brick laid for the Bastia High School construction. All of those treasury. And so the program with the school has a built-in mechanism that if the CBI inflows drop at any point, there will be a support coming from the government to keep it going. But that the government has to reclaim all its money. There's nothing to hide. It's in the open, Madam Speaker. And can you imagine someone who oversaw so much money being spent for a school that was not built has now the moral fortitude to stand up to criticize what is properly being done? Madam Speaker? And if you go up there, you see how much work is being done up there at the Bastia High School, Madam Speaker. And so, when you hear them talking about the Bastia High School, they should not even mention it. Madam Speaker, I can move on. And let's look clearly at another matter that was mentioned about where is the revenue coming from. Madam Speaker, where is the revenue coming from? He said the only thing in the budget for revenue is the MRI machine. Again, he should not even talk about MRI. Because during their tenure with $4.2 billion, they had people going over the monkey farm to do MRI. And we, who don't have the pleasure of that $4.2 billion, we are investing in a brand new spanking MRI machine that is the latest on the market. That is where the money is going. I can account for every dollar, Madam Speaker, because the money is being invested in our people. Madam Speaker, he speaks about the MRI. Revenue, tourism. The Minister for Tourism, member from number 2, spoke today about all the expansion of tourism. Increased numbers of arrivals, cruise ship arrivals, people who staying here in St. Kitts and Nevis in terms of heads in beds. All those things are up. We think money not coming through that. Once there's increase in tourism, the governments get more revenue. It's obvious. And I think the member knows, but of course he wants to mislead the people, Madam Speaker. Safe harbor on the yachting business. The minister again mentioned today that that niche business is now coming to St. Kitts and Nevis. Do you know how much calls they have so far? 550 something calls they have accepted. Do you know how much interest they have? 561. More yachts than cruise ship. We have the most super yachts in right now than almost any other port in the Caribbean. We have gone from 0 to number 1 with super yachts. From 0 to number 1. That's investment. Nothing to do with CBI, Madam Speaker. That is where money is going to come from. You have anchor fees, flag fees. These people need to eat. They need all sorts of works done on the boats and the yachts and so forth that our people need to get involved in. That yachting sector alone will provide hundreds of jobs for our people. And it's just getting started. And 561 interesting yachts already. And if you go over there right now, there are how many? 6? 10 with some of the super yachts over there, Madam Speaker. 4 floors, 4-story yachts.
$5 million a week.
$5 million a week for those to rent it. Madam Speaker, that is what we are talking about. So when they talk about where revenue is going to come from, revenue and jobs are going to come from this. Look at that. That's St. Kitts. Super yachts coming into St. Kitts. These never used to come here before. Look at that. Innovation, Madam Speaker, and investments in our people. Madam Speaker, construction. When construction is booming, the economy expands. I gave the number in the presentation. Construction is going to grow. And as construction goes, that brings revenue in. Because you have to bring in things that have to be taxed. That's growth, Madam Speaker. And the government is going to collect its fair share. Madam Speaker, we hear about expansion in the financial sector. That's money for the government. Expansion for agriculture. We spoke about the large farm. Part of it will be, of course, get growing peppers so that we can get foreign exchange. When you export that out of St. Kitts to the United States, you get foreign exchange. And that foreign exchange helps to buttress the EC dollar. That is revenue for our country. That is how we are thinking. During their time, nothing except CBI, CBI, CBI. CBI, CBI. Even with the warnings of IMF, they never took the warnings. And still today, 4 days ago, he's still talking about buyer meets seller and they determine a price. Out of order, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we talk about transport. Flights coming into St. Kitts. Revenue associated with that, Madam Speaker. Transforming our system to a more efficient system with all of the IT outlays that we are talking about. National ID system, e-government, technologically advanced economy. Make it more efficient to cut spending and waste. And when you're efficient, you can do things faster and bring in more. We talk about reforming the tax system without increasing taxes. That's revenue, Madam Speaker. And when we talk about investments, capital projects that are going to stimulate the economy. Just looking at agriculture. Bastia, look what we have done. Bastia Abattoir, agro-processing, construction of veterinary lab, small farmers machinery pool, pest control. Madam Speaker, when you look at the capital projects here, tourism, Black Rocks, coastal erosion mitigation, support of Eco Park, airlift support, the National Museum restoration, Madam Speaker. Look at all the investments we are making. And you go, even when you go from ministry to ministry, you see all of these capital investments that are going to stimulate the economy. And when the economy is stimulated and grow, you will be able to collect more revenue. Madam Speaker, and we have a realistic budget because this year we have cut the dependence on CBI by 50% because we have to keep doing that. That is why I say whatever we make from CBI should be gravy, but it should not be part of the main economy, and we should put it in a sovereign wealth fund. Madam Speaker, so when they talk about nothing new, how you could say that? We are now going to invest next year in a solar plant that's going to cut our purchasing of fossil fuel by 40%. That's millions of dollars saved, Madam Speaker, and cheaper energy. We are investing in geothermal, Madam Speaker, which will start drilling next year as well. And nothing new in this budget? No transformative action in this budget? So, Madam Speaker, it's just talk. Madam Speaker, in this environment, let me tell you what happened. TDC recorded its highest profit ever in its history. Even when they had $4.2 billion from the CBI, TDC did not make so much money. TDC did not make so much money. They had $4.2 billion, and TDC did not make that much money. Madam Speaker, again, record. Again, creating the environment for private business to do well. I'm hoping TDC give their workers a bonus. I'm waiting for the news. Maybe they have given them already. But this, I'm telling you, you know, so, you know, record profit because of the environment that we have created. Madam Speaker, all these investments that I'm talking about will create jobs. I want our young people to take the jobs. Take the jobs in the solar plant. Take the jobs at Safe Harbor. Take the jobs in tourism. Take the jobs in construction. Take the jobs in the IT sector. I want our young people to, you know, come on and make these, you know, yes, jobs after job after job. It's important. Very, very important. Madam Speaker, I want to say clearly, Madam Speaker, with all of these that I'm saying here, jobs after jobs after jobs after jobs. And guess what? As I'm talking about all this infrastructure and the jobs they're going to provide, guess who was the Minister of Infrastructure for the first 5 years? Remember from number 5? He was Minister of Education, Minister of Agriculture, Infrastructure. In his second term. Yes. He had these ministries, Madam Speaker. And what does he say? Nothing. He was asked back then, what about the road for St. Peter's? He said, in the budget. I wonder what budget that. The budget that was in the Nevis Accord? Got to be, is that budget he's talking about? Madam Speaker. And so therefore, that is why we are saying that we are transforming St. Kitts and Nevis. You heard the minister spoke up from Sustainable Development, our Senator, Dr. Joya Clark. She spoke about the Sustainable Island State Agenda, how people love it, because it is something that is really transforming St. Kitts and Nevis. We are going to be leading in these areas, Madam Speaker. We will be leading in these areas, taking our dependence away from CBI and making sure we create a country that is less vulnerable, resilient, sustainable, and one, of course, where we make investments in our people and development. So, Madam Speaker, jobs, 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 jobs. Madam Speaker, one of the things I would like to touch on, he spoke about the cost of living, and he bring in a whole shopping cart. He say he buy this and he buy that and all sorts of things. Madam Speaker, I want to make it clear. We have taken the issue of cost of living so seriously that we have formed a cost of living task force, Madam Speaker. A cost of living task force headed by our cabinet secretary. That is how serious we take it. And a number of critical things have been done, such as market surveillance of prices, recommendations to the government, interaction with our people, interaction with our business people, Madam Speaker. How can we control the cost of living? Inflation, the rising cost of things, is an international thing. Which country you go to right now that don't have inflation? Which one? It is a reality. But we're not taking it lightly, because I know how it feels when somebody go to the supermarket and they see the price gone up. And I'm not taking that lightly at all. And what have we done to address it? We cannot address fundamentally the prices from the US because a lot of our food stuff, they are zero rated already. And I mentioned in my budget that we have revised our basket, and next year, we're going to start an expanded basket so that we can help our people even more. That was a study that came out from the Cost of Living Task Force. We take it very seriously. I am concerned when people go to the supermarket and the prices go up. But for example, so much of it is imported. For example, Kellogg's cornflakes. Kellogg's come from where? The United States. We know that the United States right now has inflation. So it means in the United States, the cost of the Kellogg's cornflakes keep going up. Madam Speaker, if you buy it more expensive out there, it must go up here as well, because we don't produce it here. It doesn't matter which government is in. It's going to go up because you buy it from outside. That's why I call it imported inflation. But not even that we take lightly. Because we have said to the supermarket owners, when we met with them, why you don't bring alternatives in? I'm not here to tell people what to eat or not to eat. But at least have an alternative, just in case there's a discerning shopper who said, look, this Kellogg's cost $20-something, the Sunshine costs $12. I don't go with the Sunshine. Because that's the choice. At least they have a choice. But I will never tell people what to eat or not to eat. But if it costs more in the US, and you bring it here and you buy it here, it will cost more. It doesn't matter the government that is in. That is what you call imported inflation. And I hope that the prices temper in the United States, so that when our people buy it there, the prices is not going up. So when it comes here, the price is controlled, Madam Speaker. So we're importing the inflation to a great extent. But notwithstanding that, we have an inflation rate right now below 1%. Below 1%. It's something that the world is dealing with. We went after it when it was really bad. We said the budget boost wallet. Give people some more money, because you can't control the price of a Kellogg's. Give people more money at the time when the prices were going up too fast or too quickly. The budget boost wallet supported 22,000 plus citizens across St. Kitts and Nevis. St. Kitts and Nevis. And that money, you know what it also do? It put money in people's pockets so they could have gone to the supermarket and buy more. Madam Speaker, we also said, let us see what we can do with the VAT around that time. And the government took a hit of around $50-something million. $30-something million on one end for the budget boost wallet, and the rest of the money that we had to forego because of VAT. Remember from number 5 said that Nevis reported the VAT was not affected. But the VAT on this side was affected by the millions. Most of the stuff that comes into the Federation come in through our ports here in St. Kitts. So can he just disregard St. Kitts like that? And not ask what was the shortfall because of the relief. But we gave that holiday to give a real ease to our people. Madam Speaker, if you look across this region, the independent OECS, who do you think has the highest minimum wage? I have it somewhere here, Madam Speaker. I have everything here. We have who do you think have the highest minimum wage? Yeah, I don't even have to look, because everybody knows, and I confirm it, Madam Speaker, that St. Kitts and Nevis has the highest minimum wage. After St. Kitts and Nevis, I have it right here. Everything is here. Don't worry. Look at here, Madam Speaker. Minimum wage, a lot of files, because I have to come with the facts. Because this ain't gonna just be talking. I will refer to the facts. Minute paper for Prime Minister's office. I asked the Ministry of Finance to prepare this for me, so that it can be as accurate. And I'm just saying it. Even though what I say is accurate, I want to give the actual figure. Let's go. Dominica, $9 per hour. 40-hour week, $360 per week. Dominica's minimum wage. St. Vincent, $10 per hour. 40 hours, $400 per week. Antigua, $9 per hour. 40 hours, $360 per week, unless there's an adjustment. St. Kitts and Nevis, when we get to St. Kitts and Nevis, $12.50 per hour at 40 hours, $500 per week. St. Kitts is leading. We adjusted the minimum wage because we wanted people to have more money in their pockets. 7 years, Madam Speaker. For 5 years, no, for 7 years, almost. Yes, for 7 years. The member from number 5 was Deputy Prime Minister, and the member from number 7 was Prime Minister. And at one point, did they increase the minimum wage? They did not increase the minimum wage. And in the last budget, they did not vote on it. And then they're out there saying to the fake newspaper, the Harris Times newspaper, that they increase minimum wage and they're going to affect business. We increased minimum wage and what happened to TDC? TDC made record profit. We were right and they were wrong. We bet on our workers and our workers did not let us down. They produce. So TDC is justified in paying the minimum wage, Madam Speaker. And they pay above the minimum wage, actually. We increase. If it wasn't for us, our workers wouldn't get an increase in minimum wage, Madam Speaker. So when they talk about the cost of living, what did you do, Madam Speaker? We can remember during the COVID, they did not increase the wage. Let's say you couldn't increase it. People had tremendous difficulties during the COVID. I remember when people were told, go home to fast and pray. Go fast and pray. Madam Speaker, during the COVID, a trailer went over to Connery with some food that they said they had to get rid of. People from all over rushed over there because of the challenges they were having with buying food, Madam Speaker. And sometimes people, we tend to, because it's gone, sometimes we forget the difficulties we came through. I myself, with very good volunteers, Madam Speaker, we formed the CARE Foundation. And the CARE Foundation used to prepare food packages, and we went all around the country. See there, Madam Speaker? Look at that. They went tropical, went over there, and people followed the thing. I don't want people's faces to be shown. Take it down. I wish you could have seen it from a distance. I don't want people's faces to be shown. Because people had to go over there, Madam Speaker, to get food to eat. How can we forget that? And he stand here talking about the cost of living. Well, what happened to those people who had nothing to eat? What happened to those people who were going hungry? I was in opposition then. I was not even an elected member. And I formed a foundation with good people. And we went all around this country giving hampers. You know, one day somebody told me and I missed it. And that's why you should have balance in any organization. Oh, you hear there? And gave to his people. One of the women said to me, said, Dr. Joe, I want to mention something to you. She said to me, don't forget the pads. I said, I wasn't even thinking about that. I said, so how much? She said, Dr. Joe, a pack of pad, a woman in a month, when you look at the cost of pads, do you know how much a woman spends? And especially if that woman has 2 girl children in the house. I mean, seriously. And then I said, okay then, let me put some of the resources to pads, and then I said, put them in brown paper bag, so people can receive them with dignity. And they're talking about the cost of living and can't buy. Madam Speaker, I did not go to anybody's house and try to expose that. I said, let me find a solution, even though I was in opposition, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what else we try to do to give people more disposable income? I spoke about it already, the gratuity. And the gratuity went to the GAE workers who are the least paid in the government system. In 2021, as the Minister of Finance, the member from number 7, oversaw the reduction of the gratuitous payment to the GAE workers. They used to calculate it as they would calculate the gratuitous payment for regular civil servants, but then they said it was an error. They recalculated it and were giving them about 1/3 to 1/4 of what they deserve. So you care about these people? And you sat in there and participated in and voted on for a reduction in the gratuitous payment to GAE workers. And all of a sudden you care about cost of living. Disposable income is important. It helps you to deal with the cost of living as well. You cut their pay. And you cut it during COVID. So how much do you care about the cost of living and the single mother who has challenges? How much do you care? You're talking about the cost. Have the member from number 7 built a foundation to help? But he just talk and talk and talk. And they did that to thousands of potential GAE workers and actual GAE workers. Madam Speaker, they refused to give them a pension. Said that the GAE workers don't deserve a pension. They promised it. And when they got in, they did not do it, Madam Speaker. So you had these people retiring. And when they're going home with a certain percentage of Social Security of their last number of wages. So if you're working for, let's say, $400, you're going home with, let's say, 60% of that, you get a quick idea to know that you're just getting over $200 and something, Madam Speaker. That is what you are getting. And these GAE workers, that is what they used to go home with. They used to go home to poverty. And I said that can't stand. We must give people more disposable income. And we gave them a pension, a lifetime pension, Madam Speaker. And today the crossing guards, those who clean the street, the maids at the hospital, parks and beaches, they have a gratuity and they have a pension, in addition to their Social Security pension. So they're going home with 2 pensions. And we calculate it so that when they go home, they get almost the full salary per month still. So when they retire, they're not going to see a drop in their income. That's a caring government. That's investing in our people. So when you talk about deficit, that's where the money gone. But you give me a deficit and you still was not providing water for people. So that is how we help with the cost of living, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, how else can we help with the cost of living? Agriculture, stimulate growing, backyard gardens, and so it has to be multifactorial so that we can cut down on the things that we import. That also helps. So we're going to expand the food basket. We increase the minimum wage, gratuity payment, all of these things that we did for our people. And we continue to work on the cost of living, Madam Speaker, so that our people can be better protected. Madam Speaker, they gave a whole lot of stuff in here. Imagine that. Say he buy this and he buy that and he buy that. And he says she making minimum wage, $2,000 per month. But under them, when they were there, because the prices had started to go up then, when the member from number 5 was the Deputy Prime Minister, and the member from number 7 was Prime Minister, guess what the people used to work for? Instead of $500 a week, they used to work for $360 per week. That means the cost of living was more difficult to reach. They promised in 2015 a livable wage because they recognized the problem since 2015. And for the whole of the time that they were there, they did not increase the wages, no gratuity, no pension. In addition to that, we increased civil servants' wages, Madam Speaker. The civil servants got an 8% increase. We did that since we have gotten there. So the GAE workers got, across the civil service, everybody got. And then, in addition to all of that, Madam Speaker, I just announced in my budget address that we have reformed the health care. So now, all civil servants, GAE workers, wherever they are, they have health care coverage until they die. And we all have to die, it's just life. But they have a good chance to have a long life because they'll have long health coverage. So the officers who are in here, they have insurance until the Lord decides that they should not be here anymore. The stenographer, the same thing. The clerks and deputy clerk, same thing. The videographers, the same thing. They have all of that. Those who keep in here clean, the same thing. They have gratuity, they have pension, and they have health care. That's what we call investing in our people, Madam Speaker. That's what we call investing in our people. meaningful investment. Madam Speaker, they're talking about the cost of living again. During the COVID, they said some people deserved an honorarium because they risked their lives and they work hard and all sorts of things. Guess who got the biggest honorarium? The Minister of Health then, who was probably doing the least work. Big honorarium. She said she stepped out the cabinet when they were calculating, when they were deciding on it. She recused herself from the cabinet when they were giving her $40,000 extra. She should have said, no, I don't want it. Give it to somebody else. Like what we have done with respect to the double salary. She took it, Madam Speaker. $40,000 she took. And guess what? None of the officers in here, if they were in the police force at that time, got any honorarium. Not one of them got an honorarium. And the police was on the front line. The nurses who were risking their lives did not get an honorarium. The doctors at the hospital did not get an honorarium. Madam Speaker, the military men and women and those enlisted, they did not get an honorarium. Those who necessarily worked on the front line, risking themselves, they did not get an honorarium. But the Minister of Health, who was in her safe space, got $40,000.
Wow.
And the others fast and pray. And when we got in there, I said it is unfair.
I still don't even believe that.
And we gave honorarium to all of them. Madam Speaker, that is what we did. So we really have reached out to our people. And that is why we take the cost of living very seriously. We heard the Minister of Trade, he spoke about it. We are looking for alternative trade routes and alternative trade partners to see if we can have cheaper alternatives. Increase production in St. Kitts and Nevis. Increase the pay. Lift the economy so people can have more jobs. A real economy, not one dependent on CBI. And so, Madam Speaker, I wanted to touch the issue of cost of living as well. Madam Speaker, they spoke about the subvention, which I said we give more. And the member from number 5 mentioned that as part of dealing with the cost of living, they gave $25, we gave $50. He talked about school. We have made college free so that parents don't have to pay for that. He talked about health care, and I told him already about the Children's Medical Fund and how many children have been saved. All that we have done because he linked them to cost of living, Madam Speaker. We have done all of that. Madam Speaker, at the hospital we have specialists after specialists. People don't have to travel overseas anymore to see these specialists. They can get that care here. That again, with respect to the cost of living. So, Madam Speaker, as you go from issue to issue, you recognize that all they're doing is clinging to straws and nothing really solid. And I brought here today all of the information that exposes them. Madam Speaker, as I get close to wrap up, this budget was about investing in people and progress. I want to reiterate, Madam Speaker, all the things that we have done for our people and all the opportunities that our people would have as we continue to invest in people and progress. People can look forward to more construction, more houses, more measures to cut the cost of living. With all of these things we're talking about more jobs, jobs, jobs. And Madam Speaker, I am saying that we are diversifying from the CBI, but we still would like to have our CBI because it can help and be part of a diversified economy. But of course, we have tightened the laws, strengthened the laws, make it vigorous, and we will continue to make the necessary changes so that we can continue to protect our country and our people. I'm very, very disappointed, I will say, and I told the member from number 5 yesterday, because most of the things he spoke about, I had to expose him today. And it was never my intention to expose him like this because I told you, after I saw what he went through with the member from number 7. But he came out and was saying all sorts of things, so he had to be addressed in a particular way. And for the member from number 7, the Charlestown Accord, that just exposed him as well. It shows that he had no seriousness when it came to really helping Nevis. But he robbed Nevis through policies of $800 million. That ain't nothing to sneeze at. And just imagine some of the things that could have been done, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to say, as I wrap up finally, I want to thank all of the workers at the Ministry of Finance, led by our Financial Secretary who's just coming in, Mr. Poxon, and to thank the outgoing Financial Secretary, who is Mrs. Hazel, for hard work, and to thank all of the staff there. I want to thank all of the staff in my ministry, the Prime Minister's office, too numerous to mention, but I say a number of persons here from my office. Of course, I want to thank those who are in different ministries that I run, and the statutory bodies who have been working tirelessly hard. But let me thank my colleagues on this side for their strong support as we move forward with this budget. Without their support, Madam Speaker, none of this would be possible. And so I want to thank them very much for all of their support. And this is a budget that is clearly a budget where we're investing in people and we are investing in progress, where we are converting conversations into action. I wish this bill safe passage. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8, mover of the bill, who just did his wrap-up. The question is that the bill shortly entitled the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025 be read a second time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House moves to oh, sorry.
A bill to provide for the services of St. Christopher and Nevis for the financial year commencing 1st January 2026 and ending on the 31st December 2026, otherwise known as the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025.
The bill shortly entitled the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025 has been read a second time. House moves to committee stage.
Honorable members, we will begin with the schedule. Ministry, Part 1, Recurrent Expenditure, E01, Governor General, $1,645,624.
The question is that the amount of $1,645,624 under the head Governor General stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E02, Parliament, $1,517,576.
The question is that the amount of $1,517,576 stand part under the head, Parliament, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E03, Audit Office, $1,661,716.
The question is that the amount of $1,661,716 under the head Audit Office stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E04, Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs, $10,650,420.
The question is that the amount of $10,650,420 under the head Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E05, Prime Minister's Office, $69,160,624.
The question is that the amount of $69,160,000. Sorry, I can't see. The question is that the amount of $69,160,624 under the head Prime Minister's Office stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E06, Ministry of National Security, Citizenship and Immigration, $84,083,661.
The question is that the amount of $84,083,661 under the head Ministry of National Security, Citizenship and Immigration stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E07, Ministry of International Trade, Industry, Commerce and Consumer Affairs, $6,393,228.
The question is that the amount $6,393,228 under the head Ministry of International Trade, Industry, Commerce and Consumer Affairs stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E08, Ministry of Finance, $194,423,467.
The question is the amount of $194,423,467 under the head Ministry of Finance stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E09, Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs, $38,328,264.
The question is that the amount of $38,328,264 under the head Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E10, Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Marine Resources, $14,639,753.
The question is that the amount of $14,639,753 under the head Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Marine Resources stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E11, Ministry of Tourism, Civil Aviation, and International Transport, $53,204,418.
The question is that the amount of $53,204,418 under the head Ministry of Tourism, Civil Aviation, and International Transport stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E12, Ministry of Public Infrastructure, Energy and Utilities, $26,023,940.
The question is that the amount of $26,023,940 under the head Ministry of Public Infrastructure, Energy and Utilities stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E13, Ministry of Education, $108,327,852.
The question is that the amount of $108,327,852 under the head Ministry of Education stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E14, Ministry of Health and Social Security, $83,836,847.
The question is that the amount of $83,836,847 under the head Ministry of Health and Social Security stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E15, Ministry of Sports, $7,190,089.
The question is that the amount of $7,190,089 under the head Ministry of Sports stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E16, Ministry of Sustainable Development, $9,088,350.
The question is that the amount of $9,088,350 under the head Ministry of Sustainable Development stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E17, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, $22,050,063.
The question is that the amount $22,050,063 under the head Ministry of Foreign Affairs stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. And those against? The ayes have it.
E18, Office of the Attorney General, $8,447,361.
The question is that the amount $8,447,361 under the head Office of the Attorney General stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E19, Ministry of Employment and Labor, $2,685,674.
The question is that the amount $2,685,674 under the head Ministry of Employment and Labor stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E20, Ministry of Housing, Human Settlement, Ecclesiastical and Faith-Based Affairs, $1,890,972.
The question is that the amount $1,890,972 under the head Ministry of Housing, Human Settlement, Ecclesiastical and Faith-Based Affairs stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E21, Ministry of Environment, Climate Action and Constituency Empowerment, $9,128,586.
The question is that the amount $9,128,586 under the head Ministry of Environment, Climate Action and Constituency Empowerment. Stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E22, Ministry of Information, Communication, Technology and Posts, $12,594,756.
The question is that the amount $12,594,756 under the head Ministry of Information, Communication, Technology and Posts stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E23, Ministry of Youth Empowerment, Aging and Disabilities, $3,038,712.
The question is that the amount $3,038,712 under the head Ministry of Youth Empowerment, Aging and Disabilities stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E24, Ministry of Economic Development and Investment, $2,842,353.
The question is that the amount $2,842,353 under the head Ministry of Economic Development and Investment stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E25, Ministry of Small Business, Entrepreneurship, Cooperatives, and the Creative Economy, $8,366,218.
The question is that the amount $8,366,218 under the head Ministry of Small Business, Entrepreneurship, Cooperatives, and the Creative Economy stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
E26, Ministry of Domestic Transport, $461,854.
The question is that the amount $461,854 under the head Ministry of Domestic Transport stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Total recurrent expenditure, $781,682,378.
The question is that the amount $781,682,378 being the total recurrent expenditure stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry, Part 2, Capital Expenditure and Net Lending. C01, Governor General, $150,000.
The question is that the amount $150,000 under the head Governor General stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C02, Parliament. There are no funds allocated for Parliament.
Capital. The question is that no allocation to Parliament stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Is zero allocation. Yes. Zero allocation to Parliament stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C03, Audit Office. There are no funds allocated for this office.
The question is that $0 allocated under the head Audit Office stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. So you want me to? So then we would have. We said that at the beginning.
We said it.
At the beginning.
Capital expenditure.
C02, Parliament. There are no funds allocated for Parliament.
The question is that no funds on the no funds for capital expenditure under the head Parliament stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C03, Audit Office. There are no funds allocated for this office.
The question is that no funds allocated under the head Audit Office for capital expenditure stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C04, Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs, $4,325,634.
The question is that the amount of $4,325,634 under the head Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C05, Prime Minister's Office, $3,450,000.
The question is that the amount $3,450,000 under the head Prime Minister's Office stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C06, Ministry of National Security, Citizenship and Immigration, $13,200,000.
The question is the amount $13,200,000 under the head Ministry of National Security, Citizenship and Immigration stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C07, Ministry of International Trade, Industry, Commerce and Consumer Affairs, $1,125,000.
The question is the amount $1,125,000 under the head Ministry of International Trade, Industry, Commerce and Consumer Affairs stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C08, Ministry of Finance, $5,100,000.
The question is the amount $5,100,000 under the head Ministry of Finance stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C09, Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs, $1,850,000.
The question is the amount $1,850,000 under the head Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C10, Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Marine Resources, $6,725,000.
The question is the amount $6,725,000 under the head Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Marine Resources stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C11, Ministry of Tourism, Civil Aviation and International Transport, $3,974,159.
The question is the amount $3,974,159 under the head Ministry of Tourism, Civil Aviation and International Transport stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C12, Ministry of Public Infrastructure, Energy and Utilities, $48,496,817.
The question is the amount $48,496,817 under the head Ministry of Public Infrastructure, Energy and Utilities stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C13, Ministry of Education, $14,770,000.
The question is the amount $14,770,000 under the head Ministry of Education stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C14, Ministry of Health and Social Security, $14,975,000.
The question is the amount $14,975,000 under the head Ministry of Health and Social Security stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C15, Ministry of Sports, $15,328,000.
The question is the amount $15,328,000 under the head Ministry of Sports stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C16, Ministry of Sustainable Development, $10,226,823.
The question is the amount $10,226,823 under the head Ministry of Sustainable Development stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C17, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, $615,000.
The question is the amount $615,000 under the head Ministry of Foreign Affairs stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C18, Office of the Attorney General, $250,000.
The question is the amount $250,000 under the head Office of the Attorney General stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C19, Ministry of Employment and Labor, $1 million.
The question is the amount $1 million under the head Ministry of Employment and Labor stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C20, Ministry of Housing, Human Settlement, Ecclesiastical and Faith-Based Affairs, $8,400,000.
The question is the amount $8,400,000 under the head Ministry of Housing, Human Settlement, Ecclesiastical and Faith-Based Affairs stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C21, Ministry of Environment, Climate Action and Constituency Empowerment, $7,995,814.
The question is the amount $7,995,814 under the head Ministry of Environment, Climate Action and Constituency Empowerment stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C22, Ministry of Information, Communication, Technology and Posts, $3,650,000.
The question is the amount $3,650,000 under the head Ministry of Information, Communication, Technology and Posts stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C23, Ministry of Youth Empowerment, Aging and Disabilities, $152,450.
The question is the amount $152,450 under the head Ministry of Youth Empowerment, Aging and Disabilities stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C24, Ministry of Economic Development and Investment, $630,000.
The question is that the amount $630,000 under the head Ministry of Economic Development and Investment stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C25, Ministry of Small Business, Entrepreneurship, Cooperative and the Creative Economy, $600,000.
The question is the amount $600,000 under the head Ministry of Small Business, Entrepreneurship, Cooperatives and the Creative Economy stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
C26, Ministry of Domestic Transport. There are no funds allocated for this ministry.
The question is that no allocation for capital expenditure under the head Ministry of Domestic Transport stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Total capital expenditure, $166,989,697.
The question is that the amount $166,989,697, totaling the capital expenditure, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Net lending, $250,000.
The question is the amount $250,000 being the net lending, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Total capital expenditure and net lending, $167,239,697.
The question is that the amount $167,239,697, totaling the capital expenditure and net lending, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Total recurrent capital and net lending charges on consolidated fund, $948,922,075. Pardon? Oh.
Just repeat it.
My mistake. $948,922,075.
The question is that the amount $948,922,075, totaling recurrent capital and net lending charges on the consolidated fund, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Total provided by law, $126,129,550.
The question is that the amount $126,129,550, being the total provided by law, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Total estimates 2026, $1,075,051,625.
The question is that the amount of $1,075,051,625, being the total estimates for 2026, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 1. Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Chair, there's a proposal that there be an amendment in Clause 1 of the bill by replacing the expression "shall be deemed to have come into force" with the expression "shall come into force."
The question is that Clause 1, as amended, stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
The question is that Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
The question is that Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
The question is that Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
The title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. So the question, we've finished all of, very well. So the question is that the Appropriation Bill 2020, the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025 be reported to the National Assembly. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House resumes.
With your leave, I rise.
Apologies. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Yes, with your leave, I rise, Madam Speaker, to report that the bill has passed through, has been considered by the Committee of Supply and the amendments as proposed. I beg that the bill be read a third time and pass into law.
So the question, is there a seconder? Oh no, I don't need a seconder. My apologies. My brain is tired. I apologize. The question is that the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to provide for the services of St. Christopher and Nevis for the financial year commencing 1st January 2026 and ending on 31st December 2026, otherwise known as the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025.
The bill shortly entitled the Appropriation 2026 Bill 2025 has been read a third time and passed into law.
Adjournment.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise on the occasion of the adjournment, of course, to wish our Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis a very happy and safe festive season, Merry Christmas, and as this budget affords a prosperous 2026 for everyone. I would like to take this opportunity as well to specifically wish the constituents of constituency number 3 all the very best for the season coming up, or the season that we're in, Christmas and New Year as well. There have been a couple of things that have happened. We recently had Village-O-Rama, which is the warm-up to Carnival, and that will get bigger and bigger as we take back that rightful spot as the premier community festival before Carnival that happens in November. I would like to also take this opportunity to invite all the children of constituency number 3 out to the Christmas parties. That's happening tomorrow. Is Saturday, correct? So Saturday 20th at 1 p.m. at the Dr. William Connor Primary School and also the Bronte Welch Primary School. To your usual Christmas fun, games, plenty to eat and gifts. So I invite all the children of constituency number 3. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate Miss Young Aliella Maynard. That is an offspring of mine. recently had a small tournament between St. Kitts and Nevis and Antigua, where the Antiguan Tennis Associations came over, and she came out on top in the under-12 competition. And also to my other daughter, Chazelle Maynard and Briella Lake, who came out on top in the doubles in the under-14 competition. So I want to wish them many congratulations and keep pushing on. I would also like to take this opportunity to wish my mother a very happy birthday. Today is her birthday, and I don't know if I'm supposed to say the age, so she told me today she's proud of her age, so maybe I can. She's celebrating her 65th birthday today, and I've already had to run away to try and get some time with her, and then we're going to do that now. So I want to wish her all the best, and may God continue to grant her with all the blessings and health and strength. Obviously, without her, I would not be here. As I said, many people would, because my father is supposedly a Calypsonian, people have said that they think it is my father who brought me into Calypso, but it is my mother who helped me with my first Calypso and writing my first official Calypso. So thank you, Mommy, for all the love that you have given me over the years and continue to support, and the entire family and the cabinet and the colleagues here wish you all the best for your birthday. I want to encourage all of our patrons of the upcoming and ongoing festivities to party with care and not with reckless abandon, because we want you in the new year to be a part of the exciting promises that the budget holds for you, your family, and this country. Please be safe and party responsibly. I also, on this adjournment, would also like to advise, as I was saying in the budget presentation, that I believe today the desal plant was firing on all cylinders. When I spoke, it was firing at 60%. I think today it's now firing on the test at 100%. So we are getting that much closer to officially completing the commission of the desal plant to return about 70% of this island to 24-hour water, compared to less than the 25% that we met when we entered office. So we are right on stream with that. I think that would be what I would want to express on the occasion of the adjournment. So, Madam Speaker, to you, the members of this House on both sides, all of the staff that make this possible, and day in, day out, and especially 1 or 2 long nights that we would have had, I want to wish all of you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and cheers to many more Parliament sessions, as the AG would love to have that in the year 2026. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 2.
Madam Speaker, I rise on the occasion of the adjournment to take the opportunity once again to wish the people of St. Kitts and Nevis in particular, well, special mention to the people of Central Bastia, a very Merry Christmas and, of course, festive season. I, however, want to implore us all to remember the reason for the season. So while we enjoy the festivities, I also want us to take time out, to reflect on the reason we celebrate Christmas, why we celebrate the birth of Christ. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you and your staff and all the other auxiliary members who work here in Parliament for a productive 2026 budget session, and take the opportunity as well to wish them all the best. We look forward to a productive 2026. I want to take my leave at this time because we do have our staff party celebrations. The staff is very much deserving. We do have reason to celebrate, and we start at 6, so I'm a little behind schedule. So I thank you very much again, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity, and I wish us all the best for the season. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 2.
Thank you very much.
Senator.
Oh, Senator.
My eye caught to that of the Honourable Senator first. I recognize the Honourable Senator Phillip.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you very much. On the adjournment today, I'd also like to join in wishing everyone happy holidays. This is typically a festive season, but I also want to make a brief statement, particularly on behalf of Probation and Child Protection Services. While we certainly want to encourage everyone to patronize the carnival activities, we must take the opportunity to remind everyone to be responsible revelers. Let's just go about enjoying ourselves in a safe and respectful way. We are especially reminded to assume a collective responsibility for protecting and safeguarding our children during this time. And so, just a reminder, we want to really make sure that in the midst of the season of culture and creativity, fun and frolic, that members of the public ought to adhere to very important guidelines when it comes to safeguarding our children. Remember that children should be prohibited from entering adult entertainment zones, so spaces that are 18 plus, typically adult-themed events, including fetes, parties, adult fringe activities, are and should really be off limits to minors. Environments that involve mature content and activities are still unsuitable for children, and so we make an appeal to event organizers and promoters to pay attention and to ensure that their events restrict entry to minors. Also, Madam Speaker, goes without saying, but no alcohol, cannabis, or cannabis-infused drinks or foods should be sold to or consumed by minors. Children's use and consumption of these substances puts them at high risk of harm, exploitation, abuse, and long-term health problems as children. If you're unsure about the age of an individual, if it's kind of blurry, it's better when in doubt to just not serve them. And of course, we encourage all adults, parents, guardians to not leave young children unsupervised. I know we can sometimes get carried away in enjoyment and freedom, but in the midst of the respite, joy, and freedom, we can also create opportunities for harm towards our children. So we want to urge parents, guardians, and the wider community to please stay alert, monitor children closely, and intervene and/or report unsafe situations, and keep our children and young people within safe, age-appropriate spaces at all times. Finally, Madam Speaker, the Department of Probation and Child Protection Services is making an appeal to event promoters to partner with the department in order to cultivate safer child-friendly environments, particularly around festivities and events during festive seasons. For sustainability, collaboration can help to strengthen age verification procedures, improve monitoring and reporting, and child safety resources. Together, Madam Speaker, in the same sentiment of citizen security, we want to ensure that everyone can have a fun and enjoyable time, but safety is a responsibility for all of us, and we want to continue to promote a spirit of nonviolence. So as we kick back, relax, have fun, and spend money in the economy, let's do so without compromising the safety and security of our children and each other. I want to commend the Minister of Culture and Creative Economy and take the opportunity to encourage persons to support the Children's Parade. This is an event that is being hosted in partnership with the Department of Youth Empowerment. They've been working hard to put costumes together and to get persons organized. So for the parents, guardians, and children who will participate at Children's Parade, I believe on December 27th, please be supportive, be vigilant, as we encourage and allow our children to also enjoy the cultural and folklore elements of the carnival season. Again, let us do our part to partner as we continue to push for citizen security with safe and healthy environments and communities of care. Be safe, not just and non-violent to each other, but also on the roads. Don't be reckless when you're driving. Please remember that safety and security is responsibility of each of us. On behalf of all the senators, I think it was my role to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas. And having passed this appropriation bill with this budget, I have no doubts that we will have a very prosperous and happy new year under this Labour government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Senator Phillip. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's been a longer afternoon for me, but allow me, of course, to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, a safe Carnival, and of course a Happy New Year, as this is our last session for 2025. Time really flies. I think this is my 4th budget session. And so I am asking all to enjoy themselves, immerse themselves in our culture, but I want to reiterate to do it safely and to do it peacefully as well. And to always remember to take care of yourselves. Be careful with drinking and driving. Get a designated driver. I want to encourage you to drink water, especially during morning and when you're on the road. It's important to take care of your health as well. I want to take this opportunity also to wish all in my ministries a special Merry Christmas so that they can have an excellent time as well. And to thank them for the hard work and to thank all of the civil servants. Multiple of you are here in this room. And to thank all of you for your service. I see Ras Aya, blessed, my brother. You know, I also want to wish all of you a Merry Christmas, and you have worked hard and you have been rewarded, and to use it wisely and to enjoy it, use it for your enjoyment as well. And also to extend happy birthday to my mother. Tomorrow is her birthday. You know, when she has a birthday, I have to get the cake without eggs and ital. I can't talk about that here. But I just want to extend to her a very happy and special birthday, and I'll be seeing her tomorrow, God's willing, as well. And basically to wrap up by saying, may we continue to have a very successful St. Kitts and Nevis. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8. I recognize the Honourable Member for Nevis 10.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I too rise on the adjournment to extend best wishes to all of us in the Federation at this holy time of year. I want, first of all, to extend best wishes for Christmas and the New Year to my constituents of Nevis 10, that's St. George Gingerland, to all of Nevis, to all of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Of course, I also want to extend best wishes to you, Madam Speaker, for the season, to all of us, to all the entire staff here, clerk, the deputy clerk, the sergeants at arms, the other officers, the stenographer, the videographers, the photographers, of course, the sign language specialists who are here, those in the gallery as well. And I also want as well at this time, Madam Speaker, to encourage those of us who are in the Federation to take part in the carnival activities. Carnival is our culture. Do so in moderation. I want persons to be reminded that you should not be drinking and driving. And please, please be careful on the roads. I know during the festive season, people tend to get carried away. And so I am imploring persons to please take it easy on the roads. The life you save might be your own. We're almost at the end of the year, and I'm hopeful that during the next few days of 2025, that we can hear that there are no more accidents, especially fatal accidents in St. Kitts and Nevis. So I'm asking persons to please take it easy on the roads. And as well, I'm asking persons as well, when you're reveling, please leave the weapons at home. Please leave the weapons at home. When you go out to party, all you need is your good behavior and your strength to do what you have to do. Dance. But leave the weapons at home, please. Pardon me? Yes, right. So please leave the weapons out and be on your very, very best behavior. I want as well that we end 2025 on a high note of no more homicides for the year. So no more accidents for the year, no more homicides for the year, no more criminal activity for the year. It's a season of love and joy and peace and unity, and let us celebrate in that fashion. I also want at this time, before I wrap up, to extend a special invitation to the children on Nevis to please come out to the party organized by the Concerned Citizens Movement tomorrow at the Villa Grounds in Charlestown from 1 until 6 p.m. Please come out and be a part of that activity. It'll be a lot of fun. So, once again, on behalf of myself, I also want to extend best wishes to those on this side, those on the government side, for us all to have a wonderful, warm holiday season, and may 2026 be bright, productive, fruitful, and most of all, healthy. Thank you, Madam Speaker. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for Nevis 10. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 4.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise on the adjournment. First of all, to say thank you to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis for their support over 2025, and to wish them a very Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and of course a very prosperous 2026. And I'm quite sure with a budget that has been built to invest in people and power progress, they're likely to do so. But also, Madam Speaker, as the Minister responsible for our National Carnival, I wish to also say to our people that this carnival is yours and we should enjoy it, but enjoy it safely. And this evening we have our Soca Monarch competition, and I want to take the time to extend an invitation to all to come out and enjoy our soca performers as they vie for both power and groovy titles this evening. But Madam Speaker, I also want to thank you, your team, the media, and all here for the work that you've done. It's been quite an active year here in Parliament, and you guys, all of you, have performed exceptionally well and have made this experience wonderful for all of us. So thank you for the work that you continue to do. I want to also thank the constituents, specifically of constituency number 4, for giving me the chance to be here in Parliament, having voted for me in the last general elections to do so. And I want to invite them out, especially the children, to our annual Christmas party that will take place tomorrow, Saturday. We usually have 3 parties on one day, one at the Challengers Hardcourt, one at the Virtuals playing field, and one at the Hertfordshire playing field. And tomorrow will be no different. We will have all 3 events starting from 2 p.m. onward down to 6 p.m. And so I invite all of the children in the constituency, from Challengers all the way down to New Guinea, of course encompassing areas of Old Road, Virtuals, Lamberts, Conyers, Godwin Gut, and all, Hertfordshire. Come on out and enjoy a little bit of festivities as we close out 2025 and celebrate the joys of Christmas. Madam Speaker, I want to take the time to also thank the members of this House, my colleagues on this side for their support over the year and the years that we've been in office, and also colleagues on the opposite side for robust debate. You know, it is in debates that our own policies are tested and the people of St. Kitts and Nevis are enriched with understanding what is before them. I don't believe that if there were not the type of debates that we have in this House, that the people will understand how important some of these policies are for their own well-being. And even in this case, how wonderful this budget is for them for 2026. And so, Madam Speaker, it is the season. I hope that you go out and enjoy a bit of the festivities, and I hope that we all do. And I trust that we will have a very safe season, and we will all show up here again for the work and to commit ourselves to the people in 2026. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 4. Honourable. I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 6.
All right. Permit me, Madam Speaker, on rising, to extend the very best of the season to you, the one who holds the power in this Parliament, and also to my colleagues, both on this side and the opposite side, and to all those who have participated over these last 12 months in making sure that our Parliament has functioned for the benefit of our citizens in St. Kitts and Nevis and abroad. I recognize, of course, your assistants, the clerks, the Sergeant at Arms who have served over the last 12 months, those serving today, and of course the the Parliament support staff in terms of the recorders, those who have provided the necessary sign language for those who have challenges, the policemen who have provided support not only here in the chamber but outside, and all those, especially in the pantry, in the lounge, who have provided support for all of our activities here over the last 12 months. I also, of course, would like to say the very best of the season to my own colleagues, Prime Minister and members of Cabinet, those who have gone, those who are still here. And I take my best wishes as well out of the Parliament into the staff of the ministries, which I lead, in particular the permanent secretaries, the directors, the assistants, those who are senior officers, the junior officers, those who are the messengers, those who keep the offices clean in my ministry. I thank you profusely for your support and wish you all of the very, very best for 2025. Finally, I turn to those who have sent me here, the constituents of my constituency, those in particular who at this moment are in grief because of the losses that we have experienced over the last few weeks in constituency number 6. In fact, one of such persons, a young man from St. Paul's, is the close relative of Dr. Clark, or senator, minister, and so I give a personal comfort and express condolences to her family and all of the families who are actually grieving. Those who will be engaged in the management of the constituency activities over the next few days, in particular our annual Christmas party for our children. This time, for the first time, it will not be 5 parties, but it will be 1 party in the center of the constituency, and that is in the historic town of Deep Bay. We will bring all of the children this time to Deep Bay. We will bring their parents, and we will have not only a party for the children, bouncing castles and all kinds of things, a lot of food, a lot of toys, but also we will make sure that the parents, boogie down and feel good and feel nice while the children enjoy themselves. To all of this country, the citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis, I wish you all the very best for the season. God bless you for the new year. Thank you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 6, and I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise as well on the adjournment to express my profound thank you for this being my 6th budget presentation. And I am honored, Madam Speaker, to be serving at this time with a captain who has a vision and a very supportive cabinet. I wish all of my colleagues the very best for this season, and we look forward to 2026 with much anticipation. Haven't participated in the budget. It is a lot to look forward to. And as we reflect, Madam Speaker, on the journey of the nation forward, we are reminded that progress is not only about buildings or budgets or programs. True progress begins in the heart. And with a budget theme investing in our people and progress, this calls us to strengthen our communities, uplift our families, and remain faithful in the values that guide us. But of course, you being a Sunday school student as well, know that we cannot do this on our own. We need the Lord's strength to keep us true, to keep us focused, and to keep us faithful. While I sat and I listened, I tapped in just before the adjournment while the Prime Honourable Member for number 8 was wrapping up, and I started to ask Almighty to give me a song that I can share with the nation. If my wife was here, she might have been able to help me, so I'm not going to attempt trying to sing, but I wanted one that ties in to the theme that we are working with our budget, which will propel us into 2026. And what came to mind, Madam Speaker, is keep me true, Lord Jesus, keep me true. Keep me true, Lord Jesus, keep me true. There's a race that I must run. There are victories to be won. Give me power every hour to be true. And I think this is quite appropriate. Haven't heard all of the contributions that came out in the budget presentation. Because as we look forward to 2026, the future lies unseen ahead for I know not what. But of course, with Jesus being our constant friend, in him we will put our trust. And as we sing it in Church of God, I will follow him with rejoicing. I'm excited about what 2026 will bring, because as I say, there is a race that we are going to be running, and we are going to continue to keep God in every aspect of it. Of course, Madam Speaker, I must express my sincere thanks to the good people of East Bastia constituency number 1, who have sent me here way back on the 5th of June 2020. I can't believe the time has gone by so quickly. So I say to my executive and my entire branch, thank you. To my church family, my prayer warriors, the intercessors, those who not only pray for me, but pray for the entire government and the federation, I say thank you. I must say thank you as well to my seniors. Those, whenever I visit, there is always an offer of crackers or some tea. And some go as far as to make sure they pray for me, they hold on to me, and they pray. I want to say to all of them, including my neighbor, my adopted mom, Mrs. Irish, thank you for holding me up on a daily basis. To my entire neighbors, I say thank you and season's greetings. To my supportive wife and my entire family, I say thank you for the support over these years. And as we look to 2026, God allowing us to see it, I ask for your continued prayer and support. To my staff in all of my ministries, my permanent secretaries, whatever role you are playing, I say thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your work and your support. Not singling out, but of course, my teachers, my care home officers, the cleaners, the many volunteers, my youth officers, the supporters in the diaspora. I say thank you not only on behalf of the constituency, but the entire country. To the ministry, the Honorable Mover and member for number 8 highlighted the Ministry of Finance. I too want to personally thank them for their support, their guidance, and of course, they will know this joke, Madam Speaker, but I am grateful that they always remember Joseph. To my step family, the director and the entire staff, all of the participants, thank you. Your work has been valued. To the catering staff here at Parliament for taking care of us for the entire week, thank you. To you, Madam Speaker, and your entire staff here, all of the workers here in the sound booth, on the cameras, the interpreters, the stenographers, the police officer, sergeant at arms, we really value all that you do. And even those who turn down the AC at times, you are very important to us. To those families who would have lost loved ones from my constituency in particular for the entire year, again I express sympathies. I have tried my best to be there with most of you. At least once I am on island, I am always there showing up. It was really heartwarming in one funeral when a pastor highlighted, she doesn't know how I get it done. But everywhere she turns, I'm always present. There are times, Madam Speaker, I attended 3 or 4 funerals in one day, lending my support. So to all of those who would have lost loved ones over this entire year, again, I say my sympathies. East Bastia, I am with you. East Bastia, I am still with you. East Bastia, I will forever be with you. You are the wings beneath my wings. And I just want to thank you and express my love for you. And I look forward to even working harder because, Madam Speaker, it is my intention to always give of my best and be honest so that at the end of the day, no one would ever be able to call me lazy or say I am not doing what the people send me here to do. That being said, Madam Speaker, Jeremiah 29:11 reminds us, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." And in the King James Version, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an expected end. May this entire federation be covered. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 1. So I think very well. I would also like to take this opportunity before we head to the adjournment to express sincere thanks to the Office of the Clerk, firstly. They have worked tirelessly throughout the entirety of 2025 for preparing and having everything run seamlessly. To the media staff, the parliamentary officers, parliamentary clerks, parliamentary council, the hospitality team, the respective CPOs, my CPO officer Chumney, the stenographer, the sign language interpreters, the hospitality team, the hard-working hospitality team headed by Ms. Hazel. I appreciate you. I appreciate you for your tireless dedication and hard work, particularly during this budget preparation and throughout this week. It has been a hard week, and I am grateful for the work that everyone put in to contribute. Your professionalism, commitment, and long hours do not go unnoticed. The House is deeply appreciative of the service that each of you continue to render. And so I wish the honourable members and the entire Federation a safe, peaceful Christmas and an enjoyable carnival season, with every good wish for the new year ahead. So with those few words, I wish to rise for the adjournment and to adjourn this honourable House. Sign it aye. House adjourns. Sign it aye.
Jingle some bells. It's easy to tell what season it is. Invasion by shockers, a chill on the breeze. It's Christmas time.